Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Chinese DPC Division 2. It's, of course, MLP Dota, John X5, joining you, Jonathan. It's been so long I can't even do the intro anymore. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. It's been a while. It's been almost a month since we did anything together, maybe a little bit more, but it's good to be back. And what a better place to be in than Chinese Div 2, where the action's already gone on for a few days. You know, we're starting to shape up a little, but not too far. And I think each team has played pretty much a series each so far on our scoreline. So you've got some wins, some losses, but nothing too major that you couldn't correct yet if you're in the bottom half. So we've, got a lot more Dota left in this tour, Mike, for Div 2.
Absolutely. I can't wait to get into it as well. It's Chinese DPC. Like, you've got, what, 6 new teams in Division 2? So for you and I, we don't know what the hell to expect from these guys. We haven't seen most of them, and I don't think anyone really does know what to expect. So it's unfounded territory, Jonathan. That's my favorite kind of Dota.
Yeah, I mean, we casted Div 2 Tour 1 a little bit for China. You know, we saw a lot of Poke and Meteor, and pretty much no one else is left here from the last time we casted. So it's going to be a ride. It's going to be interesting to see these teams go up against each other, because even Poke and Meteor were a bit of an unknown factor last year. And unfortunately for them right now, I think both of those teams are not doing the best so far. Like, out of all the teams here, again, we've seen Poke and Meteor before in Div 2, and they're in the bottom half. So it's a bit of a shakeup for China at the moment here.
Yeah, it certainly is. But like I said, that's for me, that makes things very, very exciting, because you get tired of seeing the same old names and the same old teams, right? We want to see something different coming out, some new strategies, some new techniques from these newer teams. So hopefully we'll get to see what they have to show off for us. I believe we are going to be looking over a recap of what happened, of course, yesterday in the Chinese DPC Division 2, and what a day it was, Jonathan. What a day it was. IG, of course, versing the old side of Team Bright. Right. Again, new team names. Love to see it. What happened here, John?
Yeah. It was a 2-1 going away of Bright. First game was a really drawn-out one, and IGV brought out the classic combination of Naga plus Disruptor, which we've seen time and time and again in this region. No matter what the meta is, you'd have some form of either IO Gyrocopter with some teams or Naga Siren plus Disruptor.
Look at that spider, John. That's a big spider.
It is.
My goodness.
It is a big spider. And yeah, that is. Now that's the Australian spider that I know you're familiar with.
I was going to say, I got a little bit afraid, John. I thought there was a spider on my screen at one point. This giant string broodmother. I mean, they went, 68 minutes before the creeps just said, hey, listen, we're done with the game. We've had enough. Let this game finish. So IGV, I mean, after an amazing start during game 1, a 70-minute game, then we get into game 2 where I believe Bright takes game number 2, and bit of a shame for IGV. Like, you have this crazy momentum after game 1, but maybe just a little bit too tired out, and, Bright, they managed to bring it back their way for game 2.
Yeah, they make it really fast as well here for game 2 and game 3 when it does come out. 28 minutes for both, pretty much.
Goodness.
So you're in the best of 3, your first game took longer than the next 2 games combined. That's always kind of funny to think about, but that's also one thing as well, right? You've managed to claw a win like that. The enemy team is probably like, no, we're not doing that again. Run it back, play it faster. We see like the Beastmaster Chen in that second game. The Beastmaster coming out this time for IGV, but also not quite leading to that fast win for them. And, we've seen a lot of this AM pop out in Southeast Asia as well. I have to tell you, in the right draft, it does feel decent. Like, even if you don't have this one big target to just burst down with Mana Void, it does still have some utility on hand, depending on the team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I mean, I always make the joke that this hero is trash, and I still do believe that. But in the right circumstances, I certainly agree, John. It can definitely pop off, and it's just so circumstantial though with this AM right now. It's not one of those pos ones where I feel like you can just choose it in any draft. And well, never mind that. I'm sure I have plenty of time to rant about AM later on. Of course, we had S Nova against Piggy Killer, which is a very great name. Love the logo here from these boys. How did this series go, John?
It went a little bit more straightforward for Piggy Killer. Clean 2-0, not the longest games in the world, 30 minutes for the first game. They managed to pull out the PL, which out of all the Illusion heroes, I think so far, at least in Southeast Asia when we have these discussions, PL does feel like the weaker of the bunch at the moment, just a little bit harder to set up for and play. But again, in the right circumstances, like the matchup here against Morphling can work out. Ember Spirit's kind of a foil to PL, but if you don't manage to get that rolling start, you can still just run down. You've got decent control coming out here from Piggy Killer. They get the Disruptor once more. They've got solid lanes, and they execute on it. Again, like this PL pick has been pretty much the most lackluster illusion hero, but again, in certain drafts, it does have a niche.
I mean, absolutely. It's one of those things, right? Like, hopefully next patch, which is meant to be very soon, Jonathan, because they said early April, hopefully we'll get to see these POS ones come back into light. You know, as much as I hate playing against PLs and AMs and all that crap, you know, I suppose they are due to kind of be back in the meta very soon, so we'll see. But like you said, Piggy Killer just kind of having a much more straightforward time compared to the previous series that day. And I mean, you can't really blame them either, right? Like, they've got a lot of well-known names in this team, even for Division 2. So it's kind of expected that Piggy Killer might actually be one of the favorites going to Div 2 to try and make it up to Division 1 after this Tour 2. So I wholeheartedly expect them to do a pretty damn good job. But in the meantime, here's our standings, of course. You're going to have 4 teams tied up in the first place, and you're going to have 4 teams tied up in the bottom 4 places, naturally, because each of them have only played 1 series each. So nothing to really talk about too much here. They're basically all tied here, John.
Yeah, again, it's still early on in the Div 2 DPC here, so everyone's got an opportunity to climb up, and we will have at least one of our top half teams facing up against each other here in Lonely Rock and Roll versus Cactus, and then later on we're going to have Poke Gaming versus Meteor for the bottom half. So each side kind of has this opportunity to start cementing themselves in a good position. I have to say one thing though, Mike. Lonely Rock and Roll. I know this is not a reference you would get, but that is a reference to Bocce the Rock. It's an amazing anime that I still haven't watched. I know I should. It's on my list. Their icon is Bocce. They've got a player named Bocce. This team, solely off the fact that they are such big Bocce the Rock fans, they're a team I'm a fan of. Look at that logo. How can you not?
How the hell do you even know it's a good anime, John, if you haven't watched it?
Because all of my friends who know what I enjoy have all told me to watch it, and I haven't. Right? So I know it's going to be something I love. I just haven't watched it. You know, it's like I don't have time like you.
But if I tell you Naruto is a great anime as your friend, you
I do not trust you and your taste in anime. I have gone through this discussion with you before. Not that your taste is bad. It's just, it's not my cup of tea. You know, we have some things we have in common, but Bocce the Rock, Lonely Rock and Roll, great name. Interesting players, you know, fairly new names there, or at least names we haven't seen for a while. And I'm keen to see how they hold up, because Cactus can be quite fast of a team, right? Like, again, their games have been a little bit back and forth. Like, they played against Poke, and that did go 3 games, which is one of those things with Poke where they can take games off of people. So I'm keen to see whether or not Cactus has kind of learned from that, maybe played faster, look for faster 2-0s, or whether or not that's just a sign that Poke's just that much more improved.
I mean, absolutely. I'm a big fan of the Cactus logo, Jonathan. I know you like the other logo, but Cactus, those are my boys. That logo, just a cactus ready to fight. That's what I love to see, Jonathan. It reminds me of my home country, naturally, because even the plants want to fight you here in this damn country. So very, very happy to see it here between these two. And like you said, I mean, Cactus, they do have some well-known names in the Chinese region. A lot of these names were in Division 1 in multiple points of their careers. So these are great players. We'll just see how they do in Division 2 here. Against Lonely Rock and Roll, who arguably have one of the best team names in the Division 2 of the Chinese DPC. Looking very forward to it. Of course, we do have another series as well going on today. I know you briefly went over it, but Meteor Gaming against Poke Gaming, which it's interesting, right? Because you and I had the pleasure of casting these two against each other in Tour 1. Now, I'm not going to say it was the most amazing Dota I saw between these two teams, but, you know, it was some Dota. That was certainly for sure. What are you thinking, Jonathan? Like, is there a clear favorite between those two guys later on tonight?
Going into it, I mean, historically, well, it's hard to say because Meteor did take their actual in-league game, but when it came to tiebreakers, Poke managed to take that one out. So it's fairly open for either side there. When it does come down to it, for this one, you can see the odds. Lonely Rock and Roll having those better odds, Mikey. What can you do? You know, the cactus logo, it's nice, it's fun. But Bocce to Rock, how can you fight against that as a cactus? You can't. You just can't.
We're going to find out, Jonathan. I mean, obviously, you and I have some bias towards opposite teams here, so this should be a fun game for both of us. We're just very simple people. We see logos and we like the teams. It's about as simple as it is with you and I. Still, draft has gone underway. Again, John, it's kind of hard to know what to expect. We're seeing these teams you and I were getting the pleasure of casting these teams for the first time during the Chinese DPC, and they've each only had really one series. So there's not really too much we can go off in terms of the in draft history. Nevertheless, though, it is a region that tends to either set the meta or it tends to go into its own meta, as we saw. Naga Disruptor was still a thing, so I'm more than happy to try and make some guesses as to what this draft's going to be like.
Yeah, I don't mind these opening bans. Zoo being taken out by Cactus, LRNR taking out the DP and the Undying. Undying being pretty much a top-tier support at the moment. Leaving certain key heroes in the line, like Rubik's been really popular. Stuff like... what was the other hero I was thinking of? Clockwork's up there, but not the Clockwork. I was going to say a hero, Mike, but... How did it just fart out of my Disruptor? Disruptor is still there, and
Disruptor, of course.
You just mentioned it. It's been really popular. I've been really enjoying watching the Glimpse build, which is so funny because we saw that in NA first in Tour 1. You remember that game? Where I forget who it was. They got Glimpse back from lane 3 times, and he just gave a clap at some point after a duel.
No.
Like that was a rough one, but at the same time watching that, it's like. At the end of that one game, he was dueling and he just clapped his hands, giving away a duel kill. And he TP'd into Disruptor like 3 times, and he just had his face of defeat. Like that was, Disruptor's a good hero.
Yeah, I can't remember who that was, but you brought back some very, very funny memories from Tour 1. That was a hell of a game for sure. Draft has begun though. Cactus, they do go for the first pick Clockwork. We are going to see Mirana Tiny being picked up by Lonely Rock and Roll. I mean, Mirana's one of those heroes that you still see pretty often in the current meta. Tiny, not so much, but it's still a hero that just has a displacement ability that I feel like in this current meta, like, displacement's always just going to be strong. So they do go ahead and pick that up. Naturally, Cactus, though, going for the very meta pick in the Nature's Prophet, which, let me tell you, John, I had to watch many, many times during NA Div 1. So
Yeah.
I'm very used to seeing this hero.
Yeah, it's still up there. You've got the NP Clockwork lane now as well. For Lonely Rock and Roll, I'd say the Tiny is still relatively popular, at least in Southeast Asia. It's still a very popular 4. But that is also massively boosted by a player like Q, who has not stopped playing that hero and just manages to make it work. For Lonely Rock and Roll, I mean, this kind of opening's a little bit weird because you're not expecting Tiny to be flexed as a core. Maybe mid, but you don't know your matchup. You know, if you're running like a Mirana Tiny support duo, it's pretty awkward having like a Mirana 5, a Tiny 4. It leaves you with very little hard lockdown as well, unless you start to combine with this Mirana pick. Say, you look for something like the Ember coming out, Ember Mirana with the Chain's Arrow. That's where it can start to feel a little bit better. And you also still need a solution for Nature's Prophet. Like, we've seen a lot of stuff like, say, Primal Beast, Batrider being one of those things. And in fact, Batrider tended to be like a first phase ban in Southeast Asia and maybe a few other regions. And that's still an option here for Lonely Rock and Roll if they kind of want to dip into it. I wouldn't mind like a Batrider pick next if Cactus actually lets it through. Gives you a good handle on the NP, kind of combines well enough with Mirana and Tiny, and just gives you some ways of really burning that hero down.
Yeah, there might be a good idea here for LRNR. We'll see where they want to go. I mean, final ban out here before they can continue with the drafts. So you're seeing Bocce here, Jonathan. Many RGBs, many RGBs. My goodness, look at that. Even the headset's gone off here. That's a gamer right there if I've ever seen one.
Yep. Lots of RGBs. Something I like. Look at that ambient lighting on the sides. The diffusion's not too great. You can kind of see the LEDs, but it is our namesake Bocce. And, you know, I approve of his anime choice. I approve of his influence on letting this team choose Bocce to Rock as their logo. Like, how often do we get that? Not too often. Then again, you know what? Going back to your point about the cactus, it does look like this one place in the Philippines that serves pretty good, like, fast serving Mexican food. You know, it's like a stall. They have these
Right.
really good, what are they called? Fried tacos that are really good. And I'm thinking about them makes me feel really unhealthy, but it's really fun. And Bat Riders in the pool, they ban the Ember and they go for the Dawnbreaker. So that's another way of kind of handling the NP in lane. They're expecting NP safe lane, I'm sure, and they're planning to run off lane Dawn. You can lane swap Dawn to 1 if you have a harder carrying mid. And if it does end up being, say, an NP off lane here, so you just get this favorable matchup, you clear out the waves, you have global presence to kind of match the NP's global presence as well. So in a way, it's a pretty good foil for what the NP will want to do. You kind of counteract it really nice, even from the laning phase. It's just a matter of what position you run it, because we've seen it pause 1, at least in Southeast Asia, and it can work, but yeah, with the SF pickup, it's still sort of flux coming out from Cactus, although one would expect now that SF goes safe and NP goes off lane, so kind of have to make that choice with your Dawnbreaker and Earth Spirit coming out, Mikey. Earth Spirit.
Oh, hello. That's a great hero, John. I don't know what your problem is. You sounded rather disgusted when you saw Earth Spirit come out. It's a great hero, John. What do you mean?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's what you tell me every time, and then it
you just sound like you hate it.
doesn't win. I mean, it's not that I hate it. It's just that the hero's still not in, the healthiest of spots here, Mikey.
I mean,
It's also kind of interesting that they don't pick anything to maybe stop the Dawnbreaker from coming in under support. Something like Nyx tends to be popular, or Silencer. None of those were banned out. Silencer in particular has been pretty popular in C, but maybe not elsewhere. It's a pretty weird hero for C to really like. The one thing Cactus does have with his Earth Spirit and Clockwork duo is that you do have a lot of ways of jumping in. You can be pretty damn aggressive early on. Both SF and NP are also relatively aggressive. I love this response from Lonely Rock and Roll, though. Into the Zeus, they've got so much global presence, and it's only now we see the Bat Rider ban as well. But that's also a bit strange from Cactus if you're considering perhaps the off-lane Dawnbreaker. Even something like the Dawnbreaker safe, off-lane Bat Rider against potentially the SF isn't exactly the most fun lane.
I'm wondering, right? Because you do have plenty of catch already on Cactus. You kind of said it already, but Clockwork Earth Spirit's there to initiate. You have a Nature's Prophet that can always TP in to help out whoever take down whoever you've caught. It seems like Lonely Rock and Roll still think they're looking for a big initiator, but instead they'll just go for a Timbersaw, which, if it is going to be a POS 1 Dawnbreaker, obviously Timber does not mind going against that matchup whatsoever. Apart from that, you do have some answers in the Zeus already in terms of dealing with the Timber, but I still think the Timber just fits. It doesn't seem like the kind of game where you should struggle that much as a Timbersaw. Though I say that, it does depend on what Lonely Rock and Roll want to last pick here. Maybe they bring out an Ursa, but that's already banned out. I'd say Slark is okay, but I don't think it's that great against Timber. Let's see what they do. Do they want to go POS 1 Dawnbreaker? Do they want to just run it in the off lane? They're going to go Bloodseeker, which arguably is a better pick, in terms of this hero.
Yeah, it also has a little bit of a combination that you probably never emphasize, but again, Blood Rage with Zeus, Spell Amp on Zeus is always nice,
yes.
but you're probably never going to do that. Interesting drafts. These are very different than what I've seen in Southeast Asia for sure, especially the bans. I'm surprised that Lonely Rock and Roll banned out the Primal Beast themselves rather than considering it for this matchup up against the NP. Looking at these drafts, it's hard to say who I favor. I think Cactus has this extremely strong scaling with both SF and NP, and really good mid-game timing as well with something like the Timbersaw, as long as their lanes come out good, which is where it gets a little bit awkward, because your supports are not supports that do well from behind. They can make plays, but it does feel like they need to hit their level 6s really fast, maybe hit an early earn timing on one of these two rotators as well, and if your lanes don't come out in pretty decent shape, these supports can be a little bit harder to pull off in comparison to something like, say, what Lonely Rock and Roll does have on hand. Because I think with Mirana Tiny, it's a little bit easier. Granted, you don't have a direct way of connecting with these spells, but it does feel like you've got a few more options, especially with something like the Zeus that just help you nuke everyone down early on.
I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup here between these two teams. Let's see how it does go down. Of course, game number 1 here between Cactus and Lonely Rock and Roll set to get underway. And I'm very curious to see exactly what these drafts can do here with these two teams, because I think they're very interesting drafts. Like you said, John, very different picks to what you and I are used to seeing. As we do get into it, I do agree with your point as well. Like, you do have these supports that tend to drop off very, very fast if you don't have a good start. But the thing is, when I look at the draft of what Cactus have, I believe they should be off to a good start. So let's see what they can do. At the very least, I would love to see our Pulse for Earth Spirit rotating a lot into mid. Like, I think both these supports can really ensure that Butterfly Effect has a very good SF game. So I don't think either side lane for Cactus needs their support to stick around too long. Like, especially TZY on the Clockwork, on the Timbersaw rather. Like, you could certainly just leave him alone and rotate. And I could probably arguably say the same thing for Summer. Just let the man farm, just rotate, make sure Butterfly Effect is dominating mid lane. Otherwise, you might find both your support to just turn into the most, not the most useful kind of supports.
Yeah, you're going to need to ensure Butterfly Effect has that good time. I would say first 2 levels are going to feel really good for Butterfly Effect. But once you do have decent points, or at least a value point in Heavily Jump, catching a real one might be a little bit tougher. We'll see how far they commit. They do manage to snag away an extra bounty rune, it does look like here. And that should lead to a bit of a smoother start for Cactus. A little bonus gold. Love seeing that we still have this insane stat padding that's popular on the NP. Triple branches plus the wand, so like +6 stats across the board. Nothing like the Blightstone start, but again, if you're not expecting to get too aggressive in that lane, that does make sense. Just stat up, cop the lane as best as you can. The Dawnbreaker is still going to be manageable for like level 1 to 2. Level 3 with level 2 Celestial Hammer, that's where things start to get a little bit more painful if you're out of position, and your treants definitely just start to become food there for the Dawn.
Yeah, so I mean, I think Summer's just really focused on getting those, just dominating the lane in terms of the creep score, right? Like, just make sure you get those creep hits, get the deniers off as top lane. Bocce's already dropping very low on the Mirana. It's going to be okay. Just being chased down here by Fish King. But he'll be all right. He'll back off. Of course, meanwhile, mid lane, you are going to have Real and Butterfly Effect going at it. Now, I dare say the Zeus should have a bit of an advantage in this matchup, but Butterfly Effect is really giving it to him. And he's already out of mana.
Yeah, this is a really spammy lane for the Zeus to have to win out. And for the SF, it just feels a lot more threatening when he lands one spell in. You have to really back off as the Zeus. You can't really stand and just fight. They're both out of mana now, so rune control is going to be big, and that's where your point about the sports come in. If they can rotate by even the 2-minute rune and deny 1 rune away and secure one for Butterfly Effect, you start to widen that gap here for the SF Zeus matchup quite heavily.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what they do. Butterfly Effect just continuing this this real aggression here with the right clicks, knowing that Real cannot do anything to fight back without that bottle. That bottle is incoming now, but Butterfly Effect will have his first, so there is a chance. He hits level 3 mark, he could go for the double raise play. There's one, but he won't go for a second yet. Thing is, if you are Real, I think it's going to be very challenging to get that water rune as top lane. I mean, never mind, they take down Fish King, so no rotations to come in for the water runes. So maybe not, maybe Real's got one.
Yeah, he manages to, get that refill for himself. You can at least get like a TP bottle refill if you need, but Fish King does head back up top. And you feel pretty good as the Zeus now. Like, you're not under threat of dying unless you cop much more raises than you'd want. There's still like a couple mangoes in Butterfly Effect, so you can look to be aggressive, but you really need those supports to line up here.
Oh, Jumi. Bottom lane, he's going 2v1 here on the Clockwork. Like, with the Battery Assault, he's feeling quite confident. Eventually, he will have to back off as the Battery Assault does end up expiring, and well, I suppose for him, he's kind of fortunate because Wenhao does not have the level 2 yet, so no tossback potential. He is zoning out very nicely, though. Like, Summer's having a great old time on this Prophet, finding so many denies. They are going to try and make a bit of a jump in, but they missed the Celestial Hammer. They might try for a Starbreaker, and they do actually connect, but Summer should still be okay. Had they landed the Hammer initially, they probably would have had enough damage, but I think why he may have gone a bit too early. He could have held on to that and just relied on the Avalanche to set up for the Starbreaker.
Yeah, missed opportunity at the same time. You're not too unhappy. Like you're pressuring the lane quite hard for the NP. He's still managing to find farm. And it's a bit interesting that Y does opt for level 2 Starbreaker instead of the Hammer here as well. So focusing for maybe just more kill opportunities with a Tiny than clearing out the creep wave. We do have a little bit of a swing towards mid with Fish King. Has an interesting angle here on the Earth Spirit if he can land an opportunity. Real's not the healthiest, and he has no bottle charges here as well.
Real stuck around. He just saw Fish King de-ward him. He'll very fire up and does survive. In fact, now the turnaround. Never mind, it was all a bait. Oh, that's perfect. And now even the water is being denied up here by Bocce, ensuring the butterfly effect cannot get the reset. That was really darn perfect, because he had literally just de-warded the high ground ward that the Zeus had. And you would think that Real would just back off and play safe, but it turns out it was just a bait.
Yeah, that was such high risk coming out from LRNR here, but it pays off. You know, they bait them in. They understand that there's got to be a rotation mid. They see the D ward, and they're ready with their own supports to TP in. Bocce comes in, provides the cover. They get the toss back as well, and then you have that opening. So you're winning out in your mid lane, the one lane that really needs to be pretty won hard by Butterfly Effect. Like, he's not losing in CS, but you're also not pressuring the Zeus hard enough that he backs off. The Fish King is hanging around once more, this time not under the cover of vision. So they could try to make another play.
Yeah, he's going to give it a shot. Real, copping one raise, boulder smash does connect, and Real should just be dead. The Wenhao is coming.
Ooh.
Nice little jump away,
Ooh.
and now the Duke on the roll. In fact, the SF's in trouble. Oh, no, not again. And Real tips him immediately. These rotations, they are just not working out, and that's a big death to give away to Real.
Just saying how well Butterfly Effect was doing in terms of CS, but dropping that death to Real with another rotation that just doesn't connect as Fish King gets punished as well. I mean, you've got this perfect start for LRNR. Like, they're finding everything. Their side lanes are looking pretty well. You're not really losing out in a massive way. Maybe your lane for Y is a little bit slower as he does fall down bot. But your mid strong even. You've got a Bloodseeker that's going to have this really good timing on to Maelstrom. And a Zeus that's just going to have an early level 6 to pressure. Everything you could possibly ask for is lining up here.
Wenhao, he's still going here. Look at this. Arrow is going to be taken by the Earth Spirit instead, so Fish King will tank the gank here as Summer's going to try and rotate. But do they have the damage? He ends up sprouting the Mirana. Real could have just jumped out of the sprout anyway, had he been sprouted, so this rotation, it amounts to nothing from Summer. And I mean, the Prophet, he's already got a Midas queued up. He wants to play the farming game. Look at this, mid lane. They're not done yet.
Ooh.
The clockwork. Julmi, he's going to be okay to back off as Wenhao does not have mana for the toss back. But I love the fact that this Dire side is putting so much emphasis on shutting down this mid lane as hard as possible.
And they understand that the SF timing is probably the most sensitive one. Like, this core does feel like it needs to get up and running as quick as possible, and they've done their best to really slow down Butterfly Effect. Again, he's still farming pretty damn well, and he is still number 2 in network despite all that attention. So you could argue that the investment's not quite paying off for LRNR as long as Butterfly Effect farms are happy.
Top lane, Big Can in a bit of danger, but is going to go for the silence. Is going to be okay as TCY has a Meteor Hammer up. Well, of course he does. There's not really any contesting this Timber now. He will just take that T1 tower down for free. Big Can gonna have to go into the jungle, I think, and try to reset himself with some kills into these creeps. Meteor Hammer Timbersaw, I suppose, is not something too surprising in this current meta. As we just see anyone pick up Meteor Hammer these days.
Yeah, it's everywhere in the right circumstance. If you farm it fast enough, like, the stats are pretty ridiculous. 8 all attributes, 6.5 HP regen, 2.5 mana. Like, it covers literally all your bases for almost every hero here as well. Trying to rotate mid though.
Oh, Butterfly Effect, not again. Arrow gonna connect, toss is up, but he's too healthy for now. He'll back his way out. In fact, he's turning right back around. He wants the fight, but he will die to the Thunder God's wrath. He gets Bocce just before he goes down. As Wenhao, he is not going to drop either. They have the Solar Guardian. Why? He'll go for the chase onto the clock, but won't have the mana to follow up. Nevertheless, it will be another win for Lonely Rock and Roll. It looked like a decent turnaround from our SF, but going down to the Thunder God's Wrath, that's never going to pay off.
No, Mariel just managed to get his arcane boots and pop them there for that last bit of mana on the Thunder Gods. Find themselves some big kills. Like, you are finding these wins for LRNR, but map control isn't really going your way. Like, because of TZY, tops just completely shove in. You don't have an easy way of pushing bot as well for Y. Like, they can't just fully commit to these objectives. They don't have the fastest push with this draft. And despite going 2-7, you've still got this slight net worth lead coming out for Cactus. So it does feel like for the side of LRNR, they need to do a little bit more. Maybe find a way to shut down the map, block some camps, get some forward vision out, because there's still enough room for both Butterfly Effect and Summer to keep this build up despite these deaths.
I think the big net worth deficit is the fact that Y has just found no farm on this Dawnbreaker. Like, he's sitting at 2.8k net worth at the moment. It's like really behind compared to the rest of his team. They are rotating even more bodies down to the bot lane, so maybe just trying to secure the bottom tier 1 tower. Here is Lonely Rock and Rollers. They are, oh, Butterfly Effect, not him. That's the big one you really want. Have they seen him yet? Arrow? It's actually going to be thrown back towards the Dawnbreaker. Y is running. They were trying to hunt him down, but the cavalry is incoming. Perfect avalanche from Wen Hao. And that, oh, that'll be a double. They do find Fish King. They will find G-Me. I'm not sure how to pronounce it exactly,
Jumi?
but Jumi. Well, there you go.
Yeah. Something like that. My pronunciation isn't that right as well. Nice kills. Good punishment. One more.
The Solar Guardian's going to land. Tosses up. They'll try to sprout to help Butterfly Effect. In fact, it's going to be enough. Requiem's out. Butterfly Effect going to turn right back around.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they were lacking just a little bit of damage.
Yeah, that's where maybe there's this under farmer and under level on Y starts to come in, although.
Real? He's a big one. Sprout is out. He's gone.
Yeah,
they were off to such a great start, John, but they're starting to throw some kills back the other way.
They're throwing some kills back, and again, the net worth isn't. It's just not balancing out. Like this is just not the way you want yourself to be in this game, despite being like kills ahead. Sure, a little bit of that is down to Y being underfarmed, but that doesn't explain how underfarmed Real and Big Can are in comparison to literally every core on Cactus. TZY's had free lane top, no one can contest. The Timbersaw, Butterfly Effect, and Summer are just so efficient in their farming here as well. Like, none of the jungle shut down because these objectives still stand, and LRNR just don't have the push. Like, yes, they can find these kills, but if they don't translate that to objectives sooner rather than later, then you can expect Cactus to be more than happy playing this farm game and sacrificing their support to do that.
Wen Hao, top lane, looking to maybe try and go after TZY, but that is not an easy target. Like, he has the Hood of Defiance up, so plenty of magical defense. Instead, Lonely Rock and Roll just kind of surround Big Can for a moment. And the Bloodseeker's just fine farming jungle. Problem is, he's still not able to really keep up when you compare to something like the Prophet and the SF. Especially considering Summer is going for that classic Midas into Maelstrom build-up. He is just going to escalate so darn quickly. His mid lane, Jumi, nice hook shot. He's going to be okay. Just making sure he gets the arcane rune away from that Zeus. And it feels like with the draft like Cactus has, like you just need to drag the game up. That's all it's about.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty damn fantastic job at that as well. Bit of a clump up here in the bot jungle, but the two supports don't really have anyone to play with unless they call in for the Solar Guardian, which you barely have the mana for on Y. It's just going to be a little bit patient. And again, the patience just favors Cactus so much. Like, they still maintain control on two very different parts of the map, like
Summer,
Big Camp.
Nice sprout block. Gets out of the blood right, but they don't have the follow-up. Now, TZY was not in position for that. And even if he was, you don't really have the lockdown with these two.
You say that, but there's technically like a Sprout Meteor Hammer combination. So you can find a way. Life finds a way there, Mike.
Yeah, I guess it does. I mean, you've got two supports who could lock him down so easily, but why not just go Sprout Meteor Hammer instead?
You don't need it. Yeah, just buy Meteor Hammer every game, every hero. 100% of the time. Can you imagine something like Warlock Meteor Hammer? Sounds god awful, but could you imagine it? Like,
I mean, if you could channel on
Golem
people and Meteor Hammer, that might work. Why?
I like the way you think, Mike.
Yeah, bottom lane. They're going to find the Dawnbreaker. Another great kill here for the side of Cactus. And if you're Lonely Rock and Roll, like, yeah, you're trying to hit your timings now. You're just trying to get some farm up and some levels up. But the fact that Cactus are the ones running at you with the greedier draft does concern me quite a bit.
Like, I feel like for Lonely Rock and Roll, they just haven't done enough with their early timing. They miss a hook shot onto Real One. You should be able to back out, but you can see that Cactus are now more than willing to clump up. They've got some early items up. Butterfly Effect has his Dragonlance and his extra Ogre Axe, so he's got a lot of HP to play with. TZY's finally left top to show down bot, but you still don't have an answer for this Timbersaw with Meteor Hammer, who just no one is going to cancel that, and just slowly going to melt through your objectives. Yeah. And Cactus have played this game really well, and they actually take the tower. Bocce not able to deny. Like, the map is just shrinking for Lonely Rock and Roll, even though, again, they've got the kill lead. They've just not been able to use it to take over the map and stop this farm game.
Here we go, TZY, he wants to fight. No hookshot out yet from Giomi. In fact, he might have a chance now, because Wenhal's trying to move in for an avalanche toss. But TZY, he's just so tanky, though. Unless you land a Rupture, he's not going to get caught. And even then I have my doubts, quite frankly. He just casually walks away. And that was a 4-hero rotation down to the bot lane to try and find that Timber. As they'll go again. But Chains Away is there as soon as he sees Wenhal. As they are still trying to chase him down. We'll see if they can land this Rupture. That's the only way they have a chance at killing off TZY at the moment.
Yeah. I don't know if that's going to be enough even with that. Maybe if you manage to get the toss back on top of the Rupture. Because you've already got that Hood of Defiance. You're super durable. Oh.
Yeah, a bit of a missed hook shot, and that might just be a free kill. So they will Rupture up the Clockwork instead. Stuck in the blood right. Jormi, still alive, is now Bocce. He's going to be hunted down. A big Wrath of Nature, hell of a lot of damage coming out. And Wenhal's just going to drop. It's just desperate play here from Lonely Rock and Roll. So they can't even pick off the Pos 5 Clockwork.
Yeah, I'm surprised Big Can committed a Rupture. And they knew it was really close to the tower. And they knew that the Timbersaw was still there, so it's going to be hard to intercept onto the clock and try to commit for the dive. And just, it doesn't cost them much, but it does give a lot of value out to Cactus. Like, now TZY is free to keep Meteor Hammering the tier 2 on bot. The top is already down to half HP. If TZY can do that down bot here as well, then you're pretty satisfied. You've got the full pipe now, so your Zeus Burst is going to feel a lot less bursty in these bigger engagements. They'll try to smoke play here on LRNR though.
Yeah, here we go. Big rotation from Lonely Rock and Roll. Starbreaker to start off with. Requiem is there from Butterfly Effect, forcing them back a little bit as Y now trapped up. I don't think they have the damage, but oh, just barely. Just barely. They'll get the Maelstrom proc, and that'll be enough as they even found another. Bocce, he'll try to leap away. He's still on the low ground. Meanwhile, when Hal gets caught out. Oh, no. It's just such a mess.
Yeah, it's all one by one. And for LRNR now, their issue is going to be scaling. Like, outside of all these map control issues and how these fights are going, their next thing is scaling back into this game. Because you can hold high ground with a Zeus. And we are seeing Real One kind of farm up for the Yags. They're going to lose this Roche opportunity for sure. I don't see an angle for them to come into this. So free Roshan, first stage of the game going the way of Cactus. But even if you can hold the high ground, like, you're depending heavily on this Bloodseeker to carry you through. Like, yes, Dawnbreaker can also kind of scale, but considering how the net worth of Y has just not been in any good shape this entire game, it's hard to see him reaching that point where you have some, like, say, Ags, Shard, and BKB on top, with maybe a Basher or AC to mitigate some damage. That's a long way off for the Dawnbreaker to scale back into this one.
Real, he's going to find Summer. If they had some backup here, Summer, even with the Aegis up, like, they may have been able to find the first life. They will not. And now Y, top lane, he's going to be kind of surrounded. They have the Rod of Atos up, so Y is just dead. I gotta tell you, John, as a Dawnbreaker enjoyer myself, I really do dislike Pos 3 Dawnbreaker at the moment in the current meta. And we are kind of seeing why. Like, it just doesn't really do much.
I'd argue back against that. I think Dawnbreaker 3 still works, but you don't go Desolator. Like, you just can't be this damage dealer. If you go for, like, Aura and team play and util, it's really good here to have global util on hand. They'll try and Jumi here.
Jumi. I mean, he's got TZY right behind him, and they have the pipe up, so the hookshot is there onto Wenhao, and Wenhao is gone. Meanwhile, Big Can gonna run right into Fish King. He's gonna go for a rupture of BKB up, but Fish King's got backup. Big Can needs to run, and the rupture once again just does nothing.
Yeah, it's just it doesn't feel like a great game for the Bloodseeker to just rupture and stand, even with that BKB. Like, he needs follow through. He needs his team around him to really have that impact. Like, it's a bit disconnected, right? Like, he has to pop all these things to back off. His BKB's down to 8 seconds. Oh,
it's really tough now. Like, he's almost got a Gleipnir up on the Prophet, John. It's a very tough position for Lonely Rock and Roll at this point.
Yeah, like, I don't see them scaling back into this game. I mean, yes, again, they can stall. Maybe once you've got the full ags up in Real 1, you can try to drag this game out. I don't know if you can come back in unless you get, like, great blinks out from Wenhao.
Oh boy, here we go again. Solar Guardian to try and help out. They'll at least find a clockwork with that. Everything being expended, and they'll find both supports, but TZY, he still wants Real down. Chains off the mark though. Now he's dropping. He'll get ruptured up. Have they thrown this game back the other way? They may have made a pretty big mistake here. This Cactus, they dropped 3 for nothing.
Yeah, they kind of get greedy jumping in there. They get punished pretty well. I'm surprised Summer just doesn't commit in, like Summer and Butterfly Effect, because they still have Aegis for a decent amount of time, but man, you make some sacrifices. It's a good set of kills for LRNR to find, and that does lead to Y finishing up his Desolator and his Shard. So the Dawnbreaker has a lot more presence in these fights. They're going to try again.
They are still the stronger team, still 9k ahead as Wenhao. Well, they're going to lose the Aegis on their Prophet, but they do find the support Tiny as Big Can will run off with the remaining duration of his BKB. Doesn't want to be here any longer. Hookshot, though, very nice from Jimu. Does find the Mirana. The silence is there. The Rod of Atos out, and that means Bocce is just dropping. As Butterfly Effect is going for more. They want Y. Sprout, it's not going to hold him in. The Rocket Flare does connect, but he's still alive. Just barely. But Cactus, they do fight back. And they do basically take back what they just gave away.
Yeah, they compensate. They make up for it. They're going to be able to probably just find this tier 2 bot now as well. And again, like that last fight that went well for LRNR, I mean, it looked good. Whether or not they can find another opportunity like that, just it feels like it's just down to Cactus throwing these opportunities their way. Quite frankly, right? You're 12k up. You've got like 2 really good scaling cores. You've got a Timbersaw who went off from a really good laning phase into this really high durability point. LRNR will try though.
Mid lane, TZY is hanging around. He's not the easiest target again, but if you land the rupture, you basically lock him down long enough. Problem is, TZY has somewhat backed out. He's still hanging around the mid lane, but nowhere nearby. Instead, Wenhao might find the clock, might find Fish King on the Earth Spirit. They'll get some vision down. But it seems like the side of Cactus, they know that something is a little bit wrong here. So they back off at the perfect moment. And Lonely Rock and Roll, they're going to find absolutely zero for their trouble.
Yeah, I think that was actually the rocket flare flying over them as the smoke broke, like specifically on Wenhao. So he was right in range for the smoke to pop. Rocket flare was going out right then as well. So he had the info to just back off. They force out the sentry down there as well. And it's just more time wasted for Lonely Rock and Roll while the side of Cactus just keep getting that build up. Full Gleipnir for Summer. You've got the full Kaya Sanj up and running for TZY. Locking in that Timbersaw is going to be a hell of a harder job. and you're also inching towards the point where Butterfly Effect will have its Silver Edge. So again, your scaling's kicking in here for Cactus, and for Lonely Rock and Roll, it just doesn't feel like you have any clear solutions. Like, Real One is going for the E-Blade. So maybe then you can make some plays, especially with the fact that, I mean, you've got BKB still up and running in the pipe, but at the least you can get some punishment out when some of that protection is down. It still does feel like most of this game is going to be on Big Can and Wenhao. Now that he has his blink, we need to see some plays come out from Tiny. This is a really late blink coming out from him, but it's been a tough game for the supports of LR and R in particular.
I mean, problem is now you're fighting into the Silver Edge of Butterfly Effect, and it seems like they want to smoke up and use that timing. They're even going to find a nice regen rune here for Butterfly. He'll go ahead and bottle that one up. And they are wrapping right around the other way. Right behind the side of Lonely Rock and Roll. They'll find Bocce, roll in. Nimbus will cancel. They'll try to blow up the Earth Spirit, but he has a BKB up. Still, Big Cat's going for it. He will find one as TZY. He got ruptured. A nice hook shot from Jimmy, trying to fight back. They'll find the Bloodseeker. Big Cat's gone. Real's gone as well. They even found the Mirana in the end. It's just so rough. Like, they commit everything for Fish King, and that's about all they get.
And that's a beautiful counterplay out from Cactus, though. Like, that hook shot onto the BKB Bloodseeker and then trapping him in the cogs. I mean, he just couldn't get out. He was just stuck there. He feels strong, but even up against just the supports coming out from Cactus, you just can't do much. And for Lonely Rock and Roll, it does feel like this game's just down to trying to get a good avalanche toss. Summer's on the hunt. Not gonna be able to find why.
Not yet. They do have a dust on Fish King, but he's going to get those spidey senses tingling here to really find him. Wyatt's going to have the Moonlight Shadow run out in just a moment. Does have a TP available and will commit the Solar Guardian top lane instead. Who have they got? It's going to be TZY. That's a very nice pickup here for Lonely Rock and Roll. And it gives Y an escape route.
Oh, manages to bail out in the nick of time. And that does give him a lot more gold towards his Blink Dagger. So you can have the Dawnbreaker just jump in, try to get the Starbreaker Celestial Hammer. Get a lot more output with that Desolator as well. And they're still holding high ground, so there is still some play left here.
Fish King's just manning up by himself here, John. Magnetize being popped. He does pop his own BKB, but he was ruptured up, so he's going to roll to his own death. As Wenhao will walk his way out of this. It's kind of the classic Earth Spirit play. You roll in by yourself and you pray that your team's going to back you up. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, I don't think he had that many teammates nearby. In fact, I can't recall if there was anyone nearby. It's a good pick-off for LR&R. Not the biggest loss in the world for Cactus, though, to be fair. Like, again, Butterfly Effect and Summer are still building up, are still getting their farm in. Despite these losses, they've got the full Hurricane Pike up on Butterfly Effect, going for the Satanic next. Like, this SF is going to be your big issue along with Nature's Prophet. And
Hook. Oh, Wenhao caught out on the Tiny. He's gone. It's just, you get hooked or rolled on. You just die so quickly to the damage output of Summer. As they are waiting for the next Roshan. 1 minute, 5 seconds away. They'll try to take the outpost and control that dire jungle area. It's Lonely Rock and Roll, their ward's getting de-watered. They really don't want to lose these right now. They need this area of control. But it seems like Cactus, they will get away with it. And we'll see if they can position themselves here on the side of Lonely Rock and Roll to try and contest the next Roshan, because I do feel like that's going to be extremely important.
they need to find a way to get themselves in that pit here. Like, just stop Cactus from taking a clean Roche. You have the tools on hand. Again, a lot of this game is kind of stuck on Wenhao to like jump in on the Tiny, get his backup from the Zeus and the Bloodseeker, and maybe even just Y coming in with the Solar Guardian as well. And then you can still take these fights. It's a lot harder, but it is a possibility. As we do have a bit of a cheeky pause and an immediate unpause with no chat here. A little bit interesting.
No chat necessary. Just unpause the game. Who cares? Everyone's ready to go. Someone, speaking of, John, he's bot lane. He's by himself right now, but he still holds that T1 tower. So he's kind of fine. Like, they've got a rotate point if he gets in trouble. Can't say the same for real in the mid lane, though, as he needs to be very cautious not to get caught out. But Roshan's up.
Oh.
That means Cactus, they will go right in.
Yeah. Straight into the pit. No vision here from Lonely Rock and Roll to kind of watch that. They'll try to find that bot tier 1 at 28 minutes in. So they should be able to find that in exchange for the Roshan. Probably not the best trade in the world there, Mikey, but you know what? That tower needed to go. Right? This is something we were talking about way earlier on. Like, this forward jungle is just giving them way too much farm on the side of Cactus. But now it's a bit too late.
Why? Oh, nice hook shot. Very, very nice hook shot there from GME. They will find Y, who does pick up his BKB, but there's now a slight device on Summer, and it's still a 16k net worth advantage for Cactus as they control practically the whole map. They are definitely looking towards going to high ground very, very soon, though Summer, thinking about TPing bot lane, does end up going. Bocce and Wenhao on the run. They've got vision to keep track of where the Prophet and Fish King are. But now the Rocket Flare does give vision over them. As everyone from Cactus is running down towards the bottom side of the map. Even big cans around this area at the moment. TZY on the chase. Big Can cannot return back to his triangle at the moment as TPs are going for the supports as well. They're going to be alright. Big Can has walked back towards his base through the bottom lane, so he should be just fine as well. But again, like, I do appreciate the fact that they are just not opening any part of the map as mid lane leaps away. It doesn't matter. He got crit. Oh, yeah. He got crit last hit as well.
Yeah, just on the last. They clear out the Nimbus as well. So that's going to be one little high ground tool that's gone here for LRNR for a little while. It doesn't look like you're quite in the position from Cactus to really force high ground yet. They are more than happy just... And again, taking it slow. They've got the scaling, they've got the timings. They don't need to rush onto the high ground, force a massive issue out, because that's where LRNR theoretically shines. Like, these blink tossbacks from Wenhao can blow this game open for them. It's just finding that opportunity when the enemy won't push is pretty difficult. Again, just look at the discipline from Cactus, holding the triangle instead, keeping the wave shoved out, but again, just not committing until they feel like they're ready. I do think they are ready, but I respect that they respect LRNR.
Yeah, I mean, high ground's very challenging in the current meta, right? Like, it's always this point of the game where you take everything off the map and you've got Roshan yourself, but you still can't approach high ground because there's just so much comeback potential if they do in a high ground fight, which is something I believe everyone's asking to change in the next patch, because the high ground just feels impossible. Even at a 19k net worth advantage, just so risky for these teams to try and go for. And so you are right, they are just going to sit back for now. It's the classic thing anyway, right? Like, if you control the whole map and the enemy can't farm, you just take all the farm and get such a net worth advantage that they just can't compete, even in their own base.
Yeah. I forget who said it. I think Fear said it at one point in Tour 1 where it's like, if you have a 20k lead, I mean, that's 20k lead. You know, you can try to outplay all you want, but 20k worth of items is a lot of items. That's around, what, 5k per core almost, and 5k split between the supports. That's a lot. So it's just really difficult for LRNR to do that. They do have the Scotty up in Big Can. I don't know if that's enough. It doesn't feel like it's going to be enough, unless they can kind of combine and just play off with Wenhao, have a follow-through damage. But again, Cactus just not giving that opportunity. They're just going to chill and play optimally, Mike. Optimally.
Yeah, optimal is important here in this game. There's just no reason to rush. We've seen this one before. Just take it easy, boys. They'll lay back for now. Just farm the triangles. It is Lonely Rock and Roll that have to be patient, though. Jimmy does move in. Bocce, he's going to be okay. When Howard does get caught in the cogs, it will get pushed back, and there's going to be a rupture out. Who is he actually caught with that? It's TZY, but he's literally taking no damage. They just do no damage. When How? He's going to try for a toss back, but they're not within range. He had no toss target.
That's a lot more commitment out from LRNR. Sure, you got maybe a couple of BKBs to fly out here.
Here we go again. Toss? No, it's not there. They did. Oh boy. I'm not even sure what happened there because they had the sentry on the
Shadow
ground.
Blade.
Well, they had the
I
sentry
know.
though.
Maybe he's like, all right. No, I think maybe he was a few units away as well. Didn't want to walk up
Right.
anymore because he figured, he didn't have time. And yeah, they need to execute on that.
Here we go. Top, or rather bottom lane. Big Can. He'll be okay just sitting back. Got a full Satanic now available on Summer. But he's not ready. He might just want to wait for the next Roshan. 22k advantage. Again, there's just no reason to really rush because they can just pick off anyone on the map as soon as they show. And I do believe it might just be a matter of we're either wiping them and going high ground or we're waiting for next Roshan, if you are Cactus. But they might get that wipe that I just talked about here, John.
Oh.
Why? Pops his BKB? No, it was just the shards. But Hookshot is there. Lock him down, hex him up, and he's just dead. Now maybe you could try to force high ground and get a buyback going.
Yeah. They're still showing respect to LRNR. Did smoke up. So just holding back again. Pick off just not quite enough for that commitment on the all-in. And now we're maybe less than 2 minutes away until seeing that Roche timer back. So yeah, just wait for Roche. Why not? No rush. And White House, again, in a pretty decent spot for the smoke for the toss back. But we just haven't seen that connect yet.
No, certainly not. And smoke amounts to nothing. They still cannot venture back into the jungle here as Lonely Rock and Roll because it is occupied. They are keeping very close tabs, and it's the thing as well. Like this clock has ags now, and as you can see, the rocket players are just flying in and out. It's so hard to avoid the vision that's now being provided. Like it feels like at this point he will just always know where you are as the clock until that overclocking does run out, which it does now. So they are going to try and make a jump in. Rupture is out onto Fish King. They'll blow up the Earth Spirit, but here comes Summer. It's a 3-man Gleipnir, and they are just going to get shredded by TZY. When, how? Where's the sentries? There it is. They'll at least find the Tiny as well. Both supports going down for Lonely Rock and Roll. There is just no escape from Team Cactus.
No. They couldn't even get the toss back. Like, that was only a toss in the air. They couldn't toss him back with a rupture. So they missed out on some of that rupture damage here as well. Ooh, Summer.
He's gone deep, but he's got a Satanic. He's going to hit them, though. Oh, he had to avoid the stun. The botchy arrow was coming in. They do get the profit. And that's going to be enough. They get a range Rax, and they are forced to back off because Summer got a little bit too aggressive. He could have bought back if he really wanted, but had he died back, that's a very unnecessary risk here for Cactus. So instead, it's back to farming.
Yeah, just back to farm. They only take the range racks as well, so you're not too worse off, although.
Never mind, Bocce. He will just get destroyed here by TZY and Butterfly Effect. Again, this triangle is off limits now. Like, they've got full vision around the area. You cannot approach the triangle of the Dire.
Nah. You really can't. And on the side of LRNR, they can play in their top jungle instead. They are kind of marching back up, taking control of the outpost, trying to get what farm they can onto Big Can, onto Real One. If the refresh on Zeus is going to be a pretty big double ult, double Nimbus, double BKB is really going to help him last a lot longer these fights and maybe look for that turnaround potential. But it's like you said a while ago here, Mike. It's just a matter of waiting now for Cactus. Next Roche in half a minute. They've still got pretty much complete map control here on the side of Cactus, except for maybe giving top out. And you've still got this really nasty gold lead on Butterfly Effect and on Summer. As long as Summer doesn't TP right in front of 3 heroes, you're fine.
Don't say that too early. He almost
could
did.
do it again. He is a bit of a madman.
Yeah.
I guess the summer heat's getting into his head, Mike.
Very funny, John. That's a good one.
I mean, it's kind of bad because your name is Summer. Surely you enjoy summer. You wouldn't name yourself something that you hate. Like, I'm pretty sure Bocce doesn't hate Bocce to Rock. You wouldn't ironically name yourself Bocce.
You're going a little bit deep here, John. He never said he hates summer.
Yeah, but I'm just assuming, like I was just saying, summer heat's getting to his head. But maybe that's what he likes. He likes getting a bit woozy in these games. Who knows?
Roshan, it's getting very low here, John. Run right.
What is
very
this?
awkward pause timing.
Oh,
Kale is the call. I don't know. It's a very awkward timing.
that is. Oh, that's the kind of pause where you're playing in the pub, and you're like, all right, yeah, this is, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is a great time to pause. They have vision. They have leap. They have blink on win how. They have to go in, I think. Roshan, it's so low. They make the jump in.
No way.
Summer has snatched the Aegis. It doesn't matter if you can see in the Roshan pit. Only fast hands matter. And with that, lonely rock and roll, they will be punished. As they will all drop apart from their Zeus, and Wenhao has disconnected.
Oh, boy.
Is it because of lag? We will find out very soon.
I mean, he did manage to get that jump in. He just didn't manage to snag the Aegis, but a commendable effort. I believe they stole cheese on why. They do have the cheese up. So they got cheese. They didn't manage to get the refresh shard, unfortunately, and the Aegis, of course, but they take something out in that equation. You lose 4 heroes for basically a cheese. You're not feeling great. That should be the high ground opportunity for Cactus. As we see the reconnect come back in. So at this point now, if Cactus go and push high ground, Mike, I think we're in for another 20 minutes. If they push now, then, you know, they solidify their lead. They keep every lane shoving in, and you don't have the best solutions left on LRNR. And this is really when they should jump. Just, you know, use that Aegis, use that refresh shard, get something going on the map, guys.
I mean, at the very least, like in that time that Roshan was happening, Real did end up picking up the full refresher orb. It is actually on the courier right now. So assuming that doesn't get taken out, he's going to have those double Thunder God's Wrath and double Nimbus available for the next team fight, which could force the side of Cactus to back off. Because it is a hell of a lot of damage being pumped out in an instant by this Zeus if he does get all his spells off. As they do take the mid-tier 3 tower. Mid-rack's now under siege here by Cactus. Trying to get in position to defend as good as possible. Summer does get forced back out of the bot lane. Just with the Nimbus alone. They'll find the mid-racks. Still 24 seconds left for the Bloodseeker to be back up, though he does have buyback, but clearly does not want to commit. Bocce will get spotted here by our clock, but is going to be able to leap away, and they'll find 2 Raxes for their trouble. Only 1 Rax left up at top lane, but it's happy days here for Cactus. They again can back off and reset, and they'll have plenty of time on the Aegis so they can just come back another day.
Yeah, no need to rush. Only 1 set of racks left. And what I realized, Mike, there's one thing that this icon from LRNR reminds me of. It reminds me of casting Echo League. Because every team would have like an anime poster, right? Especially in like Southeast Asia Echo League and our NA Div A, I think is what we called it back then. This just takes me back. I was like, this feels familiar. Like, all right, the degenerates in the league. Right, exactly that.
And look how well that went for them, John. Only DNM made it out. TCY. Just going to move in. Wenhao, he's already caught out. Big Can, he pops a rupture, but he's been hexed up. The Cogs pushback buys a bit of time. Summer, he'll refresh. Another Hex that will at least put him in the ethereal form, but it won't matter. Requiem out from Butterfly Effect, just blowing him up. It's time to call it, boys. This game is well and truly over. As Real is still trying, but the GG was called. Game number 1 does end up going the way of Cactus. And I'll tell you what, John, they looked a little bit rocky. Maybe the first 5 to 10 minutes with those mid-deaths on Butterfly Effect and those failed ganks from Fish King, but ultimately they still proved to be the better team going into this game 1.
Yeah, it took a little bit longer. You know, they play a really patient game. But I'd say Cactus was winning from early on, despite dropping some deaths in that laning phase and in the early mid-game, you know, like around 12 minutes in to 15. They still worked the map a lot better. And, you know, we saw all that pressure on Butterfly Effect's lane. It didn't really stop him. And that gave a lot of room out for his side lane to do well. TZY was basically free farming for at least 20 minutes there. Like they literally had a Timber side that was uncontested for that long. They had an NP that was uncontested by the Dawnbreaker matchup, which theoretically the Dawnbreaker applies pressure to, just didn't feel that way. And I think for LRNR, they're going to have to look back a little bit on the draft, but I think some of it was also down to execution. Like, they take these fights and they wouldn't translate it into anything. Like, no objective taking, no forward wards being placed to keep that aggression up, and it just allowed this greedier playstyle from Cactus to shine through.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a great game one here between these two teams. Again, we don't get to see much of these two teams, as you know, this is the first time you and I getting to cast them during Division 2 of the Chinese DPC. But I must admit, like Cactus, we kind of said it already. They had a very tough start, but they cleaned up really quick. And I want to give my props to Fish King and of course Ju and me, because these supports on the side of Cactus, they made everything happen. Like, you could not show on the map without these guys just jumping you. And yeah, sure, sometimes you'd see Fish King jumping into like 5 heroes and dying by himself. But it didn't really matter, right? Like, he was still making the plays happen. And they just bought so much time for this profit to get to that Gleipnir timing. And once you have the Gleipnir BKB up, it's very hard to slow the man down.
Yeah, it takes way too much to just stop him once he has that protection up on your Spirit. And then again, like, even when you'd see like these mid rotations not quite work out for Cactus, it still pays off. Like, they don't manage to find a kill, they sacrifice the supports, but Butterfly Effect's farming like a madman. They're applying some pressure onto Real One instead, so they slow down the Zeus by a fair amount, and they just work the map so much better. Like, they understand what they have to do in every condition on these supports, and for LRNR, it just felt a little bit more lost, and well, I don't know, we're gonna have to see if they can recover that, because it felt like there were moments in that first 15 to 20 minutes of the match where they were connecting really well, they were finding these fights, and they just couldn't manage to, again, work the map their way after those engagements. And there was also this factor for YYY. Like, his Dawnbreaker just didn't control that lane against a Nature's Prophet all too well, and I feel like they needed that to happen with the Dawnbreaker pick. Like, it's a lane matchup that should go well for Dawnbreaker. You should be playing with your Celestial Hammer a lot more. I think he went for level 2 Starbreaker instead. That might have thrown off the lane just a little bit as well, instead of going for the 1-2 by level 3. So little things like that can kind of make or break your early game, and I'm keen to see if LRNR can kind of learn from that.
Well, we're going to find out very soon, Jonathan. We can head off to a break, and of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with Game 2's draft between the side of Cactus and, of course, Lonely Rock and Roll. We'll see you all again very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between Cactus and, of course, Lonely Rock and Roll. Jonathan, if I may, just before we do start talking about these two teams in the draft, this region always has the best assets, and that drives me nuts, right? Like,
Yes.
why do these guys always have the best assets when it comes to streaming?
Yeah, they do. Like, that intro was just amazing. I like the way CK was dressed up in a suit. Like, I've never seen the guy off his horse, but CK in a suit looks very John Wick. Like, yeah, wasn't that CK in one of them? Like, you had Quaquilina as well.
I didn't notice any other heroes. You know where my eyes were. The Queen of Pain, the front of the whole Chinese DPC. That's what we love to see. Beautiful, beautiful artwork. Anytime I see Quap, you know I'm a happy man, Jonathan. I have nothing bad to say about the hero. He's a fantastic hero, arguably the best in the game. Nevertheless, let's talk about these drafts. Suddenly the odds are even between these two teams, which I would say, right, Cactus should have probably been favorites going into Game 2, quite frankly, based off how dominant Game 1 was. However, you could make the argument, and I think you already brought this up, the offlane was rather weak when it came to Lonely Rock and Roll, so maybe we can kind of excuse them based on that. And would you have a look at this, Jonathan? They have gone ahead and first picked the Nature's Prophet. Cactus, though, they are going right back into the clockwork for themselves.
I can't fault Cactus for just picking that clock once more. It was a pretty damn good game for Jumi, so don't mind seeing it again. You take away from the NP and clock. Clock and Earth Spirit first phase. That is ballsy as all hell, right? That's just showing how confident they were from Game 1. And to be fair, Jumi and Fish King managed to make that look pretty damn good last game. So I don't fault them for this. Like, it does handle NP pretty damn great. You jump in, you isolate the guy, you have really good mobility on hand. LRNR did manage to ban out, at least the Primal Beast is gone. I am surprised a little bit more once again that, Bat Rider's not first phase banned, but Bat Rider's also not first phase picked into the NP. If it's not banned out in the second phase here, I'd expect Cactus to actually gun for something like that. It's just, you burn down the trees, you chase down the NP, he can't run. You don't have a save from the lasso. So you can kind of play that pretty damn well for Cactus if, again, it's allowed true here by LRNR.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see where they do go here for Lonely Rock and Roll. Like, personally, I'm never a big fan of a team going a very, very similar draft, or at the very least, pretty much the exact same support duo here in the form of Cactus. Like, it does feel like the fact that they just played against it, they kind of already understand what they're going to be up against here for Lonely Rock and Roll. So they should be able to draft accordingly and make sure they have a strategy that's ready for the pure aggression that's going to be kind of pumped out here from Cactus. So the fact that they have started off their draft with the exact same supports does kind of worry me for the side of Cactus, especially considering you aren't going to have the global presence that you once had with the Prophet. That was part of the strong duos that they had on Cactus Game 1. Is you have these crazy initiations, but if it's a good team fight, Summer was always going to be there on the Prophet. You're not going to have that anymore. So I do wonder what kind of route Cactus are intending to go down here for Game 2's draft. Because I feel like the global presence was an integral part of their draft.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming with that. I feel like there's still maybe an option for Spectre. I wanted that global presence. I don't think it's too against the grain here if you do go for a Spectre pickup. I am, again, surprised that Cactus ban out Bat Rider themselves instead of trying to pick it up themselves, because you're up against the NP. Bat Rider just makes perfect sense there. They also have first pick. I mean, they've got the next pick when it's up. So they can actually just force LRNR to ban out the Bat Rider themselves. But they don't opt to. Maybe they just feel confident that they can jump the NP with a clock and Earth Spirit. They can scout it out. And for your global presence, Spectre, I actually don't mind it too much here. Considering how Cactus played, they did play a really farmy game. Spectre can kind of do that just fine as well. Just rush something like Manta Ags and you're pretty happy in the game. You could also opt for Radiance if that was really something you wanted to consider. We have seen Radiance kind of up, but I'm still not sure how I feel about Radiance nowadays. Like, I haven't seen it work too much in C, but maybe it's just Southeast Asia being really bad with Radiance. Like, I saw, like, Brewmaster Radiance, which is probably not the best example for Radiance Rush, but That's what I saw.
I'm kind of with you. I'm with you, because even in NA Div 1, Radiance felt very underwhelming. Like, unless it was just, the hero was popping off anyway, but every time I saw Radiance, it just felt like it wasn't doing as much as it was meant to. It's like they made the item cheaper, but that doesn't necessarily mean the item fits the meta. As Cactus, they do go for the Ember Spirit here for their end of things. So, I was complaining about global presence. While you still don't have it, you do have an Ember now that can get involved very early on and does have some great mobility in the Remnants. So I do like seeing the Ember popping out here. Also does pretty well against the Prophet, right? Like, you have a great way of dealing with the Treants, great catch against the Prophet, and Cactus are really ensuring that this Nature's Prophet will not have the freest game in the world. I wonder how Lonely Rock and Roll will respond to this.
It does feel like you'd probably want a little bit more lockdown, something that can just constantly catch the Ember. Like, all you have right now is basically the Tiny, and that doesn't feel enough. Like, Avalanche Toss doesn't feel like a massive threat to an Ember Spirit. Does feel like you should still be able to weave in and out here just fine on Butterfly Effect. So you need a little bit more to kind of pressure here on your support, or at least your mid matchup. Like, I guess the Puck could be one way to handle the Ember Spirit. Matchup's not the worst thing in the world. Dream Coil's pretty good. They go to Monkey King instead, so they're going for like a direct lane counter instead of just focusing on something like control down the line. Monkey versus Ember is a pretty hard lane for the Ember to really win out on. So I don't mind it too much. It's just that the control is feeling really lackluster. Maybe now with your Boundless Strike and Arrow, it can start to feel a lot better, but even then, it does feel like if you whiff one, then the Ember's still out. It's like, it's not the most forgiving openings to catch an Ember Spirit out.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. Cactus now, 4th pick for themselves. I was complaining earlier about Cactus going the exact same support duo, but Lonely Rock and Roll do the exact same thing. I don't want to pick on the guy, John, but when Hal on the Tiny, not the most impressive Tiny performance I've ever seen. Hopefully he, shows us a much better performance here in Game 2.
Yeah. Again, at the least now you're not too dependent on like a toss-back Rupture. I think their last game was kind of way too dependent, some cheese combination like that. This time around, it's a little bit more removed from that. And it's a little bit more independently playable for the Tiny to just look for a natural toss back instead of waiting for a core to tie into. I think for Cactus, again, still pretty open. Like, you probably gun for your off lane or safe lane now, and they'll go with a Sand King off lane, which I haven't seen too much of. I feel like Sand King is still a decent spot. Like, all the issues we talked about Sand King, a year ago, Mike, when Boom was still picking this for FBZ, that kind of era. Like, all of the issues of the Sand King still stand. Epicenter damage is just kind of weird. I'm trying to think of Sand King in the context of all the aura built now as well. I feel like it's not any better than it used to be, right? Because everyone goes for pipe. Someone's going to have Guardian Greaves up. The Sand King just doesn't feel good when everyone's kind of protected from its sustained damage output in the ult.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm kind of intrigued by this offlane Sand King, because I also don't believe it's very good at the moment. It can pop off in the right hands, but I'm waiting to see exactly what kind of item build they want on this Sand King, because I suppose the aura build-up is still extremely popular in the meta. I remember every player in NA Div 1 was complaining about how much the aura meta matters right now. So I imagine we could see something classic like a Guardian Greaves build up here on the Sand King and just kind of split push the lanes, farm your Blink Dagger, and just be that annoying kind of off lane. Against the MK Pos 1, like if it was a Monkey King Pos 1, I do get a little bit concerned. Then again, it should be a Prophet position 1, but it's still very flexible for Lonely Rock and Roll, so we're going to have to wait and see. Either way, if it is a Prophet Pos 1, I'm much less concerned about this offlane Sand King. I think it does a much better job, but we are going to have to wait and see. Either way, it does feel like Lonely Rock and Roll, they are really focused on trying to ensure their lanes go very well this time around. Because last time around, your side lanes did suffer quite a bit, I feel, and that's too much to handle. You need at least 2 out of 3 lanes to go decently.
Yeah, you need something to come out here. And, well, they go
What?
to Morphling safe, so that's going to be the off-lane NP and the mid-Monkey. This looks like a... Honestly, this looks like a pretty Southeast Asian draft. Like, you're going to hate me for saying this, but this looks like a very Talon-like draft, honestly.
Oh,
Except for
no.
maybe the Monkey King. Like, you've got, like, the Jabs Nature's Prophet, so that should be, you know, off-lane Nature's Prophet. You've got the safe lane Morph. Monkey King matchup versus Ember, again, is pretty clear-cut for Monkey King. This is a bit greedy, and that's the big weakness for Cactus. Like, they are going all in on greed as... well, for LRNR, they're going into greed this time, whereas Cactus isn't as much into the greed. But I'm trying to think of like a core up against a Morphling that feels good. Slark is there, which can be one way. Maybe something like the Ursa as well. Like the kiting's not the most amazing coming up from LRNR, so on Ursa wouldn't be too bad as well.
Whoa.
They go into DK?
Yeah, they do apparently.
Huh?
I'm very confused about this. It is going to be a position 1 DK coming out here for Cactus. I am not a position 1 DK believer myself, as you very well know, John. It's a very early kind of lineup though. The thing is with this draft, right? Like you don't have to compare the calls very much. It feels like you're more comparing the tempo between these two drafts, right? You look at Cactus, they hit that 15-minute timing, like the mid-game hits, they're going to just start running at you. Like, if you can get a nice blink on TZY, or even just the Guiding Greaves on TZY, Butterfly Effect with a Maelstrom on the Ember, and Summer, I hate to say it, but we could see the Meteor Hammer build up here for the POS 1 DK. I really wouldn't be surprised if we did, John. I'm not going to lie. And if we do, they could just run at you. There's not really much in the way of stopping Cactus in the mid-game. Sure, if you go late game, you've got some problems here for Cactus, but mid-game wise, they're looking pretty darn strong.
Yeah, like they do have that tempo. My one concern is if they go off tempo, it just falls apart really fast. Like,
yeah,
your solutions from Cactus aren't the best, and they really have to push. Like in comparison to game 1 where Cactus played super slow, we need to see the exact opposite. And I don't know if they can switch gears that fast, but they have to because they're the ones who drafted this. It's not like they were cornered with this draft. They could have gone for like a late game scaling core, like something like a Slark, something like the Ursa coming out, maybe a Drow if you wanted something long range to kind of go up against a 2-range matchup. But the DK does send a very clear message if we want to play fast. So that's what we've got to see here, Mike. On a bit of a different note, I have found out where Cactus's logo is from. It looked pretty familiar. It is from Digimon. It's a Togemon X. Yeah.
Well, I never watched
Pretty
Digimon
cool.
X, Jonathan. I'm original Digimon enjoyer. As well, this Monkey King. Well, they're going to realize it's not a courier. Real nice boundless is going to land on 3, and it's going to ensure they cannot keep up the chase. So Real is going to be okay. This Cactus, they took their sweet time realizing that Real was there on the river. They will not be able to secure any first blood.
Do you feel like he's trying to make his name real or real one? Not like, hey, he's a real one. He's a real one, this guy.
I appreciate if he's trying to be cool like that. I'm too old for that now, Jonathan. So it's going to have to be made very clear to me if that's what he wants. Those times are past for me. You know, I was in the XX Sasuke XX era. You know, these ones are too complicated.
You got to tell me you had the upper and lowercase there, right?
Of
Surely
course.
you did. And the underscores.
I mean, that's a given, Jonathan. My goodness. How dare you even ask me that? Fight over the bounty runes here between these two teams. It's going to be a 3-for-1 in the favor of Cactus, I believe, as Summer should be able to secure the final one. A sort of fight there for the side of Cactus, and already a bit of a head start in terms of the net worth. I'm still very, very curious to see what the item build is going to look like this game, but let's start with the mid lane. You're going to have Butterfly Effect, and he is going to be up against a bunch of creeps because Rio is hiding right now. He will eventually come out, but it is going to be the MK versus the Ember Spirit, which arguably should favor Real on the Monkey King.
Yeah, it feels a lot better for the Monkey. At the same time, he does have level 1 Boundless, so maybe it's not the dominating first 2 levels you'd want. I feel like, you know, Jingu does feel a lot better to harass back Butterfly Effect, because now he's got the window to just play with Sleight of Fist. And you can just kind of harass out, try to drop his HP to half, make him a little bit more weary of trying to trade early on once he does have the level spike. So this should. Oh,
Summer.
what?
Oh,
Wait, what?
oh.
What? Huh?
Boys, come on. Oh my
what? No, stop it.
God.
What are you doing? Guys.
Oh. See, this is my thing, right? This happens a lot. Every region I go to, this happens at least once. And I always make the same comment. If you guys can't coordinate a pause, how the hell are you going to coordinate in game?
Which is even more unfortunate for the side of Cactus because they have to coordinate because their tempo is really, really fast.
Correct.
So we will have to find out. It's always a bit strange when this happens and they're all in team houses as well. It's like, guys, you're right next to each other. Surely TeamSpeak isn't failing as well, or Discord's not failing you guys as well. All at the same time, guys.
It's all about asserting dominance, I think, John. These guys, they need to be the ones that pause the game. If they're not pausing, then the game's not paused.
Yeah. It's like someone's got to have the last stand in that pause. Still, we're back into the game, and I've lost whatever I was saying, Mikey, because that was an interesting set of pause on pause. I've never seen it like 3 back-to-backs. So that was fun.
That's a big one. It's a nice little streak. I think you were talking about the matchup between the Monkey King and the Ember, but we get the point, John. The MK should have a pretty big advantage.
Yeah, no need to hear that. I already know at some point we're going to have like John talking about things nobody cares about while Mike thinks of himself. Get me out at some point. I got Winter to do that face unintentionally. Definitely wanted to get out of that panel, which is good for me. I enjoyed that.
Absolutely. Bottom lane, Jonathan. What's going on bottom? A big can on the Morphling. Going to be up against Fish King once again. He's going to be supported by Bocce and, of course, TZY on the position 3 Sand King, which is the one thing I'm very intrigued by. I think we've seen TZY play the Sand King quite a few times, so it's probably one of his favorites. One of my personal favorites as well. But you can't really debate the hero does feel like garbage at the moment, to say the least. We'll see what TZY can get done.
Yeah, I mean, he can farm this lane. He can just kind of try to Sandstorm and clear out the wave and get his farm build up. It's a question on itemization, as you pointed out as well. Like, are we going to get the Aura? Are we going to see a Blink Rush on TZY? I feel like the Aura play is probably the best because the Sand King initiation just doesn't feel great. Like, it really feels lackluster with how the hero's set up to do damage right now. It just doesn't do enough. So I'd like to see more utility coming out here for the side of Cactus. Well, let's see if he hits that. So far, they've not really stopped Big Can from farming, but TZY is also getting his own farm. Camps aren't blocked. He's able to clear out creep waves, and he's not copying too much pressure as we have another pause.
Yes, but we're seeing what a coordinated pause looks like here. As Bocce just takes control of the situation. Nobody going to unpause for him. And we do have the Kale core once again. Luckily, this time Roshan is not happening, so it's not as dramatic of a pause that we have in game number 2. While we're here, John, we may as well talk about the top lane as well, of course. You're going to have Summer in the pos 1 DK, Me on the pos 5 Clockwork, Y on the position 3 Prophet, and of course Wen Hao on the Tiny. And if I may just point something into your direction, Y is going for the Treads builder. My concern, if he goes Midas Maelstrom, I think it's way too greedy.
Yeah, he can't do that. Like, I would honestly be down for just Maelstrom, Gleipnir Rush, or an Ags Rush. Either one is pretty good. Yeah. And you need some hard control for the Ember. So you just need a little bit more coming out from your off lane in terms of trying to hold down when you do get these ganks going for LRNR. But yeah, no Midas, please, Mr. Y. Not the game for it. I mean, to be fair, if it is Midas and Cactus don't push, then it get paid back. Dividends, the investment comes back in, Mike. To the moon, as they say.
To the moon, indeed. Not right now, though, John. Real getting caught out, but he's not dead yet. Butterfly effect. One more Sleight of Fist would have done it. But it's on cooldown. He cannot finish the job off. Wen Hao will save the day. The Real has stuck around. They might be able to reinitiate if he's not too careful. You do have the water rune being secured here by Fish King. Wen Hao's going to show himself here on the Tiny, forcing Fish King to take it. But you still have Me sticking around. Pings are coming out. They want to try for real here. Chains is going to land. Me trying to run in. Nice balance to stop the battery assault connecting as Wen Hao is trying. Bocce also rotating, but the roll is there from Fish King, but he cannot reach. He still holds on to the boulder smash. but the cavalry's incoming. Chains out on Real. He is still okay, though. He is now chasing them down. Is Fish King. He should be the one to drop. Uphill miss, but he will go down. Real, though, still being chased, but is not going to drop. It's just too much.
Oh,
the cooldown is proving to be a little bit too long as Jumi. He does at least get a courier, but now their Ember's in trouble.
Boy.
Butterfly effect. He can knock it out. Even Y rotating. 4 heroes in the mid lane here from
Blocks.
Lonely Rock and Roll, and it has really paid off. Triple kill for Bocce.
Probably not the hero you want to give the kills to, but really good counter rotations coming out from LRNR. A couple of small mistakes coming out there for the side of Cactus. Like, we had the mango pop from Butterfly Effect, but it took him a while to... He didn't pop Flame Guard until Real One was pretty far away, and he couldn't keep that chase going. Like, if he popped his Flame Guard a little bit earlier, you probably had damage to kill Real One off, and that fight just kind of changes in tone. But a good set of kills for LRNR, forcing a lot of attention onto the mid, and freeing their own side lanes to get that build-up. Again, you're still uncontested for the most part here on Big Can. And Y sure has a slower lane up top, but with a kind of rotation out, kind of compensates for not having as much laning presence up against a DK here.
Yeah, absolutely not. Very, very good start here for Lonely Rock and Roll. Still sticking around mid lane as well. They're really ensuring Butterfly Effect could not even try to think about getting dominant here in this Ember. Keeping in mind, he's meant to have the hero disadvantage. He's not actually too far behind the MK. He's only 1 CS behind at the moment. But the fact that he did die earlier does mean that he is 1 level behind, and that's the real problem here against that Monkey King. There's more rotations incoming. When Hal trying to connect for an avalanche is not going to be able to get in range, but they are keeping the Ember out of XP range. And that seems to be all that really matters for the side of Lonely Rock and Roll.
Yeah, it's a lot of commitment, but you know, they are slowing down Butterfly Effect. They understand how much Butterfly Effect does for the team. Holding him back does give a lot of opportunities. Big Can.
Bottom. Yeah, they can't secure the morph. It's a Sanking Earth Spirit, so unless you land the stun prior to the strength morph, like there's no way Big Can die. Impossible.
Nah.
Jumi?
They tried, but...
Mid lane, they do catch out a Clockwork. He's got the cogs up though, so he can force up a Bocce. Very nice leap in. Does get into the cogs, leaps away from them as well. Jumi still trying to run. Should not be able to make it out, and does not, as Bocce does secure the kill. His 4th one of the game as the Mirana. In fact, he's got all the kills on the map right now as the Pos 4. Pos 5, excuse me. Butterfly?
Bouncing back from game 1.
Oh, nice arrow. Avalanche to set up, and Butterfly Effect has got no way out. Perfect rotations from Lonely Rock and Roll.
And they're just connecting. And they've been camping that mid for such a long time, too. Wenhao steals that kill away from Bocce. Still no kills for a good old Real One, which is really unfortunate. Like, these supports are just grabbing everything. And for Cactus, this is not a good sign. Again, this lineup is so tempo-based. You are still getting that good lane out for Summer, but the Ember Spirit being this behind, it is starting to be a concern.
Butterfly Effect, he copped an arrow. He's still got no remnants available. He's gone. Oh, no. He just TP'd right in, and they just dive T1. Triple kill for Real. And as you were saying, he got no kills. There you go. They give it right back to him.
Yeah, I'd say for Cactus now, this early game start is a pretty big disaster. You can't expect the DK to do all the heavy lifting without backup. And TZY is actually, well, he has gone for the Meteor Hammer here, Mike, and is going for the Blink next. But I don't see the connections coming in for Cactus anytime soon.
Big Can initiates with the Burrow Strike, but they don't have a sentry. Still, Big Can has
burning.
his own
They're both
Sandstorm.
burning.
They're just going to fight over Sandstorming. Darude will be so proud.
God.
There's a sentry dropped. TZY's gone.
It felt like Big Can's Sandstorm was a lot better too, because he was just regenerating through with the attribute shift.
Oh, really a battle of wits here between these two in the bottom lane. It's rather dire triangle. Jumi is going to get caught out. The aggression is really starting to ramp up now. There's Real is just so far ahead in the mid lane that he can join his supports and rotate anywhere. 4 kills now for the MK, 10-1 in favor of Lonely Rock and Roll. And with the draft Cactus has, I mean, this start is just so abysmal. It's so hard to make a comeback from this kind of beginning to a game.
That's why I'm really surprised that they went for the last pick DK, because Summer's just farming. He's not even showing up anywhere. And look at the rotations coming out from LRNR. They're gunning for bot once more, and TZY, he's just such a sitting duck here.
He's still underneath the sentry. In fact, there's 2 sentries just in case. Jump away with the burrow. It's not going to be enough. They have the burrow strike, or rather the boundless strike to set up. That's going to be another kill to go the way of Lonely Rock and Roll. And, well, for poor old Team Cactus, they've got a lot of catching up to do.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they... I can't even say they need to stall out. We're only at 10 minutes in, but it does feel like it's around this time where their timing has to kick in. And I still don't see what TZY is meant to do on the Sand King this time around here as well, as they catch Summer.
Yeah, Summer does rotate to try and defend. He is not going to drop. In fact, here comes the roll in from Fish King. Butterfly Effect able to secure a kill, and that was a dominating spree going the way of the Ember. Some much needed golden XP back the way of Butterfly. And they do successfully hold on to that bottom tier 1 tower. So that is something going their way. Sadly, they're unable to find any more heroes, but I think just giving that dominating spree back to Butterfly, it's something he really needed.
Yeah, he needed a bit of a catch-up. Does get the big kill he needs. The side of LRNR maybe feeling a bit too confident. Like, this is still a DK. Level 2 Dragon Blood. He is really tanky. They'll try for the defense here, though.
Oh, this might be bait, though. Roll in. Fish King's in. They have Fan Wen Hao. A nice Wukong's command. They're going to make it kind of rough to keep fighting as TZY needs out of this. He's going to get out of the ring, but it won't matter. He is still going to drop as they even found Summer. Who's baiting who? Fish King, also caught, is not going to be able to make it out. Real with a mega kill streak now on the MK. And just nothing. Nothing goes their way when Lonely Rock and Roll just team up as 5 and just go at them.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with how well LRNR are kind of playing this time around. Like, they are finding these fights as they did last game as well, but they're translating it into more overall map wins.
Oh, the arrow.
Oh, no. What? What?
I mean, he
That
couldn't see
timing.
it, to be fair, I don't think. Pretty rough position. Yeah, they're grouping up mid. There's just no fighting right now. It's just so tough. And they might have to.
It just comes... Oh?
Jimmy, he's in. Avalanche is going to lock him down, though, but it won't matter. TZY is there with the follow-up. Problem is, Real's just going to move in. A nice Cogs pushback.
Meteor
Real,
Hammer?
he might connect with the Meteor Hammer, and they do. The epicenter, but TZY, he can't break the gap. He's got nothing to close. Still, nice stun. Back the way of the T2 tower as they are moving into the Prophet now. Maybe they can fight back. Why? He is going to drop the Butterfly. Meanwhile, TZY actually made it out. He actually gets out of there. Somehow,
Yeah.
they get away with only losing the support duo.
It felt like they go a bit far in LRNR. Like, that fight started with the 2 supports getting caught out. And the cores weren't in the best position to come back into that one. So, good punishment coming out there from the side of Cactus, because they managed to use their positioning really well. Butterfly Effect just dance around. And they are pretty durable, to be fair. Like, if you think about the Tricore on a Cactus outside of the Ember, they are fairly tanky. So they've got tools to play with. They've got that blink up now.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to drop. TZY gone. Another nice pick up here onto the Pos 3 Sand King, who really is struggling to find impact without the blink initiations. Big Can, however, he's a huge kill. Stun is going to land. There's no strength morph in time.
Boy.
The silence even then to ensure that he has no follow-up. That's a great trade here for the side of Cactus.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah, that's the one big win condition that you want to keep down from LRNR. They're using these timings pretty damn well on Cactus despite being 4K behind. I mean, you're 4K behind at 18-6. That's not the biggest gap considering the kill lead. Sure, you're pretty behind on TZY, but it's a Sand King. It honestly doesn't feel like the biggest deal.
Jump in.
Don't.
Oh, this is a big deal as well. Real has been caught. He'll try for the work. Oh, he went for the Wukongs and he does get it off, but he's still just going to drop. They even waited for him to finish the skill animation before they just kill him. You love to see that. And with that, John, that is both the top net worths on the board going down one by one from Lonely Rock and Roll. And Cactus, they are showing they can fight back.
I mean, they've hit some pretty good timings. Like just with a blink on Summer, he gets to be a lot more active now. You're inching towards your blink on TZY. You've got the full Maelstrom coming out for Butterfly Effect, some more damage and farm for him coming out on the Ember as well. And you've got a lot of options available. You do have some protection now from Big Can. He does opt for the Lincolns first, so he is protected from the Dragon Tail, but everything else is fair game. Like this jump in from Fish King can still be massive. As the Lincolns won't top that, they'll go in.
Mid lane, they popped a double damage rune. When Hal breaks the smoke, so Summer, he's going to happily make the jump in. Bocce is there to back up, and a very nice Chains is there, locking both of them down. Boundless, though, going to hold down the Ember, and they've lost Butterfly. Oh, it could have been so good. They had the DD rune, but it's not good enough. Jumi even hookshotting right back to his DK, just in case. No, Butterfly gets caught with his pants down, and he just melts. As they keep going. Wenhao found more. He found the Earth Spirit. It may cost his own life, but it's still going to be a great trade as TZY also getting caught. Does at least now pick up his blink before he dies. But it's still a terrible fight for Cactus. Lonely Rock and Roll, they'll be very happy to go after a top tier 2 tower.
And they just find this really good counter initiation from LRNR, getting the chain stuns off onto Butterfly Effect. He needs a BKB to feel really safe in these fights, and that's a little bit off for him. They will try to chase though.
Yeah, Jimmy. Cogs is there, but Real is stuck in there with him, so he won't mind as now Butterfly does show up. Real, they're going to try for the MK. He's got the Wukong's command out. Silence was not there in time. They just continue feeding more kills away. This Butterfly is still chipping at Real, but they have the Guiding Greaves up, or rather the mech up on Bocce. Going after those Guiding Greaves. And with that, just two more support duos, rather one support duo going back the way of Lonely Rock and Roll.
They, again, get some punishment for the extra aggression coming out. Trying to push.
Why? Going in by himself. Avalanche, though, going to cancel off the meteor.
No, what? Huh?
Oh,
what?
guys,
no, stop it.
Just one person presses F9. One. No more. Good. There should be a limit on pauses, I think, in these pro games as well. Anyway, there is a disconnection on why. So fair enough, they pause.
Yeah, they've got to. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you saw what TZY did. He burst strike and tried to Meteor Hammer.
Yes.
But Wenhao canceled it. Very unfortunate. Yeah. Sometimes, sometimes going for that play doesn't give you as much as you'd want there, Mike.
Well, the sad part is he had Epicenter, so I think he could have just gone Epicenter Burrow Strike and probably just secured the kill because there's no BKB up on Y.
He needs a Meteor Hammer. Like, he bought it.
Of course.
He paid for it. He has to use it. He paid for it. He paid full value for that damn thing.
That he did.
He's got to use it.
No sails on. Arrow's going to connect onto TZY. Still Summer is still trying for Y, and they do secure one. Problem is, the cavalry is here. They've lost two. They'll probably lose Summer, but Butterfly, he does pick off Real. That's a bit of a turnaround now. As Wenhao will go down to the silence. Big Cat dropping very low, and now 4 down. Butterfly Effect, he does drop in the end. Big Cat is going to be okay to TP out. But that is a pretty big team fight win at the very least for the side of Cactus.
And they make it work. It's a really awkward fight to take because counter initiation was on its way from LRNR, but Cactus still manages to work an angle out and find the big kills they need. They take care of the NP, they take care of Real One. They slow down those timings into BKBs, and you give yourself a bit of a lead here on Summer on the DK. I mean, his BKB is not too far off now. Going to be very willing to jump into these fights with that full BKB available. And Butterfly Effect is going for Radiance, which theoretically makes sense against all these physical cores. I don't know if it's going to be fast enough.
Mid lane, big jump in. Butterfly, he's going to be okay for now. In fact, they're trying to fight back when Hell gets trapped up in TZY. A big epicenter burrow. They found the Morphling. And this time, the Meteor Hammer does pay off. That's what you wanted to see.
Oh my god, it actually pays off. They get the big kill they need. Like, they hammer in the Morphling with a Meteor Hammer, right? It's not something I expected to see this game, but, you know, it pays off. And the side of LRNR, they've got to be cautious, because even if they had that early lead, there is still a window to bounce back in here for the side of Cactus. And they are bouncing back in quite strong. Like, they didn't even need to pop that BKB on Summer. Didn't need to protect himself there. You still have this really good scaling coming out from your Morph, from your NP, and from your Monkey King, but if you get caught out piecemeal like this, it makes the game a lot harder than it should be for LRNR to kind of look to drag this one out.
TZY though, bottom lane. He's going to try for the TP out. It's going to be fine as, look at this, the 4-man group up.
Radiant are scanning.
From Cactus, they're running right into Bocce. Neither side saw each other at the last moment. A nice avalanche toss though to set up, but a nice hook shot to make sure they can't keep going. They want to keep the fight going though. They will at least find the clockwork as Summer, BKB TP, it's going to be enough. It will be a 1-for-1 in the end as both teams literally just run into each other in the middle of the night with no vision around the area. And with that,
it's a little bit better for LRNR because Bocce does die to the neutral at the end. Got flipped at the camp, so you don't get anything there for Cactus. And you get a little bit of something for your trouble from LRNR. Not the biggest thing. They could try to be a bit sneaky. They're smoking up -1.
oh, Arcane Rune. They'll pick it up. I don't believe that was spotted at all by the... No, it should have been actually. The ward was giving vision. But Big Can did not get the memo. Or maybe he's just baiting for his team because when Hell, he's there with the Avalanche. Gleipnir out as well. They all get caught in this radiant triangle. TZY, he at least gets the epicenter off in time to secure himself a kill. It won't matter though. They still lose 2 for 1. And Roshan is completely open now for lonely rock and roll.
It's not going to take too long. They've got the physical output to get this done. They are keeping vision here though. Jumi could try for a steal and we'll back off. Should have respects there. Not push the issue too hard. Very interesting in that last fight. TZY found a little bit of a blind spot to just Meteor Hammer out, which led to him being actually able to cast his epicenter. So again, the Meteor Hammer proving its worth here, Mike. Best item in the game.
It really is kind of the best item in the game right now, let's be fair. As bottom lane, well, this isn't really great for Y. He's going to drop here. Another nice kill for the side of Cactus. And I actually can't believe they did not take Roshan there as mid lane. Butterfly being watched, but instead they'll head into the back where they do see DZY. But it seems like they're going to head all the way up north, though. TZY, little initiation onto the Mirana, but is not going to be able to land the Meteor Hammer. It's Wen Hao now, looking to see if he can initiate onto the Sand King, but won't bother trying. And considering the dominant start that they had on Lonely Rock and Roll, like, they've only got a 4K advantage. It's not really a huge deal at the moment.
Yeah, it's not as big as you want it to be, but it's kind of flying up. At the same time, you do have scaling. So I don't think you mind having a very minimal lead, as long as you do have that lead here at 22 minutes in, because it just gets bigger and bigger as you take these better fights once the items flow out. You just have to have that patience on LRNR. For the side of Cactus, they need to coordinate in these fights. We need to see them kind of commit together as a team. Maybe once they have this full Ags up in summer, that's when you start to feel a lot comfier with jumping into these big team fights with the additional Dragon form coming out in summer. That's still a little bit of a ways off though. It's going to need a lot more time to farm for that one. So there's time here for LRNR to just work around the map. I mean, they've taken control of top jungle pretty well. They've got good forward wards. And the side of Cactus are just kind of forced out to their tier 2. Again, they've basically got everything online, but not willing yet to take these fights.
A bit of hesitation. See, respecting the side of Cactus, like they are still a pretty scary squad, but now with the Manta and Guardian Greaves up on Bocce and of course Big Can respectively, they're looking to make the jump in. Hookshot is there. They've already found one target. It's going to be Wenhao the Tiny. He's been a huge problem this game, but a great Wukong's command, a great Boundless. It's going to ensure that they find a 2-for-1. Lonely Rock and Roll off to a great start already in this team fight. And that'll be enough for now.
They just managed to punish. Like, Cactus tries, but if you can't isolate the Monkey King, I think that's where most of these good fights coming out from Cactus comes out, when they find real one and put him out of position, force him to make some weird Wukongs come out, which his team can't really collapse into. That's the ideal circumstance for Cactus, and it doesn't feel like they've been able to do that in the past few fights, at least. We'll see if they find an opportunity, but now you've got 7k lead running for LRNR. Again, this lineup just wants to go late game anyway. So you don't really have concerns over mid to early. Good dodge out from Butterfly Effect after snagging over the rune. But, I don't know, like, you're kind of just ready to go on your Sand King, but that is a Sand King. You've got the full Kaya up on Butterfly Effect. No BKB on him, trying to go for the Kaya Sanj. It does feel like you'd want at least one more BKB user to be with your DK, but no one's gunning for it.
Certainly not. Roshan is going to go the way of Big Can, so Aegis is now up on the Morphling. This guy's become a real issue, though. Ag's now up on the DK. So Summer, suddenly he's got that Ancient Black Dragon available. Pretty devastating in the middle of these team fights, and here we go. They pop it immediately. Summer just blinks right in. He's found Wenhao the Tiny. It's not a bad way to start, as they'll even find the Mirana. TZY moving in, but Bocce survives. It's a full-on brawl here in the dire jungle. Summer trying to back off. In fact, no. He'll go back in onto Big Can. He wants the Morphling with the best lap. They might have him, though he does still have the Aegis up. Nice little Burrow Strike away. They'll find Fish King, but they do lose Y on the Prophet. Immediate buybacks here from the side of Cactus. They want to reinitiate. They'll keep up the vision, but they haven't got the initiation. Summer, though, he does have a blink up, but he can't see real. So the buybacks, they are kind of wasted by Cactus, but overall, it's not the worst team fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's not the worst. They don't lose their bigger cores. You're fine kind of sacrificing the Sand King. You get a decent enough Ags reveal out from Summer. To the DK does show its muscle there quite well. Like that Ancient Black Dragon is... It's a pretty big menace to have, like with all of the damage that it pumps out, and the increased magic res as well is pretty massive for Summer. Real one is keeping an eye out here though. This could be dangerous for Summer.
Yeah, it certainly is. Summer, he does not have a BKB to pop at the moment, so he's kind of a sitting duck, as Summer's going to try and run the old-fashioned way. A nice stun, he will not get blocked, and somehow he's going to make it. In fact, they're going to turn. Real sticking around, he thinks he's safe. They just stun him up, and there's no way of helping.
Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, I can't believe that. He actually makes it out and turns. There's now Big Can's in trouble. Why just TP'd in? He'll see TZY incoming. But they do blink away. They're not feeling safe. Especially Summer. He's not very healthy at the moment. They see him on the Dragon Knight. Wenhao, he's trying to sneak up behind. TZY makes the first jump in, though, so he will die. I think Cactus getting a little bit too excited. So, Lonely Rock and Roll, they will punish quite heavily.
Now they get a little bit too keen to jump in. TZY just trying to stall, I suppose. Try to see if his team can re-enter, but they just don't. They aren't able to. Butterfly Effect's trying to push mid. Should find that, but needs to bail out there.
He does. Wenhao, Avalanche toss to set up. Gleitner is there to follow up. His Big Can now does rotate, but cannot get a good chains off onto the Ember, so he will be able to get the Remnant away. Of course, has the Kaya Sanj as well on the Ember, so that status resist does really play a key role when there's so many stuns here to lock him down. And at the very least, you know, Lonely Rock and Roll, John, they're in the lead. They've got map control, 9k advantage. It is certainly their game to throw.
It does feel that way. I still think that you're not in a bad position for Cactus, despite, again, having this lineup that doesn't scale as well. I think they've still got... They've played their lineup really well, all things considered. Like, you do have scaling left for Butterfly Effect. He's going to go for BKB, then you can probably just go for, like, the Ags build-up, and you're pretty happy at that point. You can just jump around, dance around. Big Can has shown that, despite being the Morphling, he can still be really squishy. You do have, like, the full Spirit Vessel up, and that does help a ton, but you don't even have any Scotty carriers on hand here from the side of Cactus, and we still see that Morph shrink down if it's not careful.
Bottom, TZY again getting caught out here in the Sand King is just going to melt, trying to defend the bottom tier 2 tower. Is now, well, they're going to try and start to move in onto the high ground, knowing the Sand King is gone, and there is no buyback available. It's still on cooldown from the last team fight for another 4.5 minutes. But high ground, it's still very hard in this current meta, even with the Aegis up. So instead, they're going to find Fish King, who does pop his BKB right in the nick of time. See if he can find when how.
Dire's middle tower
But does need to back his way out. He really does not want to die at the moment.
Just need to keep stalling for time. The high ground fight for Cactus is pretty decent. You've got the Sand King,
Dire's
you've got the Earth Spirit. There's a lot of good AoE control and pretty decent poke coming out here. That is something that is playable. They just have to be careful about getting jumped here. Like, every time they make a move like that and Wenhao is just hanging in the tree line, you never know if he's going to be able to get that big avalanche toss back and just break up your poke and get that big punishment for the team. Still, for the side of LRNR, Aegis is going to expire. We're going to have 3 minutes until we see that Roche respawn. So there's some time to chill out, but they're actually going to smoke up and be aggressive on this.
Yeah, it's the unexpected play, but it's a smoke on smoke scenario now. Summer, he's going to have his smoke broken. They should see them very, very soon as well. He just jumped right into them. This is not the play, at the very least, for Lonely Rock and Roll, as they will lose one. Big Can gets caught. He needs help. He'll waveform back towards TZY, but he's gone way too far. He's got the hand up. I'm not sure about this one, Big Can. He is waving them goodbye.
What?
As he is the one to drop. Oh, no. What have they done?
What? I don't understand
gonna
what
see
happened
real?
there for... Oh,
He won't see him in time.
nah.
Never mind.
Or? No. Or? Blink? Nah. Okay.
I can't see him.
Just being a bit spooky. LRNR, I mean, Aegis expired, so they tried to go for that aggressive smoke. They get the big target they needed to on Cactus, like taking care of Wenhao. He's been really messing up these fights for the side of Cactus. But to have your Morphling stick right next to the Tiny in that kind of engagement, that was less than ideal for LRNR and closer to tragic for their cause there. As Cactus, I mean, those are some big kills. They take care of the Morph, who does have his full Scotty and Lincoln's up. This guy is not a squishy target. You know, this guy has a lot of strength and a lot of armor, lots of EHP to play with. It's just not enough in these prolonged chain stunts, which you do have on hand from Cactus. As long as they can just chain their disables, without that BKB being ready on Big Can, then he's just susceptible if he's not careful. Oh boy.
You certainly can't get too cocky this game, that's for sure. As TZY, speaking of cocky, is going to get caught very, very far down the bot lane. Kind of the hard thing, though, because he is in this position for the team where he does need to make these kind of aggressive split pushes happen. Because you are up against the Prophet and a Monkey King. Like, these guys are kind of the split push kings. So you've got to go deep to ensure that your team has some space to farm up some damage items now. But it is constantly going to cause your death.
Yeah, it's something you have to accept at this point. Like, I mean, you've already got most of the farm you need anyway. So probably everything else after that's a bonus, like the Hex, the Shard, a little bit of a bonus to play with.
Could be dangerous. They lose Bocce immediately. Luckily, Roshan timer is not there yet. 10 seconds away. It could still be an early timer, but they can always buy back on Bocce if they need to, so it's not too big of a deal. And it is going to be a very early timer, in fact, 15 seconds.
It's a quick one. You've got an opportunity on the side of Cactus to kind of take it for yourself. I've been taking a look at Butterfly Effect. He does finally switch out of the Radiance, because he's been queuing that up for like a good 10, 15 minutes and does have the full BKB. So this simplifies the fights in a big way for Cactus. It allows someone to follow through safely with your DK. Summer working on his own MKB now as well, just to have a little bit more output in the middle of these engagements. I'm liking the build-up. I think you've got some good solutions here on Cactus to maintain your scale. They just have to execute on these fights. If we can kind of see them catch Wenhao +1, and that has basically been the recipe for success, taking care of the Tiny early on, as he is the big playmaker. Take that Tiny out, these fights are way easier to take for Cactus, and you don't need to worry about being thrown around and getting chain stunned off the back of that as much.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, it's all about Roshan now, Johnny. All about Roshan.
Are scanning.
Scans out from both sides, gonna find nothing.
Dire's top tower.
Wise being very annoying here against that tier 3 top tower, just forcing him with the treants. I do hate the fact that you can just do this. And he will just get away with it. Like, they're actually doing plenty of damage. Eventually the creep wave will spawn up and sort him out. Thing is, Cactus are not flinching. They really know that this Roshan is a necessary requirement for them to try and push the game back their way. So they're patiently waiting for Lonely Rock and Roll to kind of make their way into that pit. Because they do have some very strong team fight when it comes to the Roshan pit. But Lonely Rock and Roll, they're just not moving in. They just don't care.
Yeah. I think they understand that there is control in the area from Cactus, so they don't want to risk it yet. Maybe if they find someone dipping out in the lane, they get the pick off, that's when they feel confident enough to go for the Roche. As it is, they can't really sneak by and try to hope to take it. You've got Rocket Flare vision there. They don't have any forward wards in that top jungle area by the ramps. So can't really afford that risk, especially since they're at 11k now. They do have protection for Big Can though, BKB up in the Morphling, and that can make all the difference in the world. Like, they've got to find a way to break Linken's, get the insta-stun on Dragon Tail, and get all of that before the BKB pops on. It's a lot harder now for Cactus to find that kill.
Well, here we go. They're going to have to try. Roshan under siege. Jumi going to scout out the Roshan pit. Should know they're in there. Wenhao, he moves in with a nice avalanche toss. The clockwork is already gone, but they do have buyback. They'll move in. Meanwhile, TZY, he found the Prophet. That's a huge pickoff, but the Glimmer Cape, it's going to save Wyatt from dying. He'll try for the BKB TP out, and he might just make it because they don't have the damage. That Fish King's gone to boot. Buybacks are there, but now their DK's in trouble. He doesn't have a BKB left. Summer, he'll get onto the high ground. He'll fight from there instead. Real lands the Boundless. They've still got the Dragon Knight under control. They'll take him down. Summer has brought back, but he's out of the Dragon form now. Can they keep the fight going?
Ooh, what?
They found the Morphling. Big Can. High fives out. Locked down. He's still trying to survive through it. He's got the man in a waveform in just a moment, and he'll commit it. In comes Real again on the Monkey. Still fighting. Fish King forced to get out. TZY's gone. Fish King has died back to boot. And Roshan is still very healthy. So a buyback from TZY. They want to keep fighting. Without the Dragon form, I just don't know how you do it.
It's really difficult. They almost had a big kill on Big Can. Like, the Meteor Hammer timing was perfect from TZY, but you just didn't have the follow-through damage. If you had your DK there earlier, you might have been able to do it, but Roshan is set to fall. They have a hook shot to try to play with, but Jiumi is really damn far.
Oh. They jump in when Hal does get stunned by TZY, but they'd love a dieback on this Sand King. Arrow is way off the mark. They are still trying to contest Roshan. 15 seconds away from that Dragon form now. Hookshot is up and ready to go. And Lonely Rock and Roll, they're still taking their time for Roshan. They'll move in again. The Clockwork is in position for an Age of Steel. He's going to move in now, though. Oh, he's too late. So close yet so far. They even found the DK as well in the Boundless. Summer, he's going to BKB up and try to fight in the Wukong's command. They've lost 3 heroes. There's 2 cores against 4. Summer trying to run. Butterfly Effect has cleaned up the backside, but it's not going to matter because they've lost their Dragon Knight. Like, this Monkey King, he's just hitting so damn hard.
He has way too much output. And Cactus, I mean, they find some things for their trouble, but with the Aegis being given out, with all the cores still alive, high ground, it's just going to be a cinch. All you have to defend is Butterfly Effect, and it just doesn't feel like he's enough as yet. No DK for 90 seconds, no Sand King for a minute. I don't see a team fight coming out that well for Cactus unless LRNR somehow really misplay here in the next few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see it either here, John. This game is looking well and truly over. Like, props to Cactus for putting up a great fight here in this game too. And they aren't done yet. They are still going to try. So we won't call it yet. This Butterfly Effect has a Radiance now on the way. I don't think that's going to make quite the difference they're looking for, but it does something at the very least. There's now Big Can. Well, he's going to be careful not to go too deep. Because if they get wiped, they're only one racks up. But they're going right after the Ancient, knowing the buybacks are not available on the DK. Big Can, it's up to Butterfly Effect to save. In fact, they have lost the Morphling once. Can they get Real? Real is dropping. Real is gone. All right, hold on a minute. Big Can, he needs to be the one to survive. They've lost Y. He's going to get out of there. What is happening?
They go all in. They're, again, just really far forward, and they get punished. Like, they get a really good hold on Cactus. LRNR maybe just getting blinded by the open Ancient. They're way too attractive for them, and they fly right into the fire there, Mike. And they tunnel vision into it. They don't respect the control that you are getting out from Fish King. Like, the Earth Spirit is still a big factor in these fights when the roll is up. And they've managed to do that multiple times. Like, the BKB went on a little bit late from Big Cap, so he's forced to just BKB TP a little bit later. The chain control comes out onto the NP. You are still extremely behind, but in reality, you're only one racks behind on the map. And that's all that matters. That is something that they can work on. The Radiance here from Butterfly Effect, that mischance is going to make or break some of these fights. Like 17% miss on all these physical cores. That could be enough to allow Cactus to feel a lot more confident in these engagements.
Yeah, he's doing some damage. I kind of doubted the added damage of the Radiance, but I mean, just being nearby the Ember right now is doing 160 damage. So you can't really underestimate it. And suddenly, I mean, Cactus, they are still not out of this game. Butterfly Effect is doing so much work after such a terrible laning stage. He has really recovered quite effectively. Now, second in net worth is Real. Does reveal himself with the Boundless. In they go after the Tiny instead. They do find Wen Hao.
Oh, Butterfly
Effect. Now the turnaround is there, Butterfly Effect. I just complimented the guy. And now he's gone. Double damage rune right in front of Summer's eyes, but he's out of Dragon form. He has to TP away. He'll barely make it. Just barely.
He's going for Divine Rapier now in Summer. No, he changes back. He changes back. It's back to the Monkey King lore.
I was about to say that's probably necessary at this point.
Yeah, I was going to say it's like, yeah, let's have it. Let's get it. But he doesn't. Oh, they're in a weird spot right now on the side of Cactus where, yes, they looked amazing in the last fight, and then they kind of true to just try to kill off Wenhao. They do have buyback at the least on Butterfly Effect.
Well, here we go. Bottom rack's under siege now. Nice jump in from TZY. That's going to blow Y right up. His chains are there. They found the Mirana. Bocce needs a leap. Goes the exact wrong way. He will go down to boot as they're looking for more now. Hookshot off the mark. Big Can completely destroying Fish King. But Big Can is just trying to escape now. The Summer, he's not done. He'll break the Lincolns. The stun is available. He'll pop it now. They have the Spirit Vessel. Big Can's been left behind. They've got the Morphling controlled up. He's been rooted in place. Surely he gets out with a waveform, but not quite. He is gone. It's Real. Needs a TP away, but now they've got the Tiny. Still, the Ancient in the meantime is exposed. And is under siege by the creeps. Summer will defend, but it's a 4-man wipe. And they are drawing a line right down the mid lane.
I don't understand anymore. Like, it looked like such an awkward defense coming out from Cactus, but then LRNR, they just don't coordinate on that offensive and on the retreat.
Why is so far forward?
Yeah, he has been. a couple of times these fights. Like in that Ancient, he was right next to his Morph. Like, why not just split yourselves up so if someone gets caught, the other guy has the chance to respond, and they don't do that. Now they're pushing onto the high ground. There's no creep wave. It's still halfway across the map, but they've got one
if they
at
have
least.
Dragon form, they might go Ancient. I mean, it's 8 seconds away.
I think they should.
Thing is, I mean, the Morphling only is lacking gold for buyback, so they don't know that he doesn't have it.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, this equalizes the map, right? Like, because you only lost mid-racks. So, you take mid-racks, the map state is actually even outside of the towers on tier 4. So, you're fine.
What a game.
Cactus stay in the game. What is this? What is this? Like, Summer got his MKB in the middle of that fight as well when he was laying onto the Morph. So, all of a sudden, he hits a lot faster and harder, piercing through some of that armor. It's like, what? What the hell, man? Like,
God.
this game.
It's a crazy game. I mean, I guess it was the right choice to not go for the Divine as well, by the way, for Summer.
Yeah, no, for sure.
He didn't need it.
Yep. Who needs that when you can just chain stun?
True.
And that's the one thing with LRNR. They can't afford to be in a position where Big Can is literally the last person left. It's either they all die before him, and by the time it's only 2 people left, Big Can decide to bail out, or I think that's the ideal circumstance. Just have Big Can be your last line, your last refuge. He cannot afford to be left alone. And by the time it starts to trickle down to that point, he has to make that decision. All right, I gotta bail out. I can't last here, because these guys in prolonged fight, well, they can still do damage. You have to respect that.
I just think if you are, lonely rock and roll, like, why can't just die instantly? There's the thing, like, they land one stun from TZY. He is just dropping every single time. And that just can't happen. Like, that's your off lane just melting before the fight even starts. Here we go. Smoke on smoke scenario. This is the one they're looking for. Lonely rock and roll. They have a high ground advantage. Jumi, he's going to die for the team, but they jump in anyway. TZY, he got a double stun off. They found the Morphling. They found the Tiny, but it doesn't matter because they haven't got the follow-up. They are just melting. This Big Can, Jumi, they bought back. They are still going. But Summer, I think he realizes he might need to get out of here. Or does he?
Huh?
TZY, they have been when how. That's the Tiny gone without buyback. Now Y's caught out. The Nature's Prophet, he is also down. No buyback available. Oh, and Big Can. With the Moonlight Shadow, he is surviving for now. Instead, they will find Bocce on the Mirana. That is 3
Good
down.
God.
It might even be more. Big Can's still running. Summer might see him very soon. He'll show on the creep wave. But there's no blink available for Summer. He's all right.
What is going on? Like, that looked like an atrocious fight for Cactus. But then they find that split again. Like, they find Y on the side, farming a camp. They get that punishment. They have a really good ward watching that area for the re-engage. So they re-engage really well. They force out BKBs early. That's a big part of these as well. LR and R are forced to BKB a lot faster because of that jump in from Fish King. So by the time the core is re-engaged, BKBs are down and they've got free reign. Summer's in a bit of a tricky spot though.
Yeah, he's very far forward. He will at least man to off.
Is he?
In fact, Real, he gets hook shot. Maybe they've got the perma stun. The Vessel's there as well. Real, he's forced to fight back now. His team is right behind. He'll pop his BKB, and it seems like the side of Cactus are the ones in trouble as they do try to retreat 4 staffs away, and it's going to be enough. I can't believe they all get out of there scot-free.
That could have gone really badly for Cactus, as they're the ones who
This
committed.
game's insane.
I've never seen. I miss this kind of Dota so much because in Southeast Asia, I'll be frank with you, Mike, it was a bit stompy. Like it would feel like you would farm and then there would be no 50-50 fights. This is just a full 50-50. I have no clue who's winning anymore. It's like everyone has the opportunity to throw this match away, and that's what makes Dota beautiful, you know.
I do love the fact, by the way, John. Now you've got a Skadi on Summer. That's a big timing against the Morph. He's already doing some damage, but with the Skadi, this Morphling is going to feel nowhere near as threatening as it once was.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot easier to manage. Just needs to devour down his Ags now. He puts his treads away. He moves a bit too slow for that. But yeah, once he frees up the slot, he's gonna be all set.
Here we go. Who's that? Oh, they've caught Y again. Oh, not Y. And now Big Can, he's in the middle of nowhere. He's trying to fight
Can't
back
fight
against
this.
Summer. He might have enough, but no. TZY, another double stun. They will lose Bocce. At least Fish King does drop, but there goes Wen Hao. I don't think this is the fight. So Summer has gone. That is a dieback. Big Can takes care of it. TZY also caught out.
Ooh.
Butterfly Effect tries to come back into the team fight, but he needs to run. So now the turnaround is back the way of Lonely Rock and Roll.
Oh my god. It looked so good to start for Cactus this time, but they don't manage to get the burst down. Turd Roche, refresh shard on hand along with a cheese. They've got that opportunity to end. Lines drawn down mid, although changing to top. We just want to secure this game a little bit cleaner here for Lonely Rock and Roll Club. The side of Cactus.
Oh,
Ho.
he's got the 25 talent with 2 sleight of fist charges here, John.
Oh
Double
boy.
damage is active, by the way. This could be scary. They don't know. Let's see it. They're grouped up right now. Butterfly Effect, he could make some magic happen to defend this Ancient. It's not so much damage yet. He could just go for another, though. He's waiting.
Doesn't have
Ancient is
Fortify,
going down.
can't
He needs
stall.
to make some magic happen as they are going to roll in Big Cat. He might just drop. He's lost
What?
the Aegis, but the Wukong's command, it's going to zone them out. The Ancient is still under siege, and they just call it. They don't have enough. Very anticlimactic Divine Rapier pickup, sadly, Jonathan. But nevertheless, we do get a game 3 here between these two Chinese teams.
I can't believe what we just watched. That was ridiculous. Like, to be fair, LRNR were always favored to kind of win into like the ultra late game. And we talked about Cactus needing like an earlier game to come out from them. They didn't really find that. Their lanes were like so-so. Only Summer's lane went really well. Beyond that, it was really hard in the early to mid. But they held on, and it was, I have no idea how that game went so back and forth. Like, they'd find these openings on Cactus. LRNR would kind of be a bit too forward, especially on Y. You know, you catch out the Morphling, or you catch out the NP, or really the Tiny, and I think you have that opening set for Cactus, and they understood that really well. They would look and force for these opportunities frequently, and the side of LRNR, I mean, it's not the cleanest from them, right? They bounce back, they force a game 3 out, but even in this case where I figured they were draft favored for late timing, even that late timing wasn't clean. So I think Cactus honestly feels maybe a little bit stronger. Just because, again, this draft, it doesn't feel like it should have been able to do what it did by like 35 minutes. It just feels like they shouldn't have been able to play that way.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. And just a few misplays, I think, here from Lonely Rock and Roll were really costing them these fights. And I mean, it was going to be an amazing comeback if Cactus could make it happen, but they weren't quite enough to finally get the comeback going. Maybe if the Ancient wasn't exposed, the game would still be ongoing, but well, sadly, they won't have the chance. And this is where the big mistake happened, right? Like, you end up losing your Aegis on the Morph, then Real ends up dying on the Monkey King, and there's just not enough help to keep Big Can alive. Like, this was just a huge team fight. And I'm pretty sure I literally said before the fight started that this is a pretty risky play. As Big Can did get out, excuse me, but they lost everyone else. And that gave such a comeback here to Cactus throughout this game. And a little, Lonely Rock and Roll, like, definitely got potential, but definitely going to be a little bit worried of their decision making, I think.
Yeah, they've kind of got to, in this time between the games, kind of have to go back and read, all right, we won that. What went wrong? Why did that game go a little bit more topsy-turvy than we'd like it to with this kind of draft? And try to correct. If they don't, I feel like the corrections that you can make in draft are a lot easier in comparison to playstyle. So for Cactus, if they come back in and are like, all right, we tried that DK1, it was decent. We tried a Sand King, it had some, it had decent impact from TZY, but I feel like it didn't like dominate the lane hard enough, and that kind of made their game harder with how free of a time Big Can had from the laning phase and how long it took for Sand King to feel like he could contribute. If they just correct, say, their off-lane pick here, coming out from Cactus, I think they could work it. Like, the DK1 really wasn't an issue, despite being a little bit more unconventional. Like, yes, you see it every now and again, but, you know, it's not as popular as it once was, but really just the off-lane pick. So I'm keen to see whether or not, like, these draft corrections versus play corrections, which one's going to come out on top. Because I personally feel like draft corrections a lot faster.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what they do. Like, it's going to be a very interesting game 3 now between these two teams. And I mean, after that game 2, I actually can't wait to see what the result is going to be. But before that, we are going to head off to a very short break. And of course, right after that break, we'll be back with our game 3 draft between Lonely Rock and Roll and, of course, Cactus. We'll see you then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, going back into our next series, game number 3 here between, of course, Lonely Rock and Roll and the side of Cactus. Jonathan, this time around, I did notice the CK in his suit, but I still didn't care because my queen was in the at the front, and that's all I care about. Jonathan, I just wanted to point that out. Before anything else, though, game 3, how you doing?
Doing great, Mike. It's going to be an interesting one because, again, at the end of game 2, we kind of talked about what the weaknesses were for both teams, right? Like, it felt like for Cactus, that game 2 draft was a lot harder to play. And for Lonely Rock and Roll, they should have been able to do a lot more earlier than they did. They gave some opportunities away for Cactus to sneak back into that game. So I'm keen to see how far their corrections go gameplay-wise for LRNR, and for Cactus, how far they go in draft correction. Because it does feel like TZY's here at that time. I mean, Sand King is just... It's just not a really strong hero right now. He didn't make it work. There were some moments where it looked like it shined, but it's really down to more their supports like Fish King and Jumi followed through from that Burrow Strike, and that's where it really opened up. So again, I'm keen to see what they change up here for both sides. I don't think they're changing up too much though, as I'm already, well, we do not have the draft yet on hand, but I see a little bit of a tidbit inside already, Mike, and let me tell you, not major adjustments coming out yet for LRNR. For Cactus, well, they bring out something that I think has just been really dominant in the meta, and I am just really curious. TZY's here is the really important one here, right? Like, last time around, his Timbersaw was pretty dominant and pretty free farm, but he was uncontested. His Sand King was not in good position. So kind of want to see what ideas they have for offlane here, besides Zoo.
Yeah, on the bright side, when Sand King is back in the meta, I think we've got a great Sand King player on our hands here in the form of TZY, because apart from the laning stage, he was making some great plays, but like you said, something different would probably be appreciated here for the side of Cactus, at least for the POS 3, and that kind of has been the story of this series, hasn't it? Because game number 1, Lonely Rock and Roll, their POS 3 was suffering the whole time. Game 2, Cactus had a very similar issue. And now you're kind of wondering what happens in game 3. And as you can see, TZY just rocking back and forth here. Obviously, after the experience of having to play Sand King in this current meta, not a very good experience from my experiences either, John. The King needs some buffs. My goodness.
Yeah, he does. That he definitely does. Look at Winhow with some of his Haldo, Celine bags for a certain someone. I'm assuming. Yeah. I don't even think they have like male stuff. Fashion-wise, so pretty cool. Look at that. VLTN as well.
What if
I mean, it just means, well, if it's his, he has really impeccable fashion taste, Mike. It's a good sign. He's fashion conscious. Lots of guys don't care about how they look. They take a look at you, Mikey. We're here casting the DPC. What do you win? A hoodie. Disgraceful, sir. Disgraceful.
As far as I'm aware, the wealthiest people in the world don't show off, Jonathan. That's what I keep hearing.
That is fair.
Mind you, I'm not anywhere near that point, but you know, that's where I'm going.
You could feel like it, you know? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I could. Yeah. Anyway, I've never even heard of the brand Celine, so you know, I don't see what the big deal is here, Jonathan. Moving on. Drafts here. There is a POS 3 Doom by the looks of it. Mirana POS 4 coming out once again. Cactus. They do go for one of my current favorites, Sean, the POS 5 Undying, I'm pretty sure, here for Cactus. And back to the SF as well, I think, for Butterfly Effect.
Yeah, I don't mind this too much from Cactus. They can kind of go all in now in like a physical draft. What options are here? Lycan's still available. If you kind of want to go into Lycan SF, have the Howl plus the minus armor from your Presence of the Dark Lord, and you're kind of pretty happy with just melting anyone on the map. You could go for a physical on your safe lane. Still a ton of options left. TV still there if they kind of want to play that. Into Doom, it's a little bit annoying, as well, you're always going to be a Doom target on hand, but that's just the nature of playing against Doom. Kind of just have to learn how to deal with it and play better, I suppose. I like that LRNR do respect ban at Timbersaw. TZY was pretty crazy on that Tim, to be fair. So not a very typical ban, but against a specialist makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it certainly does. Like, you don't want to hand that over if you can avoid it. And again, the same support duo coming out for the 3rd game in a row. They just can't get enough of this Mirana Tiny.
Yep.
Cactus is very different though. Monkey King coming out. a Tusk pos 4, I believe, is what we're looking at here for Cactus. I like the switch up. You know, that's I kind of made this point during Game 2's draft, but when you go the exact same support duo, it's pretty easy to read, which I think is going to be a problem for Lonely Rock and Roll this Game 3, because Cactus have switched things up in a way where I don't think you're going to have as easy of a time now. Like, you've got Snowball save from the Tusk, plenty of catch available from the Tusk. Undying tends to not really care about getting initiated on as long as he drops Tombstone. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here from Cactus.
And I like the flexibility from Cactus here as well, Mike. Like, you can put the Monkey King on 4, you can put the Tusk on mid, you can put the SF on mid. You have a lot of ways of just making sure your matchups work. I think right now, it still looks like a pretty decent, say, Monkey King 1 kind of game, because your offlane matchup against Doom, it's not bad. You just run him down with your Jingu. You're kind of happy in that lane. And especially if you tie that in with, say, the Undying. You soften up, get that kill very fast there. So you can work that out in your way. For LRNR, it's a little bit more cemented in. Again, I always raise the point of flexing Tiny. It just doesn't feel like core Tiny's in a good spot, even on mid. It just doesn't feel amazing. Although mid Tiny is probably its best role on core, but the support Tiny just feels a lot more impactful. And your Doom is almost certainly going to be offlane. Like, we have seen very edge cases where Doom safe lane comes out. I'm not sure if that's something we can expect to see here from LRNR, if that's something they'd want to pull out themselves for Big Can. I mean, it's a possibility. I just don't see a good purpose to it right now, and I like the Leshrac coming out. Like, this is a hero that I feel like has been ignored for a while, and it still worked well. Like, even without a battery of the IO, your timing into Bloodstone is still pretty damn strong. Your lane matchups here for your potential mids of either Monkey King or SF, it's pretty decent for Leshrac. Like, it's not a lane matchup he loses in the worst case. He can draw even in a worst case scenario. So they covered their bases really well on LRNR. They've got some pretty good early timings. And this is something they can play around. They've got some combinations with Arrow. They've got some combinations with the Avalanche Toss with the Leshrac on hand. So they can play pretty aggressive here.
That they can. Final banouts to come. Cactus obviously looking for those pos 1 bans. Lonely Rock and Roll don't really have a position 1 for themselves yet in Lonely Rock and Roll. I mean, I guess you can assume the Monkey King should just be the safe lane MK this game. So obviously offlane bans are what LRNR are going to focus on. Primal Beast, Mars both being removed. Final pickup right into a Rubik. So is this a pos 3 Undying we're looking at, potentially?
I'm trying to think what's better off. I think you flex it until you see their carry pick, and then you figure out what matchup works for you. And then that's when you figure it out. I'm hoping it's not like an offlane Rubik, because we saw Talon do that in Southeast Asia. They did a little throwing there, Mike. They did offlane Rubik at some point. They did offlane Hoodwink, and Jabs just said, haha, I had fun. And no one else on his team did. So
no.
For Cactus, this is game 3. This is not the kind of game where you can throw that kind of lane advantage out. When it comes down to it, Undying Tree is probably the most sensible. Like, you can run Undying Rubik and then run a Monkey King Tusk lane, and that's pretty fine on the side lanes. My issue is it does feel like if your lane doesn't go well, the Undying Core just falls off, and there is your solution for that. The AM coming out. Well, to be fair, Undying still feels pretty all right there. Now they'll go with the TZY Tusk. So you don't have the best lockdown for this AM. That's the one scary thing. Like, Big Can actually has a fairly decent game to jump in and out here. He doesn't need to worry about being kept in place and being bursted down all too badly. And the side of Cactus, they still have this really strong physical combination, like Presence of the Dark Lord plus Monkey King in these team fights. Pretty ridiculous. Yeah. But I think the lanes look a little bit more back and forth, and I think LRNR has a good mix of tempo and scaling, so they should be able to like build up, buy space for Big Can, have this AM jump back in when it's ready, and be fairly confident that you can't really keep this guy down too long.
It is there's kind of interesting things you can do though, right? Like Fish King Rubik if you can still Doom, that's going to make Big Can's life hell. Arrow could be very effective as well, just a follow-up stun on the AM. Even Avalanche could be very effective. So I think a lot of pressure is going to be here onto Fish King to try and actually lock this AM down this game, because it's like you kind of already said, like Big Can feels like he's going to have the freest game of his life in this Pos 1 AM this time around. Like you really don't have any way of stopping him. Unless you can land like a Rogue Requiem or something, but it's a pretty free game so far for a Pos 1 AM. We're going to have to wait and see how this game number 3 does go down. I personally think Fish King has a lot of pressure on his shoulders to try and lock down this AM long enough, right? Because you do have lift into Arrow, you can still Doom, even Split Earth. Like lift into Split Earth might be enough, but you need some follow-up to it.
Yeah, you definitely do. And we've got to see. Again, when you think about game 2, it does feel like Cactus executed better than LRNR. So in that sense, even if this lineup can be a bit harder to pull off, I think Cactus is a team that is maybe slightly more favored to actually pull that off, right? Like this is a team that can do it. For LRNR, again, it's an issue of them fixing some of their small mistakes gameplay-wise. Like they were kind of giving out a little bit too many kills. They were a bit too far forward in some circumstances. This is a lineup that can just double down in that here as well.
Well, TZY already getting chased down on the tusk, but is going to be okay. Big Can. And I'm pretty sure he already knows there's no way to lock him down level 1. Though he'd rather not skill blink if he can avoid it, so we'll back his way out. I think they're going to have to give up this bounty rune anyway. No way you can find a level 1 Undying. That decay was just way too powerful. Though why? He's going to travel onto the other side of the map and just make sure he tries to secure the other, and he gets away with it. So a 2-for-2 trade. Nice little even start here between these two teams. And we'll start off with the mid lane as usual, shall we, Jonathan? You're going to have Real here on the Leshrac. He's going to be up against Butterflies. We are watching a Devour from Y. Does get away with the creep. But the SF versus the Leshrac matchup, I believe you already said you don't believe the Leshrac can really lose the lane. So I suppose we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Again, this is still a pretty good lane for SF. You can walk up, harass out, try to land all your raises. At the same time, the Leshrac does have some counterplay, like the stun to combo break. And down the line, you've got the Lightning Storm or the Diabolic Edict to punish a deep chase. But this is still a little bit easier for the SF. It's down to rune control as well. Who does get to top up their bottle, pick up the early water runes, does generally feel better. And again, that's where LRNR theoretically shines. They've got the same support duo of Tiny and Mirana, and these two can collapse on mid very nicely. So that is something that you will have to respect here on Cactus.
Yeah, I mean, so far, the Butterfly Effect's doing a really good job. It's already got quite a few Necromancery stacks going for himself, and well, we are seeing Real kind of struggle to last hit at the moment as, well, top lane, Big Can and Bocce against Fish King, and of course TZY. I think for TZY, like, it's all going to be about the lane shenanigans, right? Like, you just don't want to have to go up against the AM if you can avoid it. You'd much rather just keep pulling the creep wave and just farm securely. Because the AM, like, sure, you can pressure, but chances are Big Can is just going to free farm this laning stage. So you may as well just secure your own farm if you can as his task.
Yeah, just try to get that build up. I mean, if you do want to be aggressive, it's like the first 2 levels are when you can really get that done against the AM, but with a Rubik support, it just doesn't feel like the easiest thing to do. So you're just going to have to accept that Big Can will just be able to find some decent build up here into his Vanguard. Trying to punish Bocce a bit, but it does still have the 2 leaps to bail out of safety. That should lead to a fun time for Big Can. Like, you are seeing the same reflect for Summer. The Monkey King isn't being pressured out either, and he does have quite a fair few more denies under his belt. It's just the nature of the Doom versus Monkey King. Like, Doom just cannot pressure that lane at all. And Wenhao is just trying to get the pulls every single time to give themselves that lane advantage. They are collapsing 2 waves onto the small camp, though.
That they are. I suppose
that's 3 range creeps. What?
It is 2 range creeps,
What?
actually, now that you say it.
It's 3. It's 3 of them. They're all just chasing around. They're not playing the lanes at all. They're breaking the lanes here. What?
That's what you want as Lonely Rock and Roll, though, right? Like, you don't want to lane against the MK. So if you can split things up like this is much more preferable, for sure. And they're getting away with it. That is a huge creep wave that they are still just dragging around. It is, of course, going to push back the way of Cactus anyway, so all this farm is going to come back into the loving hands of Summer. But now Y can kind of feel protected in the sense that he knows that there's a huge creep wave, so they can play like this. They'll move in onto Jiamu, but he's going to be okay to back his way out as he's dropped the tombstone. When How now the one in trouble?
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, he certainly is.
Dire structures.
I mean, you can make the dive like that, but it is still an Undying you're diving against. That's never fun.
Yeah, it's an Undying, your two melee heroes with not the best attack speed to clear out a tombstone. And Summer, I mean, he just does his job well. Positions himself quite right, avoids the avalanche, gets the Jingu up, gets the Boundless to stall. That's more than enough time. Like, he's been finding every range creep. You're not being able to deny too well here. Like, the lane's just so much easier for Cactus to play on. And outside of just breaking that lane with the pulls, which doesn't also pan out all too well for LRNR, you don't have much you can do here for the side of LRNR. They do at least manage to rotate onto mid a little bit. They secured themselves water runes, so no top up for butterfly effect. And they are dragging Wenhao in for a flank.
They are. That's the thing.
Stand him out.
Like, if there's one thing you can really compliment Lonely Rock and Roll on, their support duo is always trying to shut down mid. Butterfly effect. He's been copying it this whole series. This time around, he's much more, privy to it. He's aware that they're probably going to rotate like this. And so he is just continuing to try and dominate the lane as Real is really starting to struggle to the raise spam and Butterfly. And I think this is probably the most important game for the supports of Lonely Rock and Roll to try and make these ganks happen. But again, I think as long as Butterfly Effect has it in the back of his mind that they're coming, he should be okay. And for now, he's even got Ju Mi just hanging around with him on the Undying.
Yeah, they're ready. They've got the Tombstone ready to go there as well. So they can kind of make some plays in a forced dive. Gonna be a little bit longer until the power rune's up, but again, you're leaving this Tiny connected to mid, which means your bot lane's super free. The Mirana's forced to kind of come in, try to make this worth their time. They're gonna try.
Nice arrow. It did land with the back of the tossbacks. They do secure the kill, but now Ju Mi trying after Real needs one or two more hits, but I think he's diving a bit too deep. He's not going to be able to find him. Tries to decay the courier. That's not going to work either, Ju Mi. He'll get out of there. And so eventually the support rotation does once again pay off against Butterfly.
Yeah, they shut him down. Again, it does cost a lot of heroes, but you get the kill in the end. So you're more than happy. You might find a bonus there as well. Just a bit of a deny off.
Oh, here we go. Oh, we've seen this before. Oh no. Boy. He gets caught again. This is exactly what happened in game one. And the exact same tips coming out. Oh. Yeah. And Butterfly, he's tipping right now, telling Real, like, you can't even 1v1 me. I don't know what he's trying to say there, but I can almost guarantee it's along the lines of 1v1 me. Stop bringing your supports in like this.
Yeah, that's what every mid loves to cry about. I've seen that many a times, especially in my 5 stacks. Like, my mid player, he's such a friendly guy, but when he plays mid and he gets ganked, it's like, oh my god, my team's terrible. They're not helping me.
Sounds like me. When hell? Avalanche toss is there. All right. That's going to be okay, John. I won't hear any excuses from you again if you don't want to party with me, considering now that I know you have some toxic mid player as well as your friend.
Ah, well, that's why I've been playing Turbo now with my other friends.
Oh, there's no escape, is there, John? It's just no escape.
There's no escape. Speaking of escapes, Mike, I actually can't reconnect to the game, so I'm still watching, but I'm just letting you know. I actually can't establish a connection.
Oh, congratulations. Turns out you could escape. Well done, John.
I'm going to restart my game, but yes. This is a great start for LRNR. 1-3 or trying it again. Butterfly effect.
I mean, they're going to find an Undying instead. Ju Mi actually gets the stick charges, does drop the tombstone. In comes Fish King. They really want the Leshrac if they can afford to take him. In comes Summer. He's got a balance available. He'll land it. And they do punish heavily for the rotation that Lonely Rock and Roll have made. They've even got one more. The zombies are still going. Wenhao cannot escape the grasp of this Undying. To land a decent avalanche, but it's not going to matter. Fish King will take a double.
Yeah, 2 for the King. They get that punishment. You even get that individual kill coming out for Butterfly Effect on Bocce. So they're recovering well. Like, they're forcing these skirmishes out on LRNR, but it's like what we said in the last game. Like, it's a little bit too forced sometimes.
And there you go again. Bocce, he gets some wards down, but he dies immediately because TZY and Fish King were just waiting. Is why he's actually going to pop a Doom here. Scorched Earth was stolen. Deny attempt from TZY. He's just going to try and keep up. Snowball, it's going to buy some time. Summer is there to back them up. The Rubik still alive. Might die to the neutrals. Oh, the Dark Troll Summoner woke up. The Scorched Earth woke it up.
That is just so unfortunate for LRNR. They need
That's
every little
tragic.
pickoff they can get. They're not able to really trade. The one big benefit they are getting is this free lane for Big Can. Like, your AM is farming up nicely, has the Vanguard up, very well protected now from any potential jump onto him. But you've sacrificed your Lech and your Doom to a pretty great extent. Especially your Doom. Like, that's not a hero you normally see at this position in terms of net worth, but it's just been a really rough lane into like, a really rough time.
Real being chased. TZY does land the shards. Needs the backup though, because Big Can is there to follow up as TZY is still going. Nice mana void, but it's not enough. They will get the Leshrac as TZY. He might drop here, but he is still running. Still trying to make it out. But Wenhao cuts him off with the avalanche, ensures he goes down. Jumi now maybe going a little bit too far here on the Undying, but he does have someone to back him up. Big Can, lift up, but we'll have the blink. He's going to be just fine. Not a bad trade though. Like, that's your pole 3 going down for a position 2 Leshrac. I still think you overall call that a win for the side of Cactus. And well, you've also given blink away here to Fish King, right? So now you've got this initiation constantly going on for this Rubik. And that's probably going to be a very standard thing this game. Just to blink into the lift every single time.
They're going for more.
I mean, why not? Bottom lane, why is gone?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top. Summer. Oh, he dodges the arrow just barely. Finding a little crevice in the tree line. In fact, I believe he quelled the tree himself to allow him that space. And he will make it out.
Dire's
Time,
bottom tower is
8 to
under
5. 1K lead still up here for Cactus and LRNR. It's just so awkward, right? Like, their issue is they're kind of just committing at moments. They're going farming solo. They're not respecting this gank potential that comes out from Cactus early on. Like, again, Cactus has this tempo draft. They need to play fast, and they are. Clearing out mid already at 11.5 minutes.
They're not going to find the shard that they wanted to win how, but they're going to find a tier 1 mid tower, and Real's really going to back off though. Instead, they make the jump in on the Tiny, and TZY, he is hitting like an absolute truck right now with that Walrus Punch, taking down Wenhao. That's kind of the thing with the Tiny, John. Like, he's not level 6 yet, so he's still got 0 base armor. That Walrus Punch, it is just doing way too much damage to him.
He just melts. When the tag team's up, you just fall apart. You're not even being affected by the presence of the Dark Lord just yet. Oh.
Big Can. The Snowball's going to reveal his position. Oh, no!
Oh.
The tree goes down. It may not matter. Big Can, another jump away. Summer, he's there in the Fade Bolt. It's going to be enough. That was so close to being just a disgusting situation for Cactus.
That could have been really, really bad. One of those unfortunate things where, you know, your snowball fades, it crushes a tree, it just so happens to be your cores. Maybe you should have taken him into the snowball as well.
Oh,
but
boy.
yeah, it works out in the end.
I mean, they are really returning the favor. Cactus not slowing down whatsoever. We'll find why. That's your Doom gone once again, as he has at least picked up his Midas before he does die. But now the chase for Wenhao. Eventually he knows he's just gonna... Oh, I say that. Pings out, TZY ran the wrong way. He's got Snowball up now, but he's still barely out of range. There you go, he does find it eventually. Quite a bit of time being wasted though by Wenhao. Does buy his team a little bit of time to get something going across the map.
Yeah, it gets them some time, but they lose their top tier 1 on top of that. So your top 4 jungle's a little bit more exposed now from LRNR. A little bit easier for Cactus to farm up in that area, with the mid missing as well. You've got the blink up on TZY, so more jump potential now to catch that slippery little AM. It'll be a lot easier to follow through on that control. Summer's ready to make a play here.
Oh, Doom is out onto the Undying. I mean, they really want the fight. Arrow's going to be juked out. Y is just down. And now with the Walrus Punch, Big Can's gone.
Oh, God.
I mean, I appreciate you don't want to have the Tombstone committed. But I don't know if that's the target. It's real. Bottom lane is being chased. TZY, he's just all across the map, but they don't have the dust. No detection available here for the Moonlight Shadow. So Real is going to be able to get out. They do eventually find the tier 1 bot tower. TZY trying to see if he can get himself out now, but no, never mind Summer. He wants to go again. Walrus Punch is there. Wukong's command out as well. Real's in huge trouble. They might lose TZY, or maybe they don't. Maybe they just don't. Is Wenhao. Wenhao will also go down here to Summer. A double kill for the MK. And they are still going.
Oh my
down
God.
Strikeout, final right click. They'll take down a third. Triple kill for Summer.
No, that is just sickening. They walk into range of the sentry while they're in lane. And then that's the immediate turnaround. And that's the point. They come back in, they get the punishment out, and they clean up in such a beautiful way coming out here for the side of Cactus. LRNR. I mean, this draft, it's... I don't even know if it's like a better scaling draft. It feels like it's also kind of tempo-based. Like AM is... he's not that hyper carry ultra late game hero anymore. It doesn't feel like it just doesn't scale in that same way. It scales with an advantage, and you don't have that right now on your AM. Your Doom is still working up with the Midas going into the BKB. You're gonna need way more than just that afterwards as well. It's a long process to kind of get that build up you need, and you're at the point where Cactus invades that top jungle.
Bocce's gone. Big Can lifted up.
the root,
It's there
man.
as well. He's still all right. He's still running, but TZY right behind him. Big Can in such big trouble. So Kingfish, he's got Ensnare that he took from the Doom.
Yep.
So why gave Ensnare away from a neutral creep?
Yep.
And it's such a strong spell against the AM.
It is. It's probably the best spell you could ask for, quite frankly. Especially since you've got the Aether Lens up, you've got almost maxed out Arcane Supremacy. Roche doesn't take too long as well. With the physical output you do have with Butterfly Effect and the tag team going on top of that. First Roche of the game going the way of Cactus cleanly. LRNR. This Gambit with the AM, it doesn't feel like it's paying off. Like he's rushing Radiance here, Mike. We're getting a AM Radiance build. And the timing just feels off. Like if this was like a 15-minute Radiance, I would be down for it. But that's like a perfect game for AM. This is far from a perfect game so far for Big Can.
Well, that was what I was going to say, and kind of follow up to your point you were just making earlier, right? Like, you pointed out the fact that the AM's not going to be like that ultra late game kind of carry we're used to. And then I looked at his item build, and I'm like, yeah, he's definitely not going to be that. No, with this kind of item build, he's not. He's mid lane. They are going to find Wenhao once again. Cactus just proving that they're the better team here in game number 3. But yeah, I mean, this AM build-up, like, I don't see what it's going to do. They are really needing a carry this game. And he's not going that pure POS 1 style of carry.
No.
It's more like a POS 3 AM at this point.
Yeah, it does look a lot more like that.
Has fallen.
I mean, the Radiance, again, it has some uses here up against the physical output of this lineup. I just don't think you're the highest EHP hero to maximize a Radiance on the AM.
It's under attack.
Maybe just more for farm, just clear out these waves faster, jumping around. But then you'd probably be better off with just a Battle Fury instead. Like, it's an interesting pick, and I don't know how they're going to make it work, but There is potential for it to work. It's just, it's uncharted territory. Like, they have to adjust heavily on how LRNR execute to make that happen, which again is their biggest issue. Their execution's just slightly off the mark, and that's more than enough for Cactus to find these openings.
4 heroes top lane.
Oh,
Summer, he's
Summer?
gonna jump right into them.
What is the...
Summer, no!
What?
Oh, Summer. It may not matter. When Hal's gone, they'll still fight underneath the tombstone. Shard's not gonna lock in real. But why? Why is in big trouble in the Doom once again?
Oh.
A nice split of the real. Gonna try and turn it around, but butterfly effect's incoming. They need to get out. And they will. But had Salmon not just casually died on the Monkey King, that could have been a huge team fight.
Yeah, that's what I would say, you know, when you turn to your team and you just say, hey, we do a little trolling. We do a little throwing,
Yeah.
you know, get a bit too excited, get punished for it. But still, the smoke could be big. Real one.
Real? Run the other way, sir. Oh, never mind. Sadly for him, he was on the division, so they had plenty of information that the Leshrac was farming Triangle, and he is going to drop once again.
Yeah. Kind of makes up for losing your Monkey King. Not quite as much as you'd want, just because Summer's worth so much more gold. But you're putting dents in. Like, they've got really good aggressive vision now on Cactus. They're maximizing it well. They're still lining up for that top tier 2. No one's around to stop Butterfly Effect. They've got wards here from LRNR to watch these movements across, though. So they do see it. Sentry Ward just out of range of that ramp ward. So LRNR should be able to drag themselves away from a forced fight. Or, well, they're under vision again.
They are. This is a rough position here. The lonely rock and roll is when Hal is going to go down.
Is under attack.
Zombies are still chasing as well, giving the information away. It's not going to matter because Cactus, they do back their way out, but it's an AK advantage, 23-6, I believe, is the scoreline. Kind of hard to see a comeback happening. Like, again, Big Cat is still trying to farm this Radiance. It's such a slow process.
It is. It's still... I don't know. Like, I don't know if this is worth the wait. You know, not like CS2, that was worth the wait. Should be worth the wait.
Yeah.
This AIM Radiance, it doesn't feel like it's got the same impact. You know, it's no volumetric smoke, Mike. It's none of that.
Someone's been playing Counter-Strike.
I've been playing way too much, dude. I've been playing way too much. I have grown
love
to
to hear
love
it.
the Negev. I am a Negev player on CT. I hold angles and I hold my fire button. That's it. I'm terrible.
TZY. Doom's out. Arrow does connect, but Summer bound to strike there to try and protect. In fact, White, he does find the Tusk kill. It's a good start. Can they find something to trade? They will pick up Wen Hao, but it's still a pretty big win here for Lonely Rock and Roll. Nice pick up there onto the Pulse 3 Tusk. That's
just
pretty much
costs
going to
them
be it.
Doom.
Everyone else just backs off.
It's just such a massive cooldown to commit for, right? You don't manage to take the follow-up fight off the back of that. You're forced to retreat immediately. So you're trying to hit and run with such a long cooldown spell. Like, this is the play, but it also doesn't feel great. Because you kind of want to find more when you commit that Doom. Because that's going to be your bread and butter in these fights. You're not killing off something like the Monkey King. You're not killing off the SF. And these feel like higher priority targets than just TZY's Tusk. So this should be an opening now for Cactus, seeing that the Doom is down. There's really nothing to worry about if they get the jump here.
We'll lift up. They found the Mirana. They'll take the arrow, but they actually miss after the lift. Bocchi leaps away. It's going to save him from TZY. And Shards will be off the mark anyway.
Middle tower is
So
under
they've got arrow now at the very least. So there's one kind of little bonus from that mishap here from Fish King, but we'll see if they can capitalize. They are running right towards Y on the Doom.
tower is under attack.
And he doesn't have Doom. BKB is going to be back up for him, though. Has some protection to at least bail out of here if he sees that opportunity, but...
Moonlight was there. Dust has been popped. Y did avoid the Tusk range, though, so they will not see the Doom. He's okay. And Lonely Rock and Roll, I mean, they're doing a good job of buying a lot of time. Like, You still have this dude Midas, who's going to be really, really just farming quite effectively here. And, of course, Big Can with the Radiance now. He's getting there, John. He's going for an Aghanim Scepter up
Oh
next.
my god. This is actually the most obnoxious AM build. Like, this is actually just full-on annoy the hell out of your enemies with the blink fragments.
Yeah.
Like, the only thing that could make this perfect is something like, I don't know, Diffusal up as well.
Why? Classic went for the Midas on a jungle creep. BKB does not
Yeah.
give you free pathing, sir. And he will drop.
It's pretty big, forcing BKB down to 7 seconds. Kill off the Doom while Doom was, what, 2 seconds away from cooldown. So, they find that window. They can just keep shutting down the map. I don't know if this is enough for high ground. They don't have Aegis. Roshan respawn is still a ways off. 40 seconds until we see that timer. So probably not enough to push onto the high ground, but more than enough to shut down the map. Mind you, LRNR, they are playing down bot. They're using the space well. Big Can is, despite all this, farming really nicely as well in the AM. It's only a matter of whether or not Radiant's blink fragments are annoying enough that your enemy will not want to play this game anymore.
I mean, they are certainly annoying, that's for sure. I remember when this Ags came out on AM, I was like, how could they possibly, like, how do they actually find a way to make AM more annoying as a hero? And that was it. It's like, it could have been anything else.
It's just so annoying. Just so damn annoying. Like,
It's infuriating.
like all the sports would just be like, all right, I'm burning down. You're taking my mana away. I can't even burst your illusions down with these heroes. Yeah. And then he does that like 2-3 times. He gets a couple of charges. Yeah, 3 times. And you're like, yeah, all right.
Yep.
That's my gameplay. I hate this game. You know?
Done.
It's like, I don't want to play this. I don't.
What can you do, John? It happens. It happens. I mean, they could have given this Axe the Arc Warden, John, if that makes you feel any better.
Can you imagine if he had something like a pulling fragment on? I would do not want to play that game. I'd rather play against a gambler or something, you know. I'd rather do that.
John. Bring Gambler back.
Could be
Bring him
interesting.
back. Come on. It's been long enough.
I was so disappointed that Muerta's kit didn't have something like. Remember when we were theory crafting that she had like a 10% chance to literally kill anyone across the map, including her teammates?
Oh, yes.
That would
Yeah.
have been fun.
That was you, by the way. Big Can. Does get caught. Fear is there, but he's got time to blink away. They don't have enough damage.
That
Why, though?
Doom
He
did
jumped
nothing.
in. Yeah, he doomed for nothing. He'll hurricane himself out of there, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think, because they have
Ooh.
plenty of mobility. So why? I mean, props to him for trying to save his anti-mage. Problem is, Big Can was fine on his own.
Yeah, they did manage to time that fear really well from the Requiem coming out from Butterfly Effect. And it did clip him, but they just didn't have enough follow-through stun at that point to keep Big Can locked in. Still, they find something for the trouble. They forced the Doom out. They forced another BKB usage out from our Doom as well, and Roshan is open. So, I mean, this is not going to take too long at all. Like, this is just going to melt.
Yeah, it's
Look at that.
will. Roshan is just gone. No contest. All
Free
the
shard
items
for
will go the
Butterfly
way of
Effect.
the SF. Happy days for him. Bottom. Real, trying to fight. Butterfly Effect literally could not care less. He'll just keep going. I don't understand the point of the BKB. Nevertheless, he is dead as Wen Hao also gone now. It appears everyone just panic presses BKB when they're about to die to physical damage in this game.
No. And it's a wasted charge. Ooh, the arrow. Good read from Bocce.
That's cheeky. That's a cheeky arrow.
Stops the chase on our Doom, so Y gets to bail out. But with the Aegis on hand now for the side of Cactus, there should be their opportunity to go high ground. Like, there is literally nothing stopping them. Big Can.
I mean, they know that the shards is up, so you've got that inbuilt fear now against the AM, which can make a difference. But here's the Aghanim Scepter. I don't know why Big Can decided during Game 3, I'm just going to annoy the living crap out of the enemy, but that's what he's decided.
This is... I need to see him use it. I need to see Big Can literally plop himself in the lane and just harass the support. That's it. I need to see this.
It's not even
please.
a good Ags. That's what annoys me about it.
It's an annoying axe. That's literally it. It's
Yeah.
not. I don't think it's like the worst axe in the game, but it certainly isn't like amazing. It's just annoying.
I mean, the
It's-
worst Ags in the game goes to Bloodseeker, as we all know, John.
No, it worked, Mikey. I saw. I heard. I heard it worked.
Did you?
I heard it worked, Mikey. You can't say that. Bloodseeker eggs, baby. Me and Jenkins for Theory crafting. It's pretty terrible, but it's funny.
Tier 3 tower, bottom lane going down. That's not too funny. At least not for Little Rock and Roll. They do get jumped immediately by TZY. They've lost Real. Wise popped his BKB, but he's just trying to fight. Here come those fragments, by the way, John. Look
They're
at
not
them go.
doing anything.
So much
Oh my
impact.
God.
Jump in? No, it's just a
Oh.
fragment. The idea is, because he's got Radiance, he's getting extra value out of it. The problem is that doesn't mean it's good. You know?
Yeah, no, certainly not. It is just, it's not doing anything at all. It's an interesting experiment, but yeah, that's so much gold invested to this. Is it a meme? I want to call it a meme.
I mean, it has to be a meme, right? Jump in, Doom is there, TZY gets caught, he doesn't really mind, he'll just walk right out of there. Summer, in the meantime, just pops the Wukong's command. And sadly, they are going to get nothing out of the Doom committal as they continue on to the mid-racks. Now, maybe if they overstay their welcome, maybe you have a chance at trying to fight back here, as they are going to move in. Wenhao does at least set up onto the Undying, but Requiem is out. Real has been caught once again, and Real just gets blown up. As Ju-Mi, he is still alive. He'll make it out. Big Can. Oh, he's running. He's going to make it just barely. Wenhao is still desperately trying to do something for his team. They do at least kill off the Rubik. Butterfly effect, though, is popping off. TZY just punches Wenhao. Gets rid of him. He will tie to the tier 3 tower. Summer's getting harassed by AM illusions here, John. Yeah, he just, he couldn't care less. That's his gameplay. You see the enemy, press blink fragment, hope for the best. And by the way, John, I did some math. I did some math for your sake, because I know you hate doing math. This combination costs 8.9k. This Radiance Aghanim Scepter AM costs 8,900 gold. Those two items just to make this happen. Just to use blink fragments and do 55 damage per second with some mana drain.
I would say
Now,
not worth, for sure. But it's fun.
yes, thank you, John.
Yeah, it's like that entire Bit Connect meme with Carlos Matos. This is Big Can going, hey, 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 walking up with he's like, hey, hey, hey.
Big
And
Cat.
it's like, yeah, all right, that's it.
That is literally it. Like, he just walked in, hit him once, used the blink fragment, and just backed out again. Like, okay, this isn't working. Real? Well, this may not work out for him either. When Hal gets caught, Real gets caught. Here come the blink fragments. They are literally tickling Butterfly Effect right now, as they are trying to chase the Real one down. Run, Big Can, run. Fear is there, but can they lock him down? I don't think they can. He is wasting quite a bit of time, at the very least, as they call it.
They call it G. They don't want to do this anymore. I can't fault
Real,
them.
you know what? I guarantee Real didn't even ask his team. I guarantee Real literally just typed GG and just said, he just F you guys. I don't want to talk to you guys tonight. Leave me the hell alone.
Yeah, I think that was the vibe I got. He was like, he saw his AM running around. He's like, how are we gonna win this? Why did we spend 8.9k gold on this? You know what it takes me back to, man? It takes me back to NADPC when Arkosh was still there. Pale Horse, Midas Octarine Shard on his PL. And that, to be fair to Pale Horse, that had more impact than this. This was an interesting experiment, but it's 8.9k gold for literally nothing. That was theoretically good, but theory it's sometimes completely wrong, Mike.
I mean, I don't even think it was good in theory. I'll be frank, Johnny. It is what it is. You know, it was a combo. I appreciated experimentation. You know, it was fun to watch. We had a good laugh about it. You know.
Yeah,
At least
we
know
did.
now, if the pros can't do it, then we definitely can't do it. So we won't be trying in our games.
Oh,
Not
are you
that I
sure,
would've
Mikey?
anyway.
Are you sure, Mikey?
No,
I'm
I'm
pretty
definitely
sure
sure.
there's
I've never-
one guy watching this go into his pub. Yeah, I saw this in a pro game. I can make it work. And then, you know, it's not going to work. It's 8.9k gold, guys. Please.
Oh,
Look at
I
this. Though. This
guarantee
play
you-
from Summer was the most hilarious thing. I don't know what he was doing.
Yeah, he just jumped in. Just like, hey, I'm tired of life, guys. I'm going in.
This game was just... I cannot comprehend what went through the minds of Cactus, but more of LRNR. Maybe they're just kind of pissed off that, you know, there's no more bocce episodes to watch. I'm just kind of angst out that there's no more bocce to rock, you know? You need more bocce to rock, Mike. And that's the key.
Oh, it was a very fun series. I had a lot of fun here, John. I'm sure you did too.
I did.
Sadly, your anime, your weebs didn't win here today, Jonathan. But the Cactus Boys, that's all that matters. They won. You know,
Well, you know,
2-1
it's still a
victory.
Digimon icon, so I'm like, I'll take it. The Digimon wins. And, you know, us 90s kids, you gotta have some fun. Because, quite frankly, I'm pretty sure most people actually don't know Digimon anymore, which is unfortunate. Because it was a good game and a good series. Not gonna lie.
It certainly was. It certainly
Like this
was.
here, he sees his core running, and then he calls a GG. I look, to be fair, I think they discussed it, but the fact that he immediately disconnects afterwards, I'm like, all right, he did not like what he was seeing, and he did not like where this was going. It's just that was probably the most frustrated GG call I have ever seen over our 3 years.
Yeah.
I think that was literally the most close to disconnect, I'm done kind of GG call, which I can't fault. I can't fault Real One to feel that way.
Yeah, neither can I, Jonathan. Still, it was a fun series. We get to see something different here. Shout out to us, to Big Can for giving us an entertaining AM build-up. And I'm sure he'll go back to the old build of Battle Fury Manta that hasn't changed for the last decade. I feel like it's just stick to that one build that still works for anti-mage sometimes. Still, that is it for our first series, Jonathan. Luckily for us, we do have a second series coming up. It's going to be between Poke Gaming and Meteor Gaming, and these are the two teams that were in Division 2 last season. So we have seen this matchup before. Very curious to see, you know, just running it back, who does pull off the victory here. Any insights before we do go into that one?
I don't know what to think about this, because I think Poke took the tiebreaker, but Meteor won the DPC match, where I have that flip. No, that's correct. So it feels like this can go even. This is probably one of those games that goes... It's one of those series that goes 3 games. Whether or not it does, you know, maybe we get surprised, but I think this is a pretty close one for our Div 2 teams. And again, they are the Div 2 veterans, but surprisingly, they are at the bottom. So at least this gives them an opportunity to have one of them have a win here, Mike.
Well, with that, Jonathan, I think we're going to head off to a break. And of course, right after that break, we will have our Game 1 draft between these two teams coming up very, very soon. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for Poke versus Meteor Gaming. We'll see you then.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to our second series of the night. Of course, it is going to be the side of Meteor Gaming against Poke Gaming in another best of three series. And of course, Jonathan, you and I were talking earlier. Both sides have taken the series off each other in the previous DPC, of course, 2-1 that was. So it should be a rather close matchup between these two, I think. Though who the hell knows, right? It is the meta has evolved since then, so maybe something different coming out on our hands.
Yeah, maybe something different. Maybe the teams kind of learned from that last tour. I'm keen to see how many adjustments were made. I think roster-wise, it's pretty much the same roster. Poke does have small KK in, but he was already subbing in for Poke a couple of times beforehand. I believe Meteor is also pretty much the same, just a swap on mid from, I believe it was PP to Echoes. So just a couple of swaps on mid. Otherwise, these are the exact same team. So again, running it back on a new tour, I'm keen to see if they've learned anything, you know, if they can stand up. Well, this is a match against each other, so it's not really about standing up to the new kids. It's about trying to knock each other down and climb up here in the DPC, as both of these teams, despite being veterans, you know, being in Div 2 for a couple of tours now, they have not been in the sharpest shape. You know, Poke lost to Cactus, Meteor lost to they lost to, funny enough, Lonely Rock and Roll. So not the best position to start the DPC in, 0-1, but either way, one of these teams will get a 1-1 at some point after this.
That should be interesting. Can't wait to see it again. These two teams have played with each other multiple times, so hard to know exactly what to expect because they both have taken series off each other's, or PK Gaming. I mean, they just don't want to get off our damn screens, do they? They're such handsome lads, Jonathan. They just want to go over us ugly bastards here on the on the casting desk. Just cover our faces, put those handsome guys on. Meteor Gaming as well. I mean, you talked about it, John. These guys have beat each other before. Looking very, very forward to seeing what Meteor have in store for us this game number 1. And again, drafts hopefully looking very, very different to what we saw last series as well, right? Because the last series we saw the same support duos over and over and over again. I'm hoping this time around these two teams, they bring out something different each game.
Yeah, I want to see a little bit of a shake-up. I can't blame what we saw last game, though, because the support duos were working. I don't hold a fault to those hero picks. They play around it really well. And I am keen to see if both of these teams change, like if Meteor gives us something different. And that's the one thing, like, right, we're still early on in the China Div 2. Last time around when we were watching China Div 2 last tour, we were talking about the potential comparing it to China Div 1. And for some reason, the stuff in Div 1 just didn't carry over into Div 2, right? It's still a separate meta, it feels like, for a lot of these teams. So I do want to see that variation coming out here for both of these teams, for Meteor. You know, having Echoes on hand instead of, I'm trying to recall, it was probably PP, if I'm not misremembering. That swap is a little bit maybe harder to adjust to in comparison to Poke, because again, Poke had small KK around subbing for them already in the last tour. So I'm keen to see how well Meteor has adjusted after that loss they took earlier this week as well. And again, what sort of picks we see come through here, because the last game was interesting. Like, we had really interesting experimentation with items. We had a Meteor Hammer Sand King, a Meteor Hammer Timbersaw, a Radiance Ags AM. So teams are more willing to try these new combinations because of what Valve has done with these items, right? They kind of make them more attractive at earlier points in the game. So maybe we see more experimentation. Maybe we go all the way to like Southeast Asia, where Moon built Mech Guardian Greaves Storm. And it worked for whatever reason.
And it worked. Yeah, you are correct. That did actually work. Well, there you go.
Yes.
Hopefully, like you said, hopefully we get to see some different itemization. Of course, I already said this earlier, but patch is coming out soon. Is it going to come out during Division 2? I don't freaking know, Jonathan. Who the hell knows?
You're saying early April. Wasn't it end of April, early May?
Was it the end?
Yeah, it's supposed to be before the major or after the major.
Oh.
I think those are the two dates. Yeah. So by that logic, I think it's going to be... Because I don't see the major... Well, then again, the major on a new patch would be pretty funny. I can imagine a lot of baby rage about having to adjust a new patch with like 2 scrim days before major, but hey. It could be fun.
I love me some drama.
What
Love
would you prefer,
me some
Mikey?
drama, Jonathan. Yeah.
What do
Hopefully
you
the patch
prefer?
comes out sooner rather than later, John. I
You want
could
it
have sworn
before the
was
major or
early April.
after? You want it before or after the
Screw
major?
it. Bring it before the
major,
major. Why after? Just bring it right before. Who cares?
Yeah,
Who
would be fun
cares,
to
Jonathan?
watch. Would be very
Yeah.
fun to watch, Mikey. You know.
So what a game.
that's-
And we're about to get this game underway very soon, I believe. 'Cause we are just waiting for this draft to get underway. Anything else? Any other key points to keep an eye out for here, John, throughout this series?
I think it's really all about the mid matchup, just small KK versus Echoes. I think that's really just the matchup to watch out for because we haven't seen Echoes play with Meteor last tour, right? So it's really just the adjustment for him into this new team. I would put Echo above their old mid on Meteor though. I think that's not too unfair to say. Who was their old mid even on Meteor? It was Blessing. Yeah, it was Blessing. So over Blessing, I'd say Echo is a little bit more proven. You know, he's had a bit of a storied career beforehand. Played on eHome for a bit, CDEC, Keen. So should be theoretically a much more experienced player. And again, last tour, both Poke and Meteor were, I believe, the teams that actually didn't they get their slots? Like they don't think they played qualifiers, right? So they came in from another team's slots when there was a whole bunch of swaps that happened in China last tour. So having this experience on hand for a roster like that, it does help. But again, it's integrating into the roster because Dota does feel a lot more about the 5-man game now rather than individual skill.
That it certainly does. I feel like it hasn't felt like individual skill matters anywhere near as much as it used to in such a long time. As we are going to have the the draft underway now. Bans coming out here for both sides. Again, I fully expect very, very different drafts to come out, and we are already seeing maybe more meta bans coming out as the DP and Broodmother both get removed. It is still an aura kind of meta, right? Like any offlane that can build Guardian Greaves just seems to be in meta at the moment. We didn't see as much of it in our previous series, but again, I do wholeheartedly expect we see a lot more of that in this series.
Yeah, I think that shouldn't be too surprising to see a more aligned kind of gameplay and draft from both teams. I am surprised you mentioned more meta bans. Like we did see DP and Brood being banned in the last series as well. The NP was eventually picked up at some point. But again, I'm surprised that Doom is like a first phase ban for Meteor up against Poke. Like there's still stuff like Lycan left in the pool. You know, there's a lot of valuable core still left in the pool as well, excuse me, as Poke. They do pick up the Disruptor we were kind of babbling on about last time as well in the pre-show. So they managed to take that up. Glimpse is such a busted spell at the moment. Meteor do go with the Tusk Snap, so theoretically if you are running the offlane snap here with a Tusk 4, that's a pretty damn good lane. That's a really aggressive lane to just be on top of already. And I think you have a really solid foundation for Meteor to kind of play around here because of how much flex you have. Like offlane snap is there, mid snap is still viable in certain matchups, mid Tusk is still viable in certain matchups as well. So I think you have a lot of ways of just running this. Look at, wait, I want to point one thing out, Mike. Look at Killa's camera. It's still the same from Tour 1, right? Like it's still half of his face, right? I love it. It's iconic for him now.
Classic pro player just can't set up his camera. Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, you know, why change it, right? If you got away with it during Tour 1, you may as well just keep it during Tour 2. Who knows, John? He might have the most amazing jawline we've ever seen. You never know. He just doesn't want to show off. He's a modest man.
Yeah, he is. Yes, but I want to see him make some big plays, you know? With a name like Killa, you got to be able to show off a little bit there in your plays. Poke, they do pick up the Morphling, and this is something that they are very comfy on Poke's end. I believe you've seen them play that so many times for Lanfer. So I don't mind that too much. It's pretty safe. Lane partner with Disruptor is honestly pretty good. Again, Disruptor with Glimpse and the Wall is actually a fairly aggressive support up against the right matchups. So you can kind of run that well. And we do see the AM ban from Poke just to protect their AM, just to protect their Morphling. You know, don't want to get the mana melted. Can be a bit of a bomb in the middle, and it is empty of mana.
Yeah. More bans to come out here. I mean, Morphling seems to be a much more favorable pick here in this Chinese region than I have seen, for example, in NA and even SCA. Like, I don't feel like I saw it that much. Morph still popular pick here at the very least, judging by our past 2 series that we've just watched.
Yeah, I think it was fairly popular in C. I think that's more of a consequence of the players. Like Savage plays a lot of it. I believe CDR played a lot of it as well. So it's like these players are just super comfy in Morph, but whether or not that's like a sign globally that Morph is still strong, I think is up for debate. It is in a pretty good spot. I think from what we've seen, it's a pretty strong court. It's fairly easy to protect. Like most court-to-core matchups, Morphling doesn't feel too bad. It's really more about if the supports or if there's some utility that kind of catches him off guard, and they're kind of banned for that. You go with a Riki here on Meteor though, which early on is actually a really good solution to something like the Morphling. You get your cloud on top, your smoke screen on top, and Morphling just feels very, very exposed. For Meteor, what I'm interested to see is what lane they run the Riki on, because I have seen a Riki 1 in Southeast Asia. I've seen Riki mid as well. And honestly, it feels like you can get away with a Riki mid, because you go Meteor Hammer, you still have presence. In fact, it feels like in every position you go for the Meteor Hammer Riki. Yeah. And even with the nerf to your dart, the utility is still really damn high. Like, it's really still very helpful. You waste the enemy's economy by forcing out sentries. Like, you do a lot in denying the map just by your presence in the game.
That mid Riki is something I got to see a lot of because Nouns was playing it. I believe Gunner in the mid lane ran it quite a few times. And I do agree with you, John. It is pretty disgusting in the right hands because the Meteor Hammer build-up is there. Shards usually gets built way later. But they go Meteor Hammer into Diffusal Blade, and it's actually quite disgusting to have to play against. We'll see. The fact that Meteor Hammer is so cheap, not only are the stats so effective on pretty much any hero, but it gives you a farming tool for a hero like Riki that doesn't generally have one. It's an item right now, and this mid Riki, if it is that, I don't think it's a bad pick, even against the Morphling, right? Like you can Diffusal Blade, Smokescreen, and just kill him.
Yep. It's still a very solid pickup to counteract that Morph. I am curious again if they are going to just force that mid Riki, because for Poke, I feel like the Morphling mid versus Riki isn't the worst thing, and even now with a Primal Beast coming out, like if you run Primal Beast mid versus Riki, I think the Riki, once his Blink Strikes are gone, it's very easy to run him down as the Primal Beast. Like, you are not scared. You're not worried about the smoke screen either. When your Trampled's on, it's not something that concerns you because you just walk around. Your hits don't... I believe they don't miss because they're not auto attacks. So the miss chance is not going to help you there on Riki. And it's going to be interesting to see how far Meteor flexes. I feel like Poke, despite having to play against Riki and this Tusk and Snapfire combo, they still have a really well-rounded draft, like Treant coming in to hold the towers, Overgrowth plus Static Storm, Primal Beast to be on top of maybe some backline heroes that Meteor could gun for. Like, they have left a couple of ranged heroes in the pool. Sniper is still there. Terrorblade's still there as well, although Terrorblade into Morphling can be a little bit awkward because, you morph into TB, you get your Ags, you're suddenly a much better TB as well. Yeah. So I'm not seeing a clear answer for Meteor right now with what Poke has done.
We're going to go the Timber for now, which does do a decent job against the Morphs. The stats still with the Whirling Death always effective and a bit of value as well, because you are up against the old Primal Beast. Mind you, they do have a Disruptor against your Timber Saw, so it's not the freest game in the world for the Timber, because there's always the Glimpse Back, and the Static Storm can also be very annoying for the old Timber Saw, but overall, I think I love the Timber pick. Of course, last series around, we saw TZY pick up a Meteor Hammer with Timber. I would not blame this Timber Saw for going down the same route. I think it works fine and just giving that siege ability with a hero that shouldn't have any. So we'll see what he wants to go for. Still, going back to your kind of earlier inquiry about a position 1 here for Meteor Gaming against the Morph, I am kind of sitting here thinking the same thing, because what came to mind for me was Drow. That was obviously banned earlier. Urs has also been removed, which would have been a semi-decent pick against the Morphling. You do have the option of the TB you did bring up. But I do agree that if he gets to a point where he has Aghanim Scepter or Morph, kind of goes back and works against you anyway. So I think you want something a little bit earlier as Molasses. I'm not sure if he's having a laugh or something, but or maybe he's just nervous. I'm not sure. Like Pos
nervous,
1,
Mike.
what do you? He might be. He's blushing. Still, Pos 1. I'm just wondering, like against the Morphling, what do we want here? I know you're thinking about it too. But you
Slark
want
is an
something
option.
a bit early, right?
You want something early or something that can man up against it. Slark is somewhat of an option. Naga is one thing as well, because you don't have the best illusion clear, although I guess Trample's there and Static Storm's annoying. So the viable ones are like Naga, TV, Slark. TV, again, a little bit of a wild card. Slark needs to stomp his lane. They ban to Face's Void instead, or just locking, removing like hard control that ruins the Morphling. But yeah, like out of all those cores left, none of them feel particularly like amazing. So they go to Zeus last pick as well for poke, so that's going to be our off lane Problem Beast now and our mid Zeus. What's the Zeus matchup? Like, are they really still going to run mid Ricky? You could just flex your Tusk mid, and I think that might be a little bit more playable. At least you can clear out the wave a little bit safer.
10 seconds remaining.
But Ricky mid versus Zeus.
5 seconds.
It doesn't sound awful. You can smoke screen Blink and harass out the Zeus quite a fair bit. That stops him from jumping away as well with a Heavenly Jump, so you can hold that lane decently if you will still run Ricky mid.
Let's see. I think they can still afford the Ricky mid. I don't think it's like obviously the Zeus has an advantage, but I think the Ricky can still just be fine, especially going for the Meteor Hammer build-up. You're gonna have plenty of regen against the Zeus. My main concern still remains in the Pos 1 that Meteor Gaming want to go for. Preferably, obviously, a Skadi carrier if you can. I'll have a bit of a think about this one. You do have options, like if you really want to go down this route, you could pick up weird stuff like Sniper, Slark's there as well. I believe it's not banned out. I don't think Slark's that great though.
I think Slark versus Morphling's actually okay, but it's not like a very it's not a safe matchup. They go for the TA instead, which
Okay.
is more tempo. Like that's what you were looking for, right? Like a little bit faster for hero. You just need probably just your Desu, Dragonlance, Desu BKB, and you're kind of set to go. They are running the Echo mid Ricky, so that's gonna be on our safe lane TA. TA versus Primal Beast is honestly not too bad, but your first two levels feel really bad. Like even level 3 might not be the safest because you can melt through refraction just walking really fast. So it's not like the safest time for I think overall drafting wise, I can see what Meteor is going for. They have to really come out successful in their lanes. Like this is not a very forgiving draft. If they fall behind from laning phase, I think Poke has a much better time scaling into the late. They've got really good mid-game timing here as well, and Meteor has to really work their lanes out, hit this really good timing by 15, and kind of run from there. Like ensure that hits that Deso timing. Otherwise, it feels pretty hard to kind of jump Poke here.
Well, I'm very curious to see how this game number 1 goes. I mean, Poke Gaming versus Meteor Gaming, two very intriguing drafts. I do wonder who really came out on top. Like, personally, I still have more faith in what Meteor Gaming's got here with their draft. Like, I feel like once you hit that mid-game, this draft just really starts to take off. As Poke, you are more reliant on Small KK having a good game. You need Lunfer to have that big Morphling game here to really carry things through. I don't know. I'm very curious to see how this one goes. Game number 1, it should be a very interesting one. Of course, both teams have played against each other multiple times, and they do tend to be quite even against each other. So let's see if anything's changed here in Tour 2 of Div 2 of the Chinese DPC. Predictions, Jonathan? Better draft in your opinion? Outright?
Yeah, I think I lean towards Poke a little bit more. I feel like it's much more forgiving for them to come out of a slower game in comparison to Meteor. Like, it is important for both sides to kind of have a good early game, but I think it's much more important for Meteor. Let's say you fall off from your 15-minute timing. You don't line up with, say, this double Meteor Hammer that can come out from your Ricky and Timbersaw. If you do want to go Meteor Hammer Timber, if you feel the need to, or even just your Aura on Molasses. Like, if these timings don't line up, then your TA Deso isn't as fast as you want it to be. Poke has just they have a really scary team fight. It's like Overgrowth, Static Storm. Oh my god, it's the Sinya voice lines. Oh, I have not heard it until now. Like no one's spamming it in C for some reason,
Well, you
and
don't know
I'm
who that
caught
is.
off guard. I know it's Sinya. I know it's
Okay.
Sinya. It's just I was like, oh, that's Sinya's voice. Right, it's in the game. I forget.
I'm
was like, oh my
surprised
God.
that one didn't get bought more. Honestly, I thought that one would be very popular. The Mura, but apparently not. Not enough weebs in out there in Dota 2
No,
at the
I
moment.
think there's a lot of weaves. It's just they have very weird, like the voice lines that are doing the best are like Polaris. It's like the Chuplak
Oh.
voice lines. It's like it's like, oh no, this cannot be. Like spammed over and over and over again until you're just sick of it. Like there's a weird psychological factor to what makes a popular voice line, and I think that factor is how angry will you be if you spam this all game. That's your hot tip in making a successful voice line.
That Filipino cast that's making these voice lines. I mean, that guy. They better be paying him something for these. I'll tell you, because he's doing a great job.
Yeah.
Not you, Jonathan. The other one.
Oh no. I mean, I had some pretty banging voice lines if they went through, but they didn't. I got Rumble in the Jungle, which wasn't.
Unlucky.
It's all right.
Unlucky.
What can you do? What can you do?
Let's start with the mid lane. Don't bring up my voice line either. Echoes, he's going to be up against Small KK. You mentioned briefly, you do feel like Small KK should have an advantage. Echoes, we'll see how he does respond to this lane, but you can already see, John, he's queued up the Ring of Health. That's kind of the cue, right? Like, you already have great base regen on the Riki. You get the Ring of Health up. Sure, you still have crazy burst damage as the Zeus, but chances are Echoes will be able to just remain in the lane.
Yeah, that's. Again, I feel like the Riki does have some counterplay as well. If you go for like Smoke Screen, Blink Strike in, Smoke Screen a good spot, and you can kind of punish Small KK pretty well. You're probably not gunning to really aggress on the Zeus though. You will just want to farm up, probably go tricks to try and dodge some damage when it comes through. But for the most part, Small KK will just probably have better lane control, although Echoes is slightly ahead in the CS right now, but not by much. Maybe if you get better rune control, that's where you can start to punish the Zeus a bit more, but we'll see if they get the room to kind of rotate their supports, because they are pretty damn good at going out of their lanes and finding an opportunity with the Tusk and the Snapfire.
Yeah, certainly are. And speaking of those side lanes, of course, Aaron Killer against TZ and at the top lane. I did miss saying name on this TA. One of my favorites in the Chinese DPC Div 2. It does feel like a lane where I don't think you really slow down the TA very much. Like, it's kind of hard to see dying. Now, I do say that you do have the glimpse back into the trample play, which could be quite a painful experience, and you can burn through the refraction charges very quickly doing that. But I feel like he'll just play in a safe position where that won't be possible anyway.
Yeah, again, your window of opportunity for that's like the first 2 levels. I think by level 3, it's a lot harder to try and gun for the TA. Like, she can keep a bit further distance if she goes Sideblade. She'll have refraction up if she wants to go 1-1-1. So you're much safer once that level 3, level 4 starts to pour in. And considering that Poke aren't looking to be super aggressive up top, I think that timing is going to make itself present here for Speaking of do you remember the time we had versus
Yes,
That was
I
the time.
do.
That was
Yes,
fun.
I do, Jonathan. That was a very painful cast. I had to do that one. I kept messing them up somehow. Like, they both had the same name. And I just continued to mess it up. It was an interesting experience. Still, bottom lane. Last thing we haven't talked about, Mar Blue. He's going to be there with Molasses, of course, and Ran Fu Dao is going to be there with Lun Fe. This bottom lane, we kind of talked about the fact that I don't think the TA is going to get slowed down too much. Same thing for Lun Fe and the small thing. Like, maybe once Molasses does hit level 6, you can start playing a lot more aggressively. For now, though, it is going to be a rather free lane for the Morphling, it seems.
Yeah, just allowed to farm, and they've been trying to pull creep waves. I think San Wu Mar Blue has been trying to pull back a little bit, but it's always intercepted quite nicely by Ran Fu. So it just kind of equalizes anyway in favor of Lan Fe. And in the solo lane, like, yes, you can leave your Timbersaw alone, but he's not going to stop the Morphling. It's still a good time for the Morphling 1v1. So even if you leave to try to help mid, chances are You can have your Treant Protector show up. He does have Nature's Grasp and Leech Seed, so much more laning focused spells coming out here as well. So the contribution onto counter rotation on mid is still something you'd feel. And we'll see if that is something that comes into play. Does look like both mid should be able to find our runes, no problem here as well.
TZ.
So they're not pulling small KK out from these water runes.
Well, TZ almost goes down on the Snapfire top lane, but they didn't have quite enough damage to finish him off, so he will barely survive. So the aggression is starting to pick up as bottom lane even. Molasses being chased down in the timber. He'll be alright as well. Top. More heroes incoming. Blue is around to try and help out as is going to get glimpsed back here on the TA, but is going to survive through it, as it seems like Aaron is going to be the one in danger, and he is gone. Nice pick up here for the side of Meteor Gaming, ensuring the TA does remain alive. And well, of course, Blue has no real need to be down a bot lane. Like, he's got a Timbersaw off lane, so more than happy to start rotating.
They focus up top instead. I mean, it's a support kill, not the biggest loss in the world here for Poke. You don't mind. Kill is like still really safe up top. I'm more surprised they didn't opt to pressure mid. And you are allowing small KK a pretty free time to ride into that 6 to harass out the Riki. You are still farming well on Echoes, but it does feel like that early timing for small KK is dangerous to allow to come in.
Blue. Bit of a chase here by Aaron. Glimpse back is there, but Snowball is going to kind of juke that out. Problem is, he is still going to go back to the Disruptor. They do get the onslaught off very nicely as well. Blue still running, but is not going to make it. A sort of pick up there from Poke as they've got 3 heroes in the mid lane all of a sudden. Aaron setting up nicely here on the Tusk. And they might even find TZ. Killer, he does run right past him, but has no spells to throw out. So they'll leave the Snapfire be.
Radiant's top tower is
Yeah,
under attack.
you don't really need to chase too far for that one. You got your mid kill you wanted. You got Arcane Boots up from small KK. Because of all these movements from the supports, you have a pretty free lane for Lanfa. And you have freed up the top lane as well from So your TA is set to kind of have that decent timing into Desert that we were talking about here. But you are just not pressuring the Morphling. And that can be a scary thing to happen.
Well, Echo's going to find Aaron here in the mid-river. Nice little pick up for himself now as Meteor Gaming currently in the lead 1-2. Very slight net worth lead their way. Bottom lane, they're going to try and make a play onto Molasses. He's still a very tanky target. He's taking nowhere near enough damage. Just peel through it, no problem. Level 3 reactive armor. Again, though, Lunfer is borderline just free farming on this Morphling. They are continuing to try and get Molasses, but he is fine.
Yeah, he's a hard one to shove out. Like, again, he's not pressuring the Morph, but you can't pressure this guy out of lane either. Whereas in comparison, it's a little bit harder for Kill to maintain his top lane. TA is at the point where it's very safe. You can just farm up well. You've got the Meteor Hammer on Echoes that he reveals onto small KK quite nicely. So they've got some play potential now on the side of Meteor. When they do connect, I mean, they can just easily go for a push mid. With the Meteor Hammer slowly whittling it down, you're going to have to look for a response out here on Poke at some point.
Yeah, that you are. That you are. Top 2 net worth on the board right now, both on the side of Meteor Gaming. You kind of mentioned that the Desolator timing on and right now, I mean, he's borderline free farming himself on the TA. Obviously going for the Dragonlance up first because the stats are just too good to pass up on, but well, I don't think he's going to have too late of a timing here on the TA, and that spells very good news for Meteor in terms of making this draft work. Of course, Echoes also has the Meteor Hammer up, so he could just Meteor Hammer from the Invis. Not really much they can do about it, but they do at least place a sentry in the position where he's going to be doing that. So maybe next time he does get caught out with his pants down, but for now he's getting away with it freely.
Kind of funny, because you've got the Meteor Hammer plus the Living Armor against each other. So you whittle it down and you slowly heal it back up.
Uh-oh. Small KK. Well, he's going to be able to run out of range of the Meteor Hammer. Won't be able to burst down Echoes, though. Echoes is okay to back his way out, but the chase is still ongoing. But it seems like at the very least he'll be okay. TZ, maybe not so much. The small KK still chasing him down. He will try to use the Seeds of Serenity, but in comes the cavalry. They'll try and find a trade now. They do move in onto Aaron. Aaron does drop the kinetic field, but is going to be just fine to survive through it, I think, as it seems like they'll find more on the side of Poke Gaming. Echoes goes down. Marblue also down. A small KK picks up a triple kill on the Zeus. And it's all off the back of them continuing to try and fight.
Yeah, they keep forcing that fight. They understand they've got pretty good deep dives. Like with the Ricky Meteor Hammer, early on, it's actually really important for that hero to actually land a Meteor Hammer. Because outside of that, your output isn't that great, your HP isn't that great, you don't last that long in these fights. So most of your setup does come from Meteor Hammering and getting some good smoke screens off. And with that dodge, that really good dodge from Small KK, it just ruins that combination out from Meteor. Find some good punishment off the back of it. All the while still getting good farm for Lanfer as he finds that solo kill on Molasses.
Yeah, that was quite literally on his own as mid lane. They're going to reinitiate once again. This time Aaron's going to be targeted on the Disruptor and will finally go down, but is it going to cost them? Echoes, he's going to back his way out. Onslaught is going to be towards TZ, but it does not get anywhere near enough. The Small KK trying to chase him down, but can't quite do so as Meteor Gaming. Looks like they want to try and go back in. Meteor Hammer this time not going to land. Double damage to him, but Killer, he gets a nice pulverize off onto the Ricky. The follow-up, though, just not going to be enough. As in comes Molasses now on the Timber. But he's a bit too late to the party. There's nothing really to do here.
Yeah, the one big benefit right now for Meteor is that, again, this is so much space coming out for... He's got the Dragonlance up, he's got a couple of stacks and the Ancients working onto that Deso timing. So the key hero that really needs to be online is still set to reach that timing. Poke, though, still looking for a chase here.
They are. Smoke screen out from Echoes. Double damage popped as well on the Ricky. And Sentry was dropped. They know he's around here somewhere. Thunder God's Wrath going to give the vision. Glimpseback is there, but the trick's the trait to save Echoes. As he does not get held in that kinetic field. He's going to be just fine to back his way out. With that, a lot of spells being committed here just for this Ricky, and sadly they will not find anything.
It's a lot of time wasted out from Poke. They're still gunning for more, though.
Yeah, TZ top lane being chased down. Meanwhile, mid even trying to find the Treant. TZ still in danger, though, is going to go down. Problem is, though, like, you've got so many heroes at the top lane, it is freely allowing Echoes to continue meteor hammering the mid-tier 1 tower as, well, bottom lane. Lunfer, he has morphed into the Timber. Molasses trying to be aggressive. Marblue shows up now, but I don't think they're going to find the morph. He is just fine to chain his way out of this.
Yeah, and they should be able to apply that pressure onto the bot. And you can only heal one tower at a time. And that heal doesn't provide as much armor, so they should be able to find that tier 1 for tier 1 trade for Meteor, opening up the map a little bit more. I want to point out, like, with a Meteor Hammer on mid, as long as Ranfu constantly living armors it back, you're probably not doing damage on that tower. Like, this is an interesting foil to the Meteor Hammer push. He did have to change his sights in living armor bot, but as soon as he heals mid back up, it just kind of negates the Meteor Hammer plays. It's just a back and forth.
There it is again.
Yeah.
It is a back and forth. It's almost gone. One more will do it.
But we have one more heal, Mike.
I think they have to kill him for this to work. Echoes? I mean, he is walking into a sentry. Now they know. Overgrowth is there. They've locked him into that static storm, and they'll have enough. They will punish. And now I think they can actually heal this tier 1 mid tower.
Heal it.
Enough to make it work.
Bring it back. Bring it back. You see me? You say you had to spend how much gold for this thing? Ha! This is free. Free heals, baby. What are you gonna do?
Free heals indeed.
Nothing. Oh, that's just it's so silly when you have that kind of thing. Still though, I think you're fine on Meteor because your TA is fine. Like, you'll sacrifice supports like that, sure. But the Deso timing is gonna be big for And as long as he's protecting these fights, you don't mind.
Now here, John.
But look at this.
Meteor Hammer, very pog. Kisses are there as well. They might find Killer, and they will find Killer. Successful defense here from our Ricky.
The Meteor Hammer strikes again, Mikey.
It certainly does.
He's just hiding there.
Glyph is forced out mid-tier 1 tower. They'll just wait that one out for this Meteor Hammer to come in from Echoes. And this time around, there's nothing they can do about it. Just too many numbers here from Meteor Gaming. They'll just easily take down the tier 1 mid. And that'll open up the map just a little bit to try and really start hunting down Lunfer, who has been farming very well on the Morphling. Only 1k behind the TA right now. Just to be expected, because TA is still a pretty nice flash farmer. But I think Meteor, they are certainly hitting the timings they're looking for. In fact, I believe Echoes might have a diffusal blade on the way rather soon.
Everything's lining up. Deso's ready. If they take one good fight, instant Roshan coming out there for Meteor. The side of Poke, they are smoked up. I think they realize they've left the TA alone for too long, but they're not really able to flank onto her. They're going up top, but they don't have deep wards, so they're gonna have to try to collapse onto mid instead.
Yeah, I mean, they really want the tier 1 mid tower so they can actually safely make these rotations, but well, they will get it for free. They were scanned out, so obviously no fight to break out here from Meteor. Have you achieved enough as the TA? Not quite yet, but he is going for the blink. Obviously, once you have the blink BKB on top of these items, that's when you really feel quite strong. And I think her timings are still going to be very, very nice. She's still top of the net worth board. Top lane, though, small KK being watched by TZ at the moment. Does have help around, so I don't think they can actually secure this kill. Especially not without the Mortimer's Kisses, which are still on cooldown for another 5 seconds. So Meteor, they'll just avoid the team fight for now at this top lane. The thing is, you've got to be worried about this damn Ricky, because he's still pushing in that mid wave.
Yeah, like Echoes is, again, as you mentioned, inching towards that diffusal blade timing as well. So he's going to be doing a lot more in these fights once that's up. And the side of Poke, does feel like they haven't gotten enough from this early tempo. Like, they've been grouped up for so long, but it hasn't achieved much beyond these 2 towers that they've taken.
Top
be
lane.
careful up top.
Yeah, they certainly do. Small KK gonna back off. Snowball will connect.
Ooh.
Nice static storm. They're gonna lock in 2 of them. The kisses are coming in from the back here from our Snapfire. TZ, he might die for this though. We'll try to cookie away, but it's not enough. So nice shards. Gonna lock in Aaron. And they'll at least find a secondary for their trouble. Wait, did they not even kill off Killer?
No.
Well,
He
Killer
managed
did
to
not die.
Nope. The kisses did not finish him off. He
What,
managed to
long term?
onslaught away.
Lunfer's moving in. This here as well as the TA. Lunfer, he's got waveform in 1. He should be okay to get out of this. Overgrowth will be popped. They'll pick off Marblue on the Tusk. Lunfer, indeed, is going to be just fine. Sadly for Echoes, he just got the Diffusal Blade. Had he had it when they initiated the first time around, that could have been a completely different fight.
Just missing that opportunity by a slim margin. Still a fairly even game. I think that's still the set of kills and attention you need to kind of go into Roche. It's double meld plus Deso. Roshan not going to take too long to melt here. So they've got the output. Side of Poke, they need to read this, but their teamfight spells are still on cooldown here.
Oh, they're going to try and fight this Roshan.
No?
Jump in, Echoes. That is a very aggressive play to try and make sure Roche goes their way, but it actually works out, at least for now. But Echoes know he's gone. They blow him up. Roshan's getting too low. He's trying to secure. Lunfer, he does not get the Aegis. It is on... The TA has got it, but she is going to lose her first life. And they are completely wiping the side of Meteor Gaming. This is not the Roshan fight they wanted. They will lose Ranfu down, but it won't matter. They get 4 for their trouble. That's a perfect team fight for Poke.
Yeah, they're more than happy. They take away the Aegis from the side of Meteor. That always catches me off guard. I keep thinking Sinius there. They take away the Aegis, they take away this key timing that we've been talking about from Meteor, right? Like, you hit that Deso Blink, Dragonlance on the TA, you need to win Roche. They forced the Roshan without really finding any major kills up top. And it just leads to this really awkward engagement. Like, yes, Static Storm was a little bit late, but it comes in right when they need it to. And now you have to be really concerned about how much Lunfer is able to get on his morph.
It's Killer. Killer's going to get caught out here, so they do find themselves a nice little Primal Beast kill. Molasses will take that one. I do agree with your point, though. Like, Lon Fer, not only has he been playing this morph borderline perfectly, but he's finding too much farm on this morph to really make Meteor feel comfortable here in this game one. 10.5k net worth, only 1k behind the TA still. 5-0-1 in terms of performance on the Morphling. And, well, as the TA, you certainly want a much bigger lead than you have right now. And that is just not happening.
Yeah. I think there's one thing as well that we've never mentioned, Mike. You know, in NA, you have 5 Rat 4 staff, and we've seen them go for 5 4 staffs before.
Yeah.
Meteor Gaming, they've only got 1 Meteor Hammer.
Forgot about that.
This is the problem. This is the problem right now, Mike. It's only one.
Only
You
one
need
Meteor Hammer.
5 Meteor Hammers. And you just stack on top. Like, what could go wrong, right? Each of you stacking your Meteor Hammer stun perfectly, nothing can go wrong. Imagine the push,
I agree.
Mike.
I agree.
The
We'll see
possibilities.
if it ever happens. I mean, it could happen. You never know. Thunder God's Wrath, that's going to give a lot of vision. Lunfer immediately forcing a snowball out of Mar Blue, but he will blink away. They are looking toward that top tier 2 tower. Like, the Poke, they have a draft that should be trying to stretch out the game a little bit. But they're feeling confident to try and pressure the tier 2 top. Here we go. Kisses are out. They've caught the Primal Beast, though he is a very, very tanky target, and he is actually surviving thanks to the snowball of Lon Fer. It buys enough time for Killer to get out, and now M's trapped up. Lon Fer's just manning up on his own. A huge onslaught from Killer, and the Pulverize catching 3 of them. TZ is gone. Is caught out. He will not survive through it. This Morphling is doing so much work.
Hello again.
Onslaught through, Overgrowth out. They are just going to get wiped. I mean, what else can you say here, John? They are still trying. Aaron does... Oh, hold on a minute. Have I jinxed them?
Okay.
I may have.
Thank you,
They've
Mike.
gone too far. Never mind.
Agent Mike. Thank you,
Agent Mike, indeed.
You're like, oh, what can you do? And then they just clean up. You know, they go a bit too far and poke. And there you go, Mikey. You've done it again. You've played the 6th man for another team. To be fair, though, that was pretty freaking killer. Was just insane. Coming back in, the Pulverize, not dying in the middle of that Pulverize, and coming back in for the... It was the second onslaught that killed his team. But you have to admit, the moxie he had on to make that play was spectacular. He had a lot of bravery to get that done there. Yeah. And if you do punish on Meteor, you know, you get some key kills, you slow down Lon Fe, you get yourself some time to kind of keep the scaling up on the map. And you do have room to grow. Like, once has his BKB, this game gets pretty hard for the side of Pope. Like, that 8-second duration is going to be hard to really force yourself into, the 8-second duration. And you're going to have to really insta-jump her quite fast, chain stun, somehow, which up against TA is pretty damn hard to say once that BKB ups up. You always find a small window where you can get that BKB off on this hero, it feels like.
Echoes. Gonna move into that Radiant Triangle now. Does actually find Lon Fer, but it's just a casual smoke screen and he's right out of there. In fact, TZ gonna get jumped, is gone, and they found a glimpse back. They've got the Ricky. That is another massive kill for Poke. And I was praising the Morphling earlier, but Aaron's been doing so much work himself on this Disruptor. Like, all these glimpses, just waiting for the tricks of the trade to be used up before he does go for it. They are really starting to pay off.
They've just lined up. It was a little bit shakier for Aaron earlier on. Like, his kinetic fields fall-throughs from the static storms haven't been spectacular early on, but it's shaping up now. And you can just see how strong Disruptor is. At every stage of the game, this hero is just good. You know, like, the laning stage is not a meme anymore with Thunderstrike. You just kind of go glimpse. You've got utility and team fight. You've got scaling late game with Ags. Here's just really high value. Again, I was surprised that we weren't seeing it as much in that first series. But side of Meteor, these are setbacks, right? Like, losing your Ricky doesn't feel great. Your Ag shard timing is pretty off, right? Like, we're 7 minutes past 15. Shard still being saved for. Once you have the shard, you can kind of line up for these pick-off plays a lot easier. And that should align with when picks up his BKB as well. So those feel like the two big timings you have to wait for on Meteor now. Like this BKB on TA and the Shard on Ricky. And after that point, you can kind of start playing more aggressively again. You're also working onto Molasses' BKB, which I think is more of a bonus on top. Because the Timbersaw has felt, with enough stacks, it does feel resilient enough at this point, even without the spell immunity.
Well, Poke have smoked up. They want to keep fighting. See, they don't know about these big timings here on the TA. TZ, maybe the one to break the smoke very soon. He's the one in position to break. And there it is. TP away immediately with the Glimmer Cape, but he does get spotted. Sentry ward placement just in time from Aaron. It's going to ensure they at least get something. Obviously, it's still just a position 5 kill at the end of the day, but it would have been much better than breaking a smoke for absolutely 0.
Yeah, you take it. Again, not the biggest loss in the world there for Meteor, not the biggest pick off for Poke. But yeah, it gives you something for your trouble. It allows you to re-invade top, try to go for another push onto this tier 2. And this is where things went a little bit topsy-turvy for Poke, but Meteor aren't in a position to defend. They've surrendered the top tier 2, which in turn means they surrender the top outpost, they surrender top jungle control. But they're not in a position to try to push in this bot tier 2 in exchange yet. So for Poke, this feels a lot better. More map for you to play with, less secure for Meteor. You know they're camping down bot. You can still look to make a swing around there, especially with this fresh E-Blade that Small KK has picked up.
I mean, so plenty of burst potential now. BKB is now available though on so this TA definitely a much more challenging target to try and deal with. Freely going after that bottom tier 2 tower. There are TPs incoming, trying to force Meteor Gaming back as they do see Lunfer TP in. Seems like they should be okay. Killer though, oh, this is going to be massive if Killer can find something. He takes the tusk. Marblue goes for a snowball. Still, they'll go further for more. Killer going very, very deep for this. Lunfer jumping in as well with the smoke screen. To make sure he cannot follow up. Meanwhile, the Timber losing a lot of HP.
Ooh.
A great static storm. That'll force out the BKB of He needs to try and get out of this, I think. This may not be the team fight. The Morphling is dropping a little bit lower, but Lunfer still seems healthy. He still wants to fight. Still missing the chains, but it doesn't matter. TZ is gone. Is caught out. He needs to run the old-fashioned way, but the glimpse back is there from Aaron, making sure there is no escape. Oh boy, Poker really showing it to him this game 1. The Meteor, I feel like it's been the past 3-4 team fights. They just can't find a win.
It's been rocky for them, to say the least. And Poke, they're just able to collapse in like the proper manner when taking these fights. Lunfer, his positioning is great. He's jumping in first. He's baiting the enemy team to try and burst him down. And then he gets his follow through from Killer. There were a couple of things that went south as well for Meteor. Like that smoke screen right outside the Pulverize. Just giving more time for everyone else to catch up. And the snowball angle being a little bit awkward as well. And they're all trying to retreat and re-engage. But the angle is just awkward. The output from Small KK with E-Blade melts that Tim. And makes this fight just so awkward.
It was a very rough affair, that's for sure. It felt like it just kept dragging on for Meteor. Like they really wanted to try and make this BKB TA pan out because it's such a huge timing for the Temper Assassin, but you just see it not work. And I mean, Lunfer, he's proving to be way too big of an issue this game on the Morphling. Again, I've got to give my props to Aaron as well. Like his disruptor gameplay has just been fantastic on the side of Poke. Now 24-10, 6k advantage. This is a Morphling you're up against late game. Lunfer has proven to know exactly what he's doing on this hero. I don't think times are going to be easy for Like you look at that Desolator, right? He's got 2 charges on it. He's got +2 damage. It's so heartbreaking to see.
It's not what you expect from a TA at 28 minutes in, especially with how early that Deso timing was. But again, things just went south from the Roche. Like the Roche fight wasn't ideal for Meteor. And then afterwards, all their follow-through fights just feel like it's all had the same issue. Smoke out though.
Dire's top tower
Yeah, well, can they find them? I mean, there's a high ground advantage here for Poke. Maybe they can pick off Killer first, but that's not the target they quite want. They are going to back their way out here, Meteor, not finding the opportunity they really wanted. Glimpse back. Snowball is going to be there, but that makes things even worse. Blink away though. Marblue, it's going to be okay as Killer. Well, Onslaught out of this. They've expended quite a lot already here, Meteor. I don't think they can keep going. I mean, the kiss is already down. That's just so much of your damage. And, well, they see the TA. They're going to glimpse back Molasses instead. But Poke, they may just think about Roshan now, knowing the kisses are down. D-Wards are out. Lunfer, he is just going to start it.
Yeah. You rely so much into kisses for this wide AoE damage. It's hard to find an angle in here. Look at Poke, everyone's outside. You know they're using this Morphling as bait.
Jump in is there, but Lunfer, he's just so tanky, still fighting through it, will waveform away. Roshan already very low as the Pulverize is out. They found TZ. They're going to try and go into the Primal Beast, but Killer's fine.
Oh my god.
He just pops his BKB in a perfect Static Storm. Going to catch two of them again. The only survivor is And with the Eye of Skadi slow, he's not really going anywhere. He is just trapped up. He is gone. I mean, this game, it's starting to look very over for Meteor Gaming. They have completely missed the timing. And Poke, they are just ragdolling them at this point.
I mean, that forced fight where they pop kisses into forcing out this Roche fight. Again, and nothing's lining up for Meteor. The moments they choose to engage are just not to their strengths. And they have to kind of accept and deal with that. Like, yes, you know Roshan's going to go. You might have to just surrender it. Or if you find a way to engage, then it was very split up. Like, some of them were trying to go onto Lanfur. Killa managed to cut off the rest of them. And then they just clean up from there. Like, 15k up now for Poke. This we talked about Meteor's lineup. They need that tempo. The tempo is completely gone. It's all in on Poke now. They've got the timings lined up their way. You've got a perfect game for small KK. Like, this Zeus has not died once, man. He's got the full Octarine on top of that E-Blade. And he can just keep spell spamming from the backlines, and he does so much damage, it's not even funny.
Not a very fun time for Meteor. It's a very tough game. See what they can try to do to fight back here in this game number one. It's just one of those games where you've fallen so far behind, you might start talking about game two at this rate. There's Poker giving absolutely, or rather showing no weaknesses here in this game one. You know, a couple mishaps here and there in the early game, but after that, it was just smooth sailing, especially for old Lunfer on this Morphling. They are looking right towards that tier 2 bottom tower, and they'll have it for free. I don't see any defense to come out here from Meteor Gaming. Oh, if you're Poke, you might even think about high ground, considering how far ahead they are. And understanding that there's really no shot of them fighting back on the side of Meteor. But they will play it safe to back off for now.
Yeah, they respect the high ground hold, which is a bit interesting. Like, the high ground hold of Meteor is, it's there. Like, it does feel a little bit harder to execute. Like, we're talking about maybe like a good shard snowball would follow through Meteor Hammer. Ooh.
Oh, they got the TA. He does not want to pop his BKB, but he may have no choice in the matter. The Static Storm has been dropped, but the Overgrowth.
Halberd.
It's going to lock him down. Halberd out as well, not letting him attack. They do at least kill Eren. Where's the rest of the team? They're incoming. They need the Morphling. Lunfer is on his way. Echoes, though, moving in. Killer buying time with his BKB, and now the Pulverize going to hold down the TA. Is gone again. It's just the thing. Once the Morph shows up, it's all over. It's just all over. Molasses caught. He gets dropped. Triple kill for Lunfer. And they've found all the answers to this TA. It goes back to when we were talking about the draft. Like, there was no real good option for a position 1 left. They went down the TA route to try and just out-tempo Poke Gaming, but it has not worked.
Yeah, like, it might have worked if they hit, again, if they hit their timings. It just doesn't feel like they did on their other lanes. you didn't have the best lane coming out there for Molasses. He didn't really slow down Morphling. If he did delay that morph timing, then things could have been better. You also picked the Riki really early on for Echoes without knowing the mid matchup, right? Like they picked the Riki blind. The Zeus came afterwards, and then we're like, all right, that's just a Zeus lane. Like there is some way to play as the Riki, but it's not like a lane where you stop the Zeus from doing what he wants to. So he's just able to get these timings online and start running around. And Poke execute really well here as well, right? Like they got counter rotations onto mid. Their side lanes held up pretty damn well. Lon Fur has just been a beast, left alone. Might find more. Damn.
Yeah, you get the Thunder God's Wrath vision from Small KK. Like he just pops it whenever he's got a feeling. And then Lon Fur just cleans up every time. Like it's just so tough because every 75, or rather 81 seconds, you've got this Thunder God's Wrath. And it just gives you full vision of the enemy team. It's like, yep, off you go, Lon Fur. Just kill somebody. Go have some fun.
Nope. That's it. Like, he's got so much output now on Morph. He's got the Butterfly on top with the Scotty. 353 per right click, plus 95. Not a fun time to be any of these squishy heroes. Like, they have 3 squishy heroes as well. I don't think your Tusk is at the point where he's durable. Your Riki's super squishy. So is your Snap. So, like, everyone's susceptible to this physical burst. Physical and magical with a Zeus around.
Well, tier 3 bottom tower going down very, very, very fast to Lon Fur. Ranfu Dao getting in position very, very deep wards here behind the racks. Going to pay off dividends, I'm sure, as Marbleu getting in position himself. The problem is Ranfu Dao has a Blink Overgrowth ready. And they've got full vision. They'll blink in rather soon, I think. But no, they're actually going to back off here on Poke.
Yep. Aegis expires, they play it safe. Again, showing a lot of respect for the side of Meteor. Because again, last time around, Meteor did manage to wallop them in a 2-1 win in the DPC. Smoke out here, though.
Yeah, Meteor.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, smoke rotation. I mean, they've got to run back in towards their own dire triangle, and it's... Well, they're actually going to have an opening here. They'll be able to sneak back in.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
The courier will kind of lead them right towards the side of Poke. If they can pick off the supports first, they might have a good chance at this team fight. Marbleu will blink in. Static Storm was dropped early on by Aaron, but he is gone. Thunder God's Wrath will give all the vision they require. Lon Fur, he's right onto the timber, but he's doing no damage to him. Now he will. Molasses trying to chain away is going to go down immediately as Lon Fur. Does he want to keep going without a BKB? It doesn't seem like it. I'm just going to try and chase him down to the TA, knowing that advantage is there. But M's going to be very careful himself. Meanwhile, on the backside, they've lost the mid-Riki. Echoes is gone. They'll try onto the Zeus. Small KK does go down, but now the TAs are sitting duck. They just wiped them. Killer with a triple. Godlike for Lon Fur. And they aren't even going after the bottom. In fact, the bottom racks is already gone. Never mind that. They'll go mid instead.
Yeah. And you have this massive problem in dealing with Lon Fur. And again, he turns into TA, he gets a refraction. Don't know why my tongue slipped there.
My goodness.
Reflection, and they called it GG. I mean, I can't fault Meteor for that. They tried with that all-in smoke fight. That was them dipping outside of their base, trying to make something happen. And it's just not enough. Like, Poke managed to take tempo, they managed to hit these timings, whereas Meteor draft is really fast draft. Like, again, they picked this Riki early on. I think that's where a lot of the issues lied. You have Echoes playing the Riki without knowing his Riki matchup. So you don't know if you're actually having a lane where this Riki is going to be really, really good and shut down mid. Zeus is not the matchup to do that. And the Timbersaw pickup as well, I think, was all right. But it didn't leave you with a lot of choices for cores because you saw the Morphling. And you're like, all right, Morphling's there. You know, Morphling is massive, and you had options for maybe the Slark coming through. The Ursa was another option that I think we talked about in the Sniper. There's a reason why we said those 3 heroes, but not the TA. Like, I don't think TA just fits this matchup unless the rest of your draft is really keyed into a fast tempo, which the Timbersaw kind of is, but the Riki it's a weird one. I don't know if it really fits that timing and tempo you want with a TA as your core.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good attempt from Meteor Gaming, but I mean, honestly, Aaron and Lonfer, really the standouts for me this game here from Poke is the Morph only dying once, I believe. He, at the very least, had 18 kills that game, but I'm going to double check right now to see. It was 18, 1, and 7, the scoreline for the Morphling. Aaron doing so much work. I mean, the whole side of Poke, like compared to last tour, at least in this game 1, I've got to say they have looked so clean, right? And I realize they may have just gotten a draft that they're very comfortable with, and maybe game 2 will be a completely different story. But there's certainly very solid improvements from this side that we didn't see in Tour 1.
Yeah, like it looks a lot cleaner. I'm remembering some of the Poke games last time, and it was always a little bit messier. You know, like they wouldn't be as confident with the lead. They would play it a lot safer, even with a massive lead, and they wouldn't be as aggressive early on to make a lead happen. This time around, they do all of that. Like they play confidently. They manage to get aggressive. They play on top of this advantage early, and they're coordinating as a team really well. Like Tatsi said, it's the supports working together. It's Aaron kind of working that disruptor, landing these great glimpse backs, and the team being ready for it, the team being ready to play around that static storm, and just enabling Lonfer and Small KK to really do what they want. Like it was almost a perfect game for Small KK until he died in the last fight. But you know what? It happens. Sometimes you just don't get that perfect game.
Okay, I mean, to me, it was a perfect game anyway from these boys. I think Poke really just nailed this one out of the park, and I'm curious to see what Meteor tries to adjust and change during game 2, right? Because apart from the laning stage in the early game, it felt like Poke Gaming was just always ahead, with a draft that didn't necessarily feel like it should have been ahead that early on. So I'm curious to see what Meteor want to change up. You know, was it the draft at the end of the day? Like, you can see, went 1, 6, and 5. Like, he did not have the greatest TA game in the world. You know, was it that POS 1? Was it a bit of a desperate pick, maybe? You know, maybe the strategies just wasn't right here for Meteor Gaming. We'll have to see, Jonathan. We're not 100% sure here. We're not in the minds of Meteor, but I'm hoping for a closer game 2 at the least.
Yeah, like I think it would be a lot closer. I think, again, maybe draft corrections coming out from Meteor. Although I have to say, in comparison, the execution of Poke was a step above. So for Meteor to switch things up, I think it's going to be important for them to kind of shake things off and reset and mentally clear themselves. As you know, we had a spectacular performance from Lonfer, our MVP. So I want to see if they can correct, because we said the same thing in our last series where a correction needed to come in for LNRN, and it didn't. LRNR, something like that. I don't know. I'm blanking out for some reason. I just think of Machi.
The whole damn name, Jonathan. My goodness. Always trying to find a way to save time.
Yeah, it's just wasting for time. But yeah, it's like they need to reset. They need to fix execution, which is a lot harder to fix in a series, but we've seen some teams pull it off, and I'm wondering if Meteor can be one of those teams.
Let's find out. We're going to head off to a very short break, and right after the break, we're going to be back with Game 2's draft between Meteor Gaming and, of course, Poke. We'll see you all very, very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between Poke and, of course, Meteor Gaming. John, Game 1, pretty one-sided affair, you'd have to say here. Poke just proving to be at least the much better team with that draft in game number 1. The odds are favoring the side of Meteor, which does surprise me a little bit here, considering how game 1 went. I don't know, what are you thinking? Like, do you really feel like maybe Poke just got the draft that just suits them, or are we going to see a big comeback here for game 2?
I have no clue why those odds look that way. I thought Poke looked, even outside of draft, just the team that executed a lot better. They knew their timings a lot better. They played as a team quite a fair bit better. So I'm interested to see, because I think it's not a drafting issue. Like, the draft did play a part. At the same time, I think Poke really just played a lot better in comparison to what we were looking for from Meteor as well. So again, for Meteor, it's a matter of like maybe going for an easier draft to execute and also just playing together as a team, which again, it's a hard adjustment to make in between games. It's something that you work on after a series, but maybe Meteor surprises us. You know, maybe they did manage to reset well, they bounce back in, and they come up with something a little stronger, right, like in this draft. And they do have a decent enough opening. Like, Disruptor Beastmaster is pretty damn good. You've got good push, you've got decent team fight, decent hold. Up against Poke, though, like, they go with Rubik Doom. So you already have a way of having your own... You already have a way of having your own, you know, AoE Doom on hand with Doom. So kind of like the Static Storm. You've got Rubik to steal some good spells. And I think this is just a very solid foundation for Poke. This is just... Like, you've got Doom to devour at least the early Dominator creep. You can devour, once you get your talent as well, on the Overlord creep. You've got good solutions here from Poke.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of the thing with Beastmaster. Like, they banned out the Night Stalker in the second phase for Meteor Gaming, but kind of like you said, they've already got somewhat of an answer here with the Doom. And we'll see what the Beastmaster can do. I mean, there's variable ways to play this as well, right? Like, as the Beastmaster, you don't necessarily have to go Helm of the Overlord or Helm of the Dom even. You can just go Blink Dagger build up if you just want to, you know, kind of play that initiation role. We don't see it very often, though, to be fair. Like, most people will still go down the Zoo route with the Helm of the Dominator into the Overlord, but there is options if it's just a terrible game for it. As Meteor, they're going to go right back into the TA this game. And that's a 4th pick TA, so if you are Poke Gaming, you should be able to find yourself a reasonable answer for this.
There's a lot left in the pool. Terrorblade's still there, Drow's there, NP was first phase banned, Sniper's there. Although some of those range cores are a little bit awkward to pick into with a Vision from Beastmaster and Clockwork and their jump. But it's still pretty damn good core. If you're feeling something more melee, again, Slark is something that can work out, although it can be a bit annoying with Static Storm and all the AoE that Meteor does have on hand. But a Slark is also pretty decent. Like, you just jump on top, your Dark Pack kind of takes out the Reflection. They'll go with the Drow instead, just a safe ranged core to play with. You've got this really good lane now of Drow plus Tusk. So that lane's going to be absolutely painful for the Beastmaster. I don't think that's a lane that Beastmaster feels good in. Even with the Axis build, Poke can still kind of run down and punish with a tag team. And for Meteor now, the one thing that they have changed in their draft is they didn't pick Echo's hero early. So he should be able to get himself a decent mid matchup, although he isn't last pick. So whatever mid they do pick up for Echo, Poke can kind of counteract into, as they have last pick overall here.
They do. I mean, the Drow is certainly... I mean, like you said, it's great against the TA, but it is certainly risky against the Clock Beastmaster. Obviously, with the Hurricane Pike build-up, you may not be that concerned because it is basically the first item you get. But we'll see. Like, Meteor Gaming, I mean, they're running it back with the TA, just changing things up a little bit. Maybe thinking, you know, we got the Disruptor this time around, so Eren doesn't have this broken hero available to him. Maybe enabling the TA is all that was necessary in that game 1, and this time around they've certainly got a draft that kind of better executes, I think, with the Templar Assassin. Final pickup, though, Meteor. They do need themselves a bit of a mid laner here. Small KK,
still
last time around, of course,
open.
had a great time on the Zeus. Echo's not so much of a mid Ricky.
Like, they could Yeah, Ember's there. The Spirit Brothers are all in hand. Nothing to really stop you in this game for Meteor, or maybe a little bit riskier for Poke with Aurora and the Static Storm, but you could opt for, if you really wanted to, you could probably opt for Storm. It doesn't really feel necessary though.
10 seconds remaining.
What else is in the pool here? The Puck's gone. Pango's gone. Bat Rider's
5
gone.
seconds remaining.
Against the Ember, you could go DK. Like, DK can just stop it. They go with the Storm instead. Why not? Spirit Brother matchup. This one, I would... Honestly, it's really 50-50. Like, I would maybe peg it easier for Echoes to play, but I wouldn't say it's an advantage. It's just easier to execute on the Ember compared to Storm in the lane, but Storm should still be able to fight back as well. Yeah, it's a much more balanced draft here, Mike, in comparison to Game 1, like what you were saying. It looks a lot more tied in for Meteor, and for Poke, I think... I would honestly favor Meteor a little bit more. It's like what you said, this is a much more lined up draft with the TA. Like TA plus Beastmaster, once you have that Deso, you collapse onto a tower, that melts really fast. And I wanted to, this is a dumb point, but you said there are 2 builds for the Beastmaster, right? You said Blink or like the Auras and the Summons. There's the Drums of Slum, Mike. There's the Drums of Slum.
Stop it, John.
Don't forget the Drums of Slum, Mike. The Drums of Slum, though. Them's an item.
Oh, I mean, we were talking about bad Ags earlier, and I called out Bloodseeker, but my God, Beastmaster might actually take the cake with his Ags.
Oh,
It
dude,
is
no.
atrocious.
It is not atrocious. It's okay. It's pretty bad. I will
It's
admit to
bad.
that, but the damage in the last like bashes are actually really high. You just don't rush that because it's so dumb. The build-up is like bump, bump, then bump, bump. Like the first 3 seconds of that ult is really atrocious. So it's not like a first item rush. It's not even a 4th item rush. Maybe 6th item from Roshan. But hey, Drums to Slum. You know, it's maybe viable. Like Radiance Ags AM. Maybe we see Meteor do something goofy. I'd like that. Give me the Drums of Slum, baby.
I would not recommend it. If in case they're listening, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're never going to see the Ags come out in this game, Jonathan. But in case they're listening, don't pick up the Drums of Slum. It's not very good. Oh,
It is good. It is good. Look at it. Beastmaster beats his drums with ever increasing speed. Each
Even
strike
if they
deals
buff-
damage to enemies around him.
even if they buff the Ags, it's still not going to be good, right? Like, if you want this Ags to be good on Beastmaster, make it so he doesn't have to buy Helm of the Overlord every single game, right? Because this is the build that's been on Beastmaster for how long now? Like, you build Helm of the Dominator, and then Overlord came out, so now you do that. And the only alternative that we saw was Blink, which has always been there. And most of the time, they just buy both. So, you know, if it wasn't like a hero that's purely based on being a zoo hero, I could maybe see an Aghanim have to pick up one day, John, assuming like 10
Yeah.
more buffs.
I think that's down to his Inner Beast, right? If you changed Inner Beast to be something else, then the hero changes completely. Like, that's the only reason you go for those summons. But I was going to say something. It slipped my mind. Like, I forget. I'm growing old. It's all over, Mike. I don't know anymore.
Fight over the
Where am
battlings,
I?
perhaps?
Battle begins.
Echoes? Yeah, you should be able to grab it, no problem. It's very hard to fight as Poke level 1 with this kind of draft, but they still get away with 2 bounty runes for their trouble. Not too big of a deal. Let's start with the mid lane, shall we? You're going to have Echoes on this Ember. He's going to be up against Small KK. It's the classic Storm versus Ember Spirit matchup. See how this one pans out. I mean, it can be a very even affair between the two. I personally like to lean to Storm Spirit these days, but it really can go either way. It's one of those matchups where you just have to outplay each other.
Yeah, I would still think that I favor Ember a little bit. Like, Storm's level 3 with 1/1/1 is still pretty good. I just feel like Ember, now that people realize Sleight of Fist is really good, and you tend to go for like a 0-3-2 build or a 2-3-0 build, you go for your Orb of Corrosion. Like, Ember just feels a lot easier to build up into. So the tempo just feels a lot more consistent from the Ember in comparison to the Storm. And I think that's all we have to see coming out from Echoes. It's still a pretty decent start coming out here, though, but rather even across our mids. So nothing too strange yet. Level 3, level 4 is when that should start to go one way or the other.
So look at the bot lane for a moment. Like, Lunfo is taking so much damage on the Drow. Ranfu down there on the tusk to help him out, but already this bottom lane has been a pretty aggressive affair. Like, Meteor Gaming have been really giving it back the way of the Drow. And this is level 1. Like, you've only got Thunderstrike and Wild Axes being thrown out. If the Glimpse was up instead of the Thunderstrike, they may have actually gotten first blood on this Drow.
I think the Thunderstrike was the right call, though, because if you get Glimpse, I mean, it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to stop Ranfu from committing early. But with a Thunderstrike, you just gun down the Drow and make it uncomfy for her to jump up, knowing that the axes can follow through. A couple of stacks there, you're suddenly dead. This early Basilius as well is allowing Meteor to just kind of play this really aggressive spell spam. So you just lose your strong point with his Tusk Drow. They'll try a little bit into San Wu Mar Blue, but he's cut off. Like, one for is just a bit too far to try to follow through there.
Well, they certainly have to apply their aggression very early on, because you are going to hit the level 3 timing of poke, and then things get very, very nasty at this bottom lane if you are Meteor Gaming. So they've got to really get that aggression going right now while they still can. And speaking of, there's a glimpse back now. Marblue could be in danger himself, but Lunfer does not want a bar of this. He will back his way out, not willing to risk his life to try and secure a kill onto the Disruptor. And that's fair enough. But it is certainly allowing a lot of space here for Molasses to find farm that it feels like he should really have no business having in this lane. So props to Marblue for allowing that space for this Beastmaster to be able to get that farm he's looking for. As Ranfu down, gets glimpse back, shards are there, way off the mark, he is just going to drop.
Yeah, this is a really bad start for Poke, but a really nice win for Meteor. Like, the bot lane's just going spectacularly, there's nothing to punish Molasses for going for the Axis in this lane matchup. And you're really keeping Lawnfur down. Like, look at his CS here. 7-1 is at 18-1, more than 2 times as much farm. So your Drow is already off to this really atrocious start. And a recovery for the Drow, she can recover in jungle quite well, but this is a game against Beastmaster and Clockwork. They'll be able to scout you out no matter what, with the Hawks and the Flares. So even if you get some space out in the jungle, chances are Lawnfur isn't completely safe to just farm up this game as well.
All on for glimpse back. This could be a kill out onto the Drow. They just need one more axis to fly out, and they've got the mangoes for it as Lunfer has no way out of this. Marblue able to take him down. Ranfu down, not able to trade either. He's just a +5 Tusk. Doesn't really have the damage to finish off the kill. And props to Meteor. They're doing a fantastic job down in this bot lane of just shutting down this Drow lane, which again, I feel like they should have had no business doing. We should have a look at the top lane while we have a chance as well. Small KK, he's going to get chased on the mid lane in the meantime, but he's going to be able to survive. The top oh, Small KK, he got glimpsed back. He is dead. Marblue really proving how strong this Disruptor hero is.
Yeah, he's just on top at the right time. And again, that's the one thing with the Storm. Like, you don't go for the Vortex here as well, you go 3-0-2. Which theoretically is much easier time in farming, but it leaves you very little counterplay to punish a dive. And they're gonna harass out Echoes a bit, but he should be fine.
Luckily for Small KK, the Disruptor was nowhere nearby to go for a glimpse back, as he was showing on the bottom creep wave anyway. That's the one thing that, like, every game I've seen against the Disruptor, there's always someone that forgets that he's in the game. And I do it myself every single time as well, John. It's not a very fun feeling, I'll tell you.
Oh, it certainly isn't, Mike. At the least, doesn't happen here. And, even if it happens once, at least you can say, well, it didn't happen to me 3 times in a pro game. And you can always say that, because we've seen that happen in NA. Which is, again,
we have.
It was a memory. Still, a 0-3 start for Meteor is very memorable for them as well. So they're trying on San Wu Mar Blue.
Yeah, in trouble. Should go down. Molasses trying his best to help out. Can't really do too much about it, though. They do at least find the Disruptor. But look at the build of Molasses. Like, he's already got the Helm of the Iron Will up on the Beastmaster. So he's quite a tanky boy now. Like, they were trying to throw these pot shots at the Beastmaster with the Drow. He was taking literally no damage.
Yeah, he has way too much armor. Way too much regen on hand. He could probably solo this lane if he wanted to. So that should open up opportunities onto the mid here to help out Echoes if need be. And again, your big issues right now in this laning phase for Poke is that you have no presence up top. Like, your Drow is getting shut down bot, your mid, you could argue is even, although I'd say Echoes is slightly ahead, but your top lanes where that discrepancy is just huge. This is a free lane for, yes, Kill is farming. Yes, Kill is going to hit that Midas timing, but you have done nothing to stop this TA from getting her own build-up. And once you dip into that jungle, this TA just gets scary.
More Killer. Trying for the TP. TZ was right nearby. Just goes in for the easiest battery assault of his life. And secures the TP cancellation. So even more gold to go the way of the TA. And well, Media Gaming, they're off to a fantastic start once again. I mean, this one feels different though. Because is really starting to take off quite a lot. And they'll poke. They've got a much greedier draft, so it's not going to be as easy trying to shut the man down. It's going to be a bit of a slower process, I think. And considering how much of a bad lane Lundfir's had on the Drow as well, like, you're not going to have that kind of Morphling pos 1 where he can just start running down and joining his team. Like, this Drow is going to require a lot of time to be ready, as Blue maybe looking for a glimpse back here down at bot lane. They'll get the vision with the Hawks out. They know exactly where he's gone. And with Echoes rotating as well, Lundfir is going nowhere. Echoes to take the kill. And now the bottom tier 1 tower is completely open for the taking.
Gosh, they've just got so much aggression from Meteor. And they fix their issues from game 1. They're working as a team. They understand their timings. They understand when poke is weak. And they're really exposing those vulnerabilities in this kind of draft. Meteor finding that bot tier 1, opening up the map to farm. Instant rotation back mid. Echoes already has a full orb corrosion, so you can just melt these heroes if they're not careful as well.
Double damage rune going to be taken here by TZ. Run food down is going to get caught, but a nice shards to block them off. Aaron even showing up here. Zipping from small KK. They will pick up TZ. The Clockwork, though, he's kind of already done his job, just ensuring the double damage does not go the way of the Storm. But I'm sure small KK will appreciate the little bit of bonus gold he just got.
Yeah, more than happy to just have a little bit of an injection of gold.
TA? Oh, we can't see them. They've got vision over the TA. Has been caught out. No way out of this one, I'm sure. He will drop. There was an immediate smoke pop by Meteor Gaming. Obviously, they're not going to make it in time to save their TA, but maybe they can find some collateral. Because they are going to run right into the Rubik. Aaron will have to give up his life for this, and still well worth it, though. You know, finding the pos 1 TA who was just snowballing out of control, always going to be important to take down.
Yep. And they just, you know, they bail out on Killa. He did have a TP, but he opts to walk back, isn't punished for it. So they're allowed to just get some space out. They find Molasses here as well, but
they might have the damage. He does have Roar available. Blue there with the glimpse back, forcing small KK to use the rest of his mana as Molasses. That is a lot of damage being dealt back the way of Lundfir. Snowball will go back the way of Blue, but it does not really connect. Shards will block him in, but they have no mana on their Storm and no HP on their Drow. And again, this Beastmaster, he's a tanky boy. He's not going to drop that quickly.
Nah, he's just so durable, and you don't have enough to sustain true. Not with your Storm still at 8. You don't have the Witchblade build here as well. You're going back to the Kaya Rush, so you don't have the best regen until the Kaya is back up. Your movement's really limited. And look at this, Meteor. They're more than ready to just group around Echo. They do move up to try to secure the runes. Echo goes to the wrong one, but the haste is still secured by TZ. And they just have more options to play. Like, even if they're not grouping up as much, just the presence of December across the map is more than enough to force movement out from poke. And you can just constantly go hunting. He is under vision now, though, so it's a little bit risky.
It is. Problem is, he's not really afraid of dying with the haste up. Chains are there, Lundfir. Gonna stick around. Small KK has rotated as well and has found himself TZ. Echo's gonna rotate to try and help out, but the claw chains are out. They're buying time. TZ is eventually gonna fall. But Echoes, again, is still gonna be just fine to dance around. So he does have the haste rune, trying to find an opening here against the side of poke. And it seems like he will at least set up for Aaron. So you get, again, some collateral, some kind of trade for Meteor Gaming. And while all this is happening, of course, your TA is just freely farming up. There's Ranfu down. He's stuck around. Glimpse is going to be there from Blue. He'll use the snowball to try and juke that one out, but he's going the same way anyway. No escape. just stuck around a bit too long farming the mid wave, and he is going to get punished for it.
Get themselves a nice set of kills on Meteors, and not the biggest, but that should open up an opportunity onto that mid. Fortify already forced out, but the siege creep still stands.
Molasses might actually kill the storm here. Small KK barely going to escape. Oh, that siege shot. He was very lucky it didn't bounce back the way the storm is top lane now. They've caught out the Doom. Ranfu down, looking for a snowball. Is able to find one on buying a little bit of time here for the Doom to get his way out. Oh, very, very close to killing off Killer. But not quite enough.
That's on the edge. They do manage to find the mid-tier 1 while all of that action breaks out here. So Meteor are opening up the map in a pretty damn big way. And this draft of Poke needs so much space to farm up. Like your Doom, your Drow needs so much build up. Your Storm can kind of play early on. Like probably just wait on that Witchblade and you're pretty good to go. But there's not going to be any follow-through from other cores. Maybe when Blink BKB is up for Killa, he can join in. That's still some time away as well. And this is, you know, at the moment where Meteors start to line up for that 15 to 20 minute timing. Like their draft is getting ready to go. Smoke out here from Poke though.
There is. It's only TZ, but they're going to take whatever they can get right now, I think. I mean, Echo shows up as well. Echo's has been doomed.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Echoes. I mean, he showed up right in front of Killer. Killer couldn't believe his eyes there for a moment, Johnny. He was like, wait, hold on a minute. That's not how it's meant to work. Easiest doom of his life.
Yeah, I didn't even expect that. Like, they catch the Ember out, get the Doom, and now you're starting to feel a lot better on Poke. And like we talked about the timings lining up for Meteor, but bleeding this gold back to Poke after a pretty subpar laning phase does allow them to really bounce back into this game. Like you don't have Doom for a minute, so you're going to be pretty safe on to hit that Deso timing, and it is still coming up here, by the way, Mike. That Desolator is going to be key. Meteor, once this Deso's up, they've got to find that pick off into Roche. They've got to take it.
Oh, another rotation. Echo's going to try and find a bit of revenge. They'll spot out Aaron, but they want Lunfer. Gust is not going to land. Snowball not going to save the Drow either. They just need to run. Meteor Gaming are just going to run them down now. Remnant's at least stolen by Aaron, but the Glimpse back is still going to be there, but it won't matter. He's got another one. Echoes still trying, does land the chains, and that should prove to be just enough. It's Meteor Gaming, again, returning the favor. And Lunfer on the Drow, he's not having a good time here, Johnny. It's a very rough game for the Drow.
Killer?
Oh, even Killer. Marblue is just all over the map. These glimpses are proving to be way too much as, well, Small KK at least tries to find Echoes, but the stick charges are there. Snowball will land, Ranfu down sets up, so Small KK can secure, but Marblue's back. This Disruptor, he is not allowing anyone to get away, but at the very least they had just enough mana for the zip.
Oh boy. It's a lot of back and forth. Like that kill on the Ember is pretty damn big to kind of compensate for losing Killa up top, but you're in a really awkward crossing point here for Meteor where is ready to go. Like this is the Deso timing. This is the moment where you look for that pick-off, you go Roche. And it has to be a clean pick-off. You know, like you have to actually find that kill. Not like last time where we saw them maybe take an engagement and go back in the pit without finding a pick-off. Ranfu.
Oh, Snowball. Ranfu down. He starts the fight, but he is dying immediately. Hook shot is onto a hawk.
Onto the bird.
Unfortunate for TZ.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And that could be the pick-off that leads to Roche. Again, Deso up, double meld ready to go. You can dive in. You've got Doom ready, and you've got the Storm that could zip, but they're not in position to intercept.
I mean, Aaron's got these axes, so he can kind of just spam those, but it's very, very tough to actually get any kind of information out of this, as Aaron is probably just giving his own life away. Lunfer even getting glimpsed back in the middle of all this, but Aaron will just kind of tank the gank. But a very nice Roshan pickup here from Meteor Gaming now, with the Aegis up. Is finally hitting that timing he wanted last game around. As Killer, getting very aggressive, looking for Marblue, is going to find him, pops his own BKB, but the Raw's out immediately. Killer, he gives his life away for this.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's that doesn't feel worthwhile at all. Didn't manage to use the Doom. Forced to use his first BKB charge for a death. 9 to 14, 2k lead coming out from Meteor. They are in position to just take more objectives off the map, and this is where that Beastmaster TA ties in. You've got insane push, you've got the attack speed with the Inner Beast, you've got the creeps to kind of do it as well. And for Poke, their draft is just not ready. Your Drow is barely kitted out for these fights. Only having the Dragonlance, no full Hurricane Pike up yet, no Shard up yet to help them with some more slows and control. Small KK.
It's even against Blue, it just seems too hard right now. Like, they just don't feel confident. As already in triangle. Now Aaron's being caught out on the Rubik. Aaron will drop. And Meteor, they want to go straight high ground. Like, they've hit such a timing 17 minutes in. They know nothing's really able to stop them at this point. And I really do feel like it all goes back to the offlane of Molasses. Like, finding an Overlord timing this quick has made it so hard for Poke to be able to fight back. But they are at least going to force the back here from Meaty. Oh, small KK. Goes in by himself, the glimpse. Oh, he's just out of range. Ooh. Small KK's all right.
Bail out, but you still have issues here for Poke. They can't stop this push.
Out. Ran food out, caught out. They're just going to let the creeps do the work. He'll snowball. It won't matter. Blue to take the kill. Glimpse back on Lunfer. Molasses not within range to get the roar off though. But the tier 2 mid tower, it's just gone. No saving it.
2 towers down off the back of this Aegis. Last tier 2 probably should fall as well. I don't expect Meteor to kind of back off from this area of the map. The side of Poker just getting choked out now. Like, Lonfer is still bottom network core. Bottom network core on Drow. And it's a tough position to be in. They'll try to smoke out here in Poke though.
They've got to try something. Kind of one of those smokes where if it doesn't work out in your favor, you might just call it. Molasses, Static Storm has been dropped. Small KK immediately caught. Oh, and now I'm just going to get right to work. There's no stopping them. Lunfer gets glimpsed back into the cogs. He is just going down. A double kill for Aaron. Aaron will also drop a third now. A triple kill. Ultra kill for the TA. Sadly, Killer is in the bot lane right now, so they cannot secure a rampage. But this TA is completely popped off this game. But I'll be frank, John, if I was to pick an MVP, I'd kind of say Blue. You know, like, whoever picks up Disruptor just seems... It just seems so broken, these glimpse backs. It's too much.
It is. It is broken. Like, those changes to glimpse just... It's a little bit overtuned. Wouldn't be surprised if it does get touched up a little bit in our big patch. Fortify out to stall on the high ground. I mean, this is a hard defense to pull off. Like, you still have Aegis up and running for a full minute for They take the tier 3. Rax as well on a melee. You have everything you need. Like, you could potentially just wait for next Roche, so another 10 minutes on this game, but quite frankly, I don't see anything that can happen within the next 10 minutes anyway that Poke can use to their advantage. They're just severely underfarmed. Like, your issue right now is your Drow has nothing. You have Dragonlance, Falcon Blade at 20 minutes. It's just not enough to deal with the TA. You don't pierce through, you don't attack hard enough, you don't attack fast enough. And everyone else is also just has no protection. Outside of Doom with BKB, I mean, your Storm has nothing. Not even a Sanj for the stat resist up yet.
No,
You're just so susceptible to all of this hold.
Again, I feel like it just goes back to the offlane. Like, Blue and Molasses just made Lunfer's life a living hell this game too. BKB now up on the TA. Aegis is going to expire, but the BKB basically kind of fits the same role anyway. So we are just seeing tier 2 items being farmed up, but it feels like we're in some late stage of the game at this point. It's with the way the game's being played here by Meteor.
Oh man, I was going to say something. Oh,
Lunfer. Hookshot. Yeah, he's just in the middle of nowhere right now. That was Blue again, by the way, setting up for that.
Yep. He's been on point with the Disruptor. Such a broken hero. I was gonna say one thing. I wish Molasses went for the Axe at this point. He's going for AC, but think about it. Drums the Slum. Drums is
I-
Islam, man.
We've all thought about it, John. We've all thought about it.
I think about it
Don't you
all the
worry.
time, dude.
Radiant's bottom tower
I
all
think
the
you
time.
need to think a little bit more about it, John. That's what I think.
Yeah, I've already think about it so much. I can't think about it any more than I currently am. Like, it's such a fun idea.
Radiant's middle
He's not going to do it, John. He's going assault curious. He's doing the
I
right way,
know.
I'd like to say.
It's smart. It's smart and it's boring. Oh,
TZ?
smoke pop.
Breaks the smoke on Ranfu down. Oh, they're going to spot Lunfer. Ma Blue, glimpse back, going to be on Aaron. Kinetic field going to hold him in. M's not jumping in yet. Hook shots off the mark. There goes your jump in. Aaron will actually survive. He will not cop the one hit, but Ma Blue will finish the job off. In comes Killer. Killer is melting to the damage
Oh,
though.
God.
Holy. It's way too much. There goes small KK. And in we go for more. This could be the final team fight we get to see in this game too. As they are just getting destroyed. At least Ma Blue
Oh God.
does go down, but Lunfer again is in the middle of nowhere, caught out by TZ, who's diving T4
Holy
towers,
crap.
and Lunfer's just dropping. Triple kill for
are under attack.
There you go. GG's called. They've had enough. I mean, it's such a one-sided affair. Meteor Gaming, I mean, they just completely change up their draft, but they go back to the TA. And I'll tell you, John, the way they played their lanes was just so much cleaner. And I really gotta
Yeah.
give props again to the off lane of Meteor. Like, this Beastmaster Disruptor combo, the fact that they actually won against the Tusk Drow, it's not something you get to see very often. But they made it look kind of easy.
Yeah, they really ran down that lane. And again, it's just a recognition from Sunwoo Marblue to go for Thunder Strike level 1 and just harass the Drow. Because if the Drow can't follow up from the Tusk, then the combination is dead. The Tusk can cop a lot more hits. Drow is just so squishy. And also that level 1 wild axes start, right? Like he just spammed the spells on top of Thunder Strike giving vision. You just land those axes once or twice and the Drow is just not comfy in that lane. And you start off with that Ring of Basilius as well to harass. Like the entire plan for Meteor was very sound in this game. And they did manage to correct, you know, like I figured it was maybe more execution, but it looks like it was more on the draft. But it wasn't the draft that they were comfy with playing in game 1. Game 2 looked so much better. And this time it's Poke that were like kind of lost. Like they couldn't do much with their lineup. Like you had a Doom farming up, didn't slow down the TA. You had a Storm that went pretty all right in mid, but just had lacked heroes to play with. Like, what are you going to do? How are you going to connect with your Doom? How do you expect the Rubik to follow through? Like, yes, the Tusk can, but that's just 2 heroes playing together. It's not nearly enough for the Storm to dance around when everyone from Meteor's clumped up like this.
Yeah, it's certainly a very dominant game, and you know, questions are there. I think Poke assumed some of the lanes would go a little bit better than they did. Like it feels like at the very least 2 out of 3 lanes were just lost for Poke, and mid lane, I mean, it was a bit more of an even affair, but even then, Echoes just took over. Like he wasn't playing mid Ricky this time around as well, so he was playing a much more standard kind of Ember Spirit, which obviously the man knows how to play extremely well. And it certainly ends up paying off here for game number 1, game number 2 for the side of Meteor Gaming. With that though, that is going to be it for game 2 as well. That ties up our series 1-1. I was saying, I personally think Marblue was the guy that I'd like to highlight in this game too, based off his gameplay. Sure, I know we see 10-1 and 5 TA that just popped off. I get it. But Marblue was all over the map. This guy was everywhere.
He was everywhere. He worked that bot lane really well. His use of the glimpses were big. His use of his kinetic field were big. It was a spectacular performance. Again, after considering what happened in game 1, where Meteor just looked like this really lost team, for them to rally like this in game 2 and just coordinate together so well was amazing. And there you go, the very rare Disruptor MVP.
81.5% kill participation, John. Like, he was in there. He was setting up everything.
He just did. You know, he was all over the map. And Disruptor, honestly, it feels like this hero should be a first phase ban at this point. Like, even above Undying. I think Disruptor is even worse. Like, Undying is one thing, but Disruptor just feels much more relevant than Undying throughout every phase, right? You think about Undying, lane dominance in mid-game is fine. afterwards, he just kind of becomes like this massive creep that can occasionally heal, carry auras for you. Disruptor is not the same. Like Disruptor has this insane laning presence, a low mana cost, relatively low cooldown laning spell and glimpse, a scaling ultimate that has so much good CC that always scales, right? Like this hero, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised when we reach like our next LAN in Berlin that Disruptor is actually a first phase ban. It is way too much at the moment until a change comes out. That hero is, it's hard to play against. It's very hard.
Well, let's see what changes are made in Game 3's draft here between these two teams, John, because we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 3 between Poke and, of course, Meteor Gaming. We'll see you then.
Watch more. Earn more. Troll TV.
Radiant are scarce.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game number 3 here between Meteor Gaming and Poke. John, both games so far between these two have been one-sided affairs. Like, Poke destroys game number 1, Meteor Gaming takes game number 2. We're seeing the odds really reflect that now as they look much more even here between these two teams. I can only imagine what's going to happen for game number 3 between these two.
Yeah, it's really interesting because game 2, it looked like Poke was really lost, but their draft was also not something that played together all too well. Like, there was a timing for them, it just felt really late, and you had this really atrocious laning start for Lanfa. Like, they just got raffle stomped really hard by what they were doing there with Molasses and Marbleu. So I think they've got to get themselves a stronger lane coming out, especially on safe, because honestly, top lane was all right for Killa. It is a Doom versus TA. You don't really expect to slow down the TA too much, but you do farm up as the Doom. The Ember versus Storm was also fairly even, despite the support rotation. So the only outlying issue was, the Drow lane. And it's really interesting to see. We've already got a bit of the draft coming through here. You see that Disruptor ban. That Disruptor is too strong. That Disruptor is way too safe of a support pick. It is now a first phase ban, which means stuff like Rubik slides through, stuff like Batrider, stuff like Beastmaster, Lycan, all of these kinds of heroes are opened up because Disruptor is that much stronger than each of them. It's kind of ridiculous.
And this is another hero that I've been hearing from a lot of pros that is very strong right now, is the Enchantress. Like, obviously the laning presence of Enchantress has always been quite potent. I can't remember the last time Ench wasn't like a very dominant laning stage kind of hero. But as well as that in the current meta, like, you can build auras, obviously 4-star, very, very effective as well. Us Enchantress players, we finally have an excuse to build into Hurricane Pike without getting told off by our calls, John, because we can build 4-star first. And it does do a lot of damage once you have the Hurricane Pike up, so it's always worth just going into that build-up if you can. And this time, Poke will take the Beastmaster themselves.
It's an interesting shakeup. Because it's one of those things where when you're up against a Doom, it does feel like Doom's like a natural counter to Ench and Beastmaster in a way because you can devour the creep. But when you have two sources of creeps, the Doom can only eat so much, man. He gets full. He can't just chomp down on all the animals forever. So you will always have some utility coming out from Poke. So the Dominator build-up, the Overlord build-up is still viable. I think on the point of Enchantress as well. Like, the reason why Enchantress is broken is it's not even Hurricane Pike. It's literally just impetus damage scaling the way it does. Like, it's just too much for the mana cost. It does way too much and it scales way too well as a pure damage source. So it's always relevant, right? Like, it just never fades away. It's just a hero that you can fall back to even as a pause 4 with that build up you said. Like, just with a Hurricane Pike, you can carry the game. It doesn't need much more than that in a decent game. So it's always got something to go on. I would not say it's more busted than Disruptor. I think Disruptor is still fairly deserving of a slot in the first 4 bans. But it is a strong hero. I wouldn't say it's completely busted. I think it does have shortcomings. Again, if you can take care of its creep in laning phase, some solutions are like Crystal Maiden in lane. Then Enchantress's laning phase and scaling up to that point, ramping up to that point where Hurricane Pike is a reality is a lot slower, and you can just kind of handle it with your cores. But if it does get a good game like that, then it's obnoxious.
It certainly is. See how these drafts continue. I mean, already a very kind of zoo-orientated lineup by Poke Gaming. You can make the argument maybe they were denying some picks away, but I don't quite think so. I think they want to go full zoo this meta, kind of return the favor here against Meteor Gaming. I mean, why the hell not, right? Like, considering what Game 2 was like for the side of Poke, obviously they want to kind of ensure that Meteor Gaming feel the same way in Game 3 if they can. And already with these two, it's gonna be an interesting affair. Though, mind you, they do obviously have the Devour, even though you did say he gets full, which he does. You could also, if you're feeling really cheeky and you feel like you need it, you can also go down the Night Stalker route, have two heroes that can devour creeps. That's always a bit of fun. Though, it's
that is a spicy suggestion, Mike.
Well, we saw it in North America, John. POS 1 Night Stalker. It didn't win, by the way.
Yeah.
But you do see POS 1 Night Stalker pop up here and there.
Yeah, we've seen it in C, and it did win. It was funny. It actually did win C, but that's probably a fringe case because that was like Talon. So, 7-0 can do.
Of course.
But
I mean, undefeated.
I don't think you need to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who said this roster shuffle was bad? Anyway, I don't think you need the Night Stalker. If you do have Arrow and Mirana, you probably don't want to Arrow the creep, but you can. So you can Arrow the Enchantress creep and then just devour the Overlord creep. And then you can just kind of keep the army away. That's not too bad for Meteor. I don't think it's necessary to go into that that Night Stalker core, but what I am curious about is actually this. Like, I've talked about Batrider so much. It's been a last phase ban for these teams, but never like a second phase pick. It's so strange when, in certain games it feels right. Like this time around, you don't have the NP to worry about. There's still options like Terrorblade in the pool. Drow is taken out, but yeah, Terrorblade's still the big one in the pool. Morphling's gone. What else is there? Ursa Slark are there as well. You probably don't want to Batrider into Ursa because the stat resist is annoying, but it's not the worst thing in the world either. Wonder what they're gunning for. Lots of mids left as well in these picks. Probably going to be picking that later on. But it is fairly open for both sides. I think right now Poke does have more tempo though, as Doom can be a lot slower for core. Even though, again, as a foil, you devour whatever big creep they're bringing, you're fine. But outside of that, when Doom's on cooldown, you don't contribute as much here until items are up.
Well, they're still thinking about this third pickup here, Meteor. Yeah, just pick up maybe another support, maybe a POS 4, POS 5, depending on what you feel like. Preferably a POS 5, because the Mirana against Ench is always the way you want to play it if you can. Then again, though, you still have the Doom there, so either way, you've always got someone who can take care of the Ench creep. Which is extremely important, naturally, when you're laning against this hero, because once you hit the level 3 on the Ench, that creep hits very hard. It's never fun to have to lane against. They'll go down the Tusk route. So whether that's a POS 4 or 5, yet to be seen. Nevertheless, though, great hero in the current meta. So Meteor Gaming, they'll go ahead and take that for themselves. Poke, I mean, they could also just respond with their own position 4 or 5.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a matter of what they really want, but I think you do want to continue this kind of pathway of aggression and tempo that you've got going so far with this draft.
I wouldn't mind something that just contributed more to push. So far, I feel like you have decent team fight with Aurora. Maybe not the best AoE, but you have at least one source of hard stun. You could honestly go for something like a Tiny. Tiny is a foil to Tusk. Like you just save your Avalanche for the snowball aggression, and Meteor can come out. And you can just punish them for rolling up to you. If you want to play it that way, punish the saves. Like a Tiny can kind of fit in, which is funny because we saw a lot of Tiny in the last series. We haven't seen it too much here at all. We'll go to Rubik instead. You do have massive spells to steal. Right, all the Mirana spells are pretty decent. Maybe argument could be made about Leap being unideal, but everything else is kind of good. Shard, Snowball, even Tag Team's all right. And the Punch, of course. And of course, Doom spells. Like, Doom is not too hard to take. So, I like that coming out from Poke. A Rubik Beastmaster lane sounds pretty strong as well. Like, you do have a lot of presence there.
Shrek coming out here for Poke, so I mean, they really went all in with this kind of draft. I love it. I love to see it. Like, they could literally just run over Meteor Gaming in this game 3 if Meteor are not prepared. I think you've got to be so careful not to get too greedy with this draft. They're going to go down the Sniper route. Right, so now you're going to try and hold high ground. You're going to hold those towers. Obviously, Sniper are a very annoying hero to try and go up against when you're trying to go for this push style of lineup, but it does feel like they've got the catch. Like, you still got Beastmaster Rubik. Sure, it can be a little bit challenging to close the gap, but I'm not sure about the Sniper pick. I get a little bit concerned here for Meteor.
Yeah, it makes sense for me for Meteor's end. I think it's a lot harder to actually punish that for the side of Poke. It's harder to punish a Sniper. Like, you've locked yourself into the Lesh mid. There is a chance it's a Sniper mid, though, as well. And that would be pretty interesting for Meteor, like a Sniper versus Lesh. I think that's not too bad for Sniper. Leshrac should still have a better time, but it's not the worst thing in the world once you hit level 3 for Sniper. So it could work. It's very curious. I'm keen to see what Meteor does want to do. As there is some flex for poke, like we don't see it too often. We used to see it a lot, like a safe lane Lesh, and then you flex something really jumpy on mid to catch that Sniper out, make your game easier for you. Like there's still the Pangolier in the pool, although Pango versus Sniper lane can be a little bit messier for Pango. But something like Ember, Storm, all the Spirit Brothers are still there on hand for some easy jumps in as well. I wouldn't mind something a little bit stranger for Poke, but I'm expecting Meteor to also just work the Sniper as a hard flex, as they do have last pick overall.
Just wonder what you want now as the pos one of Poke. That's kind of where I'm going here. Like,
10 seconds
what do you want against this Sniper? To really kind of put a lid on this draft and just get going. Like, the Ursa would have been one of my favorites. I think Slark's probably very viable here as well for Poke. If it doesn't get banned out. Like, just the Ags build up against the Sniper is always going to be nice. They'll ban out the Void. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this, John, but if you want to run Pos 1 Night Stalker here for Poke, it kind of fits as well.
I mean, could. Not the best feeling in the world. They go with Life Sealer instead, which is... It's alright. I don't know how you get on top of Sniper. Like, outside of just the Blink Roar from Beastmaster, I actually don't know how you get on top of that hero with his lineup. Maybe you just outmaneuver with Vision from the Hawks, and you just kind of rush in. You don't have a natural infest vehicle for the Life Sealer outside of probably Beastmaster. Maybe you go for defensive infest on Lesh to maximize that Bloodstone. Could be one way to win out these prolonged fights. But I think for Poke, it's going to be a really execution-heavy draft. You have to steal some good spells on Rubik. They go to Storm for Meteor in the end, so you are running the safe lane Sniper, Storm versus Lesh lane. It's pretty alright. I'd still say that's Leshrac favored, but down the line, you don't really have the best hold for Storm. Like, you've got the Roar, but if you Roar to Storm, again, your backline jump for Sniper is also your Beastmaster. So you just leave free room for to just twack away at you with the most annoying sound effect in the game.
I'm looking forward to seeing how this game goes. Like, I like Poke's tempo, I really do, but I'm getting a little bit concerned about the fact that you did say, like, there's no real catch for this Sniper this game. It is going to be maybe a point of concern here for Poke. We'll see. Like, maybe the idea is we can just take towers and take over the map so quickly that the Sniper's not going to get any farm anyway. But, well, once you get to that high ground stage, like, once you need to actually stun this Sniper and try to lock him down a little bit, it's going to be pretty rough. It's going to be a bit of a rough affair, I think, here for Poke. But let's see how this draft works out.
Yeah, I think it's rather even. I just feel like it's easier to execute what Meteor wants to do here. Like, they've got enough aggression from their support duo. You've got the follow-through from the Storm. Even the Sniper can plop down a couple of Assassinates to clean up. For Poke, like, these skirmishes early on have to be successful. Like, their lanes have to be really good. They have to take that tier 1 towers super early on, up top and down mid. And if they can do that and shut down the map, then you're kind of going to see the same issue that Poke had themselves in Game 2, where their lineup was much more farm-focused. Once you starve them out, it's easier to play into for Poke, but if Meteor can just keep farming, then, well, this game it's kind of nightmarish for Poke. I just don't think this lineup is that safe in jumping in and taking control. Maybe you see double blinks, like, say, Blink Lesh and Blink Beastmaster, with a couple of BKBs and the Bloodstone and Lesh. That could be your solution. It takes a lot of farm, though.
Well, Deep Ward's already here from Aaron. He's going to get full vision of the side of Meteor Gaming as Aaron trying to bait them forward. Poke are moving in. D Ward's out. Meteor, do they want to fight? They've got the high ground, but Poke will not oblige. They will back off, split up immediately. With that, seems like Poke, no, not interested in the fight whatsoever. They seem more than happy that they at least denied the Observe Ward that Aaron did place. So there's that. At least he didn't give any gold away.
kind of wasted a little bit of gold from the sentry investment, so a little bit of economic damage on hand. Just like the housing market.
why are you gonna bring that up, John? Why are you gonna do that to us? We're all suffering.
I don't know.
here,
I felt like I needed to toss some spice out, Mike. I'm living with my parents. I'm mostly unaffected because I am 29 and living with my mom and dad. I'm Filipino. What can you do? That's the one blessing we have. Our parents don't kick us out. That's it.
There you go. Shout out to mom and dad. Sadly, I didn't get the same luxury, Jonathan. But I appreciate your luxury, your privilege, as they call it these days. Small KK and Echoes mid lane. The Storm versus Leshrac matchup, Jonathan. What are we expecting from this?
Relatively even, mostly on farm. There's a lot of punish for the Storm if he does walk up and try to make a play onto small KK. Like, once you have the split earth, if he tries to walk up and say, go for the vortex overload, double overload kind of play, you just preemptively stun. Echoes is just kind of caught off guard. So, main thing is rune control. Both of these heroes are kind of mana dependent. And if you can get a much better time in controlling runes, you get a better time mid. And again, you look at Meteor supports, it's a Tusk and Mirana. Those two feel really good when they go down mid. And you can have some good presence here for Aaron if he finds a good creep, but it's only if he finds a good creep, otherwise it can feel a bit lackluster.
Well, have a look at that top lane. TC's already trying to get very aggressive here on the Tusk. Killer and Aaron, of course, against and TZ. Now, TC feels relatively safe. Like, in the early levels of the Ench and the Beastmaster, they don't do too much. The Tusk can kind of just run at them and get those harassments in, but there is going to come that kind of timing around the level 2, level 3 mark for poke, where it does feel like this duo of the offlane does start to feel a lot stronger. Like, you may not catch the sniper, but TZ is certainly quite vulnerable if he is out of position.
Yeah, he can be punched quite nicely. I think you're more than happy in this lane though. Like, it's just farming up for the most part. Killa, it's also farming up. You do manage to get a nice speedy creep here for Aaron, the drunk creep with a whip. So you can just kind of roll up, just impetus down. That is the one thing with the Ench as well. Like, impetus, look at that. HP just goes down to half from one impetus shot at level 1. Very balanced hero.
Yeah, it's a great hero, Jonathan. Great hero indeed. This bottom lane, first blood is going to be drawn. Run Fu Dao already going down here in the Pons 5 Rubik. A sort of pick up there from our Mirana. Ma Blue. A fantastic job already in this game number 3. And well, at the very least, Lunfur's okay on the Lifestealer. The one thing I have, though, like compared to the last game with the Doom, is this Doom should have just as free, if not even freer of a time. Like, there's not really slowing down the farm of Molasses either here in this game 3.
No, like a Lifestealer Rubik lane just isn't aggressive enough. Like, sure, you can rip through a strength hero as a Lifestealer fairly nicely, but you have a Rubik to back you up. That's like a very small window for the lift back into play. And it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. You're very comfy here for Molasses to just trade. And, you know, like, you just farm up. You just play this lane passively, farm, get a kill when Ranfu walks a bit too far, and just go back to farming. Like, you don't have too much to worry about here on Meteor. And so far, for every lane for Meteor does feel solid. Even the mid lane, Echoes is eking out a small lead over our Lesh. Rather even so far, but you know, once Storm does hit 6, that's where it becomes a lot more playable for that hero. Especially if no one intervenes. Like, Poke, no one's really left their side lanes to help mid and try to skew runes. So as long as that doesn't happen, the Storm feels pretty good building up to that 6.
Yeah. He's having a very free time so far. Top lane, Killer, not having the greatest time. He's been left alone top lane, so he's just going to drop. Aaron has rotated to try and secure the 4-minute water rune timings. But, well, Echoes, he's actually going to get denied all of them. They're not going to allow him to have even one. Lift is there. Split Earth. Oh, no, they don't cooperate here. They don't really talk, I don't think, but Echoes.
Oh,
he's
boy.
still going to try and fight back. Small KK is going to get out. Echoes somehow survives. The coordination, though, it wasn't there. They just needed to lift into the stun, but sadly, he lifts him backwards.
Yeah, not the position they wanted that to go out on. And small KK actually gets no water runes as well as TZ snipes one away. So gonna be left a little bit low with a mid group up. And you know, for Echoes, as long as he's alive, working towards that 6, you're happy. You don't mind. You know, small KK's out of top ups. They'll try.
We'll give it a crack. The small KK, he's down. Nice little pick up here from Meteor Gaming. These kills mean a hell of a lot with this kind of draft as well, right? Because you are looking to try and take off as Echoes. Oh, they were mid-animation for the mana burn. The damn creep, it was so close to securing that kill, but not quite enough.
Yeah, it would have been a nice way to balance out, but now a perfect start so far for Meteor, 0-3. All their lanes, again, feeling pretty damn good. Not too far behind on Poke, to be fair. Like your farm on Lawn Fur is up there, your farm on Killet's a little bit better than Small KK is having a better time than Echoes in terms of farm. So there's some timings to Meteor.
Do they even have the damage? Like, Aaron showed up now, so TZ's actually the one in danger. Yeah, he does manage to back his way out. They actually never used the Purge, I don't think, on TZ. He's all right. Mid, more rotations incoming, trying to secure the 6-minute power route. Seems like it was, where did that power rune go? There it is, small KK got
top.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice regen on hand, so you can just man dump. Oh.
Yeah, they got the Beastmaster again. It's kind of the thing, like, every time you leave this guy alone, TZ's just going to run at him with the tag team. And even though he's going to die now, it's more than worth it. You know, slowing down the timing of the Beastmaster, handing more kills over to your sniper, you're more than happy with that.
Yeah, you're going to get build-up you need. And is just really allowed to get the scaling he wants. Like, Power Tread's up, Wraith Band up. It's more than ready to just hold that lane. Maybe get the value point and assassinate, although some players have been opting to skip that. And a little bit more nuke, a little bit more stats. Killa still a ways off from his own 6. Inching towards that Dominator timing at the very least, but not quite there yet. And we haven't seen a movement out from small KK. That's the big one. Like, your Leshrac has just not left mid to help top. He hasn't found any good rune, to be fair. Like, regen is not a rune you rotate on. If he had a haste, perhaps we see that a little bit earlier. But that passiveness is giving an opening to Meteor in their side lanes in comparison. Like, you see Echoes right now. He tries to swing bot, doesn't see any opportunity, but now swinging back mid. What is Mirana? You've got that Vortex arrow combo if you pull it off.
Yeah, small KK trying to get that Diabolic Eating to the tier 1 tower, but they're just going to glyph that one up. Keep in mind though, small KK's farm is like well and truly ahead of Echo Z. And small KK, he's rotated top lane. He wants to see if he can maybe find the sniper. Is hanging around. But again, he's not going to be an easy kill. Like, this sniper should be relatively safe. TZ is just kind of guarding the way for him as well. In fact, they know the Leshrac's around. They're going to try and move in a little bit. Ward's down. They'll see nothing.
Dire are scanning.
Aaron, he's going to be the target. They'll make the jump in on the edge. And with the tag team, it is not going to take long. Such a fast process for Meteor.
Nice little pickup for to find. Rushing his way into that Mask of Madness now. Should allow him to scale up even faster and get the farm he wants here as well. As we're hitting that point where Meteor don't mind playing this as a farming game. It's really Poke that needs to play the momentum game, right? You've got the Lesh, you've got the Beastmaster. These objectives need to fall. So far, we just haven't seen them clump up and try to do that. They are smoking from mid now, though.
They are. Midas has already been built up, but Echoes is going to get caught. He's the big target. Already struggling in net worth, but he still zips away. Just barely getting out of that situation.
Radiant's
That was
middle
close.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, very close, but he bails out. He wastes the smoke. Normally, you know, you do that in a support, but hey, sometimes your mid does it. Again, this is the one thing we talked about with Poke's draft. They don't have the best catch for something like the Storm, unless they commit the Roar. If they don't commit the Roar, then Kill is just free to run. unless you perfectly chain stun with, say, a lift back into the split hurt,
Dire's middle
it
tower
doesn't feel feasible to find that opportunity onto the Storm. And this is when he's most vulnerable. All you have are power treads. Like, the Storm is not a tanky hero right now, but they just can't.
They really cannot. Mid lane. Jump in. Molasses, he's there with the Doom. Maybe this time around they can fight back as he is still going with the Pulse Nova. Looking for a denied bar blue. He will pick up the kill. TZ is in onto Ranfudel. It's still going to cost them 2 supports, maybe even an off lane. And they are just melting now. Meteor Gaming grouping up and making it happen. Assassinate should get the job done. Killer is gone. 4 heroes down for the side of Poke. And Meteor, they are making this game look so easy right now. It's not even close.
Yeah. At 1-9. They're lining up for the push. They've managed to get a lot of good space out for pretty much all their cores. Mask of Madness and does allow some early presence. Molasses has the Midas. He's going to be fairly well farmed up here too. Like, again, for Poke, this is a timing issue. Like, your Leshrac needs that Bloodstone, sure, but kind of wants to make some early plays without it, right? Like, you want to rotate with supports and try to find some kills, but you've got an Ench and Rubik. Like, they can give you some control, but it's not the easiest thing to pull off. And then you've got this Lifestealer who just wants to farm up as well. So you've just got this weird game where you kind of want to play tempo with your Beastmaster and Lush, but no one feels ready. Whereas for Meteor, they're just set to go. They know they've got openings. They know the Storm's going to be hard to catch out. And they know they've got scaling on hand as well. And there is one thing that I'd like to see, Mike, someday in the future. Do you remember Ag's Labyrinth Part 2?
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah.
Do you remember when Sniper was added to the mode and his one skill tree was like, chance to assassinate at 15%.
Oh,
Then
yes.
you just build attack speed and bam, bam, bam. I want that. I want the most obnoxious sniper ever. Please. Just
I'd
every
rather
right
not.
clicks the every right clicks the AWP. Bam, bam, bam.
we
fun.
won't be doing that, Jonathan.
It'll make your ears bleed. I want it.
Yeah.
Mike, I want it. Please,
yeah, I know,
Gaben.
John.
Please.
We're not doing that, Jonathan.
Dire's structures are
Thank you for the
Why?
thank you for the idea though. No, just
Wait.
Maybe one.
What if they rework Sniper? Right? They made him like a toggle hero. Like, instead of take aim, you toggle it and he gets like a Negev. Right? Like, higher attack speed, shorter range. Wouldn't that be cool?
You've been playing way too much Counter-Strike, I can tell. It's all about Counter-Strike with you
I
now.
love the
You're just-
Negev too much.
I know.
I love it way too much. I hold an angle and I hold my fire button. What can go wrong? They can't push A long, Mike. They can't push A long. That's it. That's all I need.
Poke need a lot right now as well, Jonathan. 1-9. Nothing going their way. 2k advantage the way of Meteor Gaming. And on the bright side, Small KK still farmed quite effectively here on the Leshrac, and their lifesteal is doing pretty well as well, but well, they haven't hit those power spikes they're really looking for yet. Hell, at this rate, they may never, considering how well they've fought back so far on the side of Meteor.
Yeah. It's difficult. Like, this Bloodstone timing's gonna be key. If Pokes still play passively with a Bloodstone up and running, that's where you start to feel pretty dicey about everything. Like, that should line up close to your Overlord timing here as well for Killa. You need to take more of the map away. Because right now, there's still room for Meteor to play down bot, to play under triangle. They're not completely shut out. They've got the build-up they want. And, well, they're getting ready for a smoke play now.
They're going to run right towards the west of the map here. Meteor Gaming looking towards that top lane. They might just find Killer on the Beastmaster. Taking their time. Ranfudel, they don't want the Rubik. They'll run right around to sidestep him. The Ranfudel eventually going to break the smoke. He's going to tank the gank for his Beastmaster. He's done his job. You saw how much they really just wanted to avoid the Rubik. They wanted that Beastmaster so much more. But sadly, you can't always get what you want.
Yeah, kill's a kill. At least you find something, you stave off the top push as well. So you'll get to hold on to your top jungle for a little bit longer. There are some good wards here from Poke though. Got a pretty nice obs just watching the ramp area. Should allow them to kind of invade a little bit more. And you know, it's all about the stall game. Small KKs, Bloodstones not too far away. fact, I believe he has the gold now with a disassembly on his arcane boots. So you do have that power spike ready. You're not quite ready on your lifestealer as much. All he has is the armored phase boots. That could be enough, but no Desolator is a lot harder to mount some of these heroes down. Still, we've got that durability in the front line. This is the point where we need to see Poke line up. Like there's that Bloodstone. They've got to make a play. They've got to somehow take a team fight, play with Aurora, play with the Hawk Vision on hand, and just shrink this map, because quite frankly, Meteor are more than happy to play this farming game with you if you want to play this way.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of in their favor to do so. They are going to smoke up. 3-man smoke towards the north now. Pings are exactly where the sniper is, so M's got to be very careful. But TZ is there to break the smoke. We'll see them now. Immediate Moonlight Shadow popped, and he might actually make it out on the Tusk. Snowball away. Poke will find nothing. Supports once again coming in clutch to ensure these smokes cannot work out. In fact, look at this. The turnaround now. Aaron's stuck around trying to farm the jungle, but he's going to be the kill they take. Of all things, they lose another hero on the side of Poke. Nothing going their way. It's Meteor looking to dive the Radiant jungle now. The stacks are being taken. Oh, they're just going to take all the stacks away.
No.
Can they? Poke are going to fight them for this. Echoes, he just zips out. Instead, they will try to go after the Doom. He's such a tanky target, though. Molasses, he has time to block the Doom and try to walk away. Small KK in the meantime, he's gone.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's gone, and now they found Lunfer. 4 down for the side of Poke. Now, that is worst case scenario. Couldn't have gone worse than that.
Yeah, that was a nightmare for the side of Poke. Like, all clumped up like that, the shrapnel flying through. The fact that that little snowball save coming out from TZ just saved Molasses long enough for him to, you know, just refresh, come in, get the Doom off, and live through it as well. Like, that is madness. 2-15. Poke, I mean, they look so good in game 1. A bit shakier in game 2, but now they just look lost. Like, Meteor, they're online. They're playing this game, and they're playing clean. Like, this is not a messy game from them. This is all very clean, very pinpoint and accurate in these fights. And for Poke, I mean, this timing, it just feels like it's slipping away from them. Like, the Bloodstone has done nothing. Their Lifestealer has had 0 contribution. It's just, it's not panning out. And your Beastmaster, I mean, he doesn't even have the Overlord yet. I don't know if that even makes a difference at this point.
Oh, here we go. Jump in again. They found the left track this time. Small KK at least will survive. Will fight back, does find TZ. Echoes immediately on the run, seeing the backup was there. The lines are being drawn out. Poke, they need to get aggressive, and they're going to try through the triangle now. At least take over that side of the map. Problem is, Lonfer top lane is on his own, so there is a chance Meteor might be able to find an opening here against the Lifestealer. Thing is, they don't have the Doom available, but they do pop the Moonlight. So they want to try onto Lonfer. Is making his way over on the sniper, but it is too late. Like, without the Doom, it's a little bit too challenging of a kill.
Are you ready for this one?
Oh, TZ has dropped on the Tusk, so maybe the guard might be down because Molasses is running right towards Error. And in fact, no, they found Small KK. Much bigger target. The left rack, the Infest. They're trying to save, but the Doom is out to ensure they secure the kill. Lunfer is still trying to fight as the Lifestealer. But he's just a Lifestealer. He can't catch up to anyone.
Ooh,
at least they
stolen
have
Doom.
caught out the Doom. Runfu down, taking the Doom for himself. So it's not too bad of a trade for Poke. They're just going to continue trying to buy time because, again, Lonfer, he's nowhere near ready yet.
Yeah. Needs to keep stalling. And again, that's the one play you have right now with your Lifestealer. Just infest to stall.
but it doesn't feel great. And it does cost more resources to come out for Meteor to secure that kill, but it's the big kill they want anyway. Like, you actually don't care about killing off Lon Fur. He's so low net worth. Lifestealer just doesn't flash farm fast as well. It's really the Leshrac that flash farms into this game. He's the hero that comes back into this game for the team.
Well, TZ's going to die for his team as Molasses, or rather, excuse me, Killer, does end up going down here on the Beastmaster. Not having the greatest game of his life here, just always getting caught out, but it is a very tough Beastmaster game after all. So just try and buy his cause a bit more time. Just try to make space best he can. So it is 6-17 now. 6k advantage still stands here for Meteor. Things going splendidly, to say the least. M's getting way too big as well on the sniper. Like, full Hurricane Pike up, Chrysalis up casually, BKB being worked on next. Yeah, this guy's pretty damn huge. Like, in terms of stopping the sniper, I just don't know how they're going to do it.
Yeah.
There is a blink being
It's the big issue
on
with her
Killer.
grab. I don't know if that's enough. Like, it's really hard to call for a blink onto the sniper, especially if he's standing far back enough to not be spotted. And if you are spotted first, he just shrapnels and you just suddenly can't jump the back line. You have to be much more proactive on poke with blink. And that's something we haven't seen them really do in the past 2 games, it feels like. They've been a lot more passive these past 2 games. Game 1 was super active, but after that, it's just been more reminiscent of what we saw from them in Tour 1, right? Like, this is the kind of gameplay I remember from Poke. And for Meteor, this is still a massive improvement. But I thought we saw that glimpse of a renowned Poke in Game 1. Maybe it rallies back, Mike, but it's looking harder to rally here.
Yeah, that it does. 4-man smoke now. Meteor trying to continue this aggression that they've had throughout this game. There is going to be a scan out on the Roshan pit that actually clipped Meteor while they're smoked. So Poke might think Roshan's happening right now, and they might rush to the area. Lunfer and Aaron are showing up in the mid lane. This is terrible timing for them, as Aaron is going to get caught. Lunfer cannot save, but he did think about it. They did not see the life stealer. So he will remain safe. But now Roshan may actually be open for the side of Meteor, and I think they're going right for it.
Yep. They've got the output. It's not going to take too long. You can scout out with the Hawks, and Killer should spot this one out. He's so close to his blink, but they can't afford to wait for this one. Oh, Hawk Infest.
Oh, this could be big. It does get taken down. Lunfer, they don't realize he's in the Roshan pit. Is getting attacked right now. Nobody realizes it. He's gone.
The Hawk.
Killer does go down. Doom is out from Molasses, but they've lost their sniper. Echoes is out of mana too. He's really got nowhere to go. They're going to have to keep trying to fight this one out. Snowball, they are trying their absolute best.
Ooh.
Onto the Leshrac they go. Marblue joining in, but they'll lose TZ. They'll lose Molasses eventually. Nobody realized Lunfer was in the pit.
Yeah. That was awkward coming out from Meteor. And now Roshan goes the way of Poke. And I guess that's the Infest combo. Infest the Hawk. It works. Oh my god.
Yeah, they actually got it.
No. How? Infest the Hawk? What? That was so confusing. I was like, guys.
The thing was, is everyone ran out of the pit from Meteor as the Hawk died. So they had no idea he was in the pit. And then when gets jumped on the sniper, everyone was too busy fighting on the high ground of the triangle. So nobody paid attention.
Yeah, they left him alone. They left the sniper isolated, and that is such a big opening to come out there for Poke. Like, they're suddenly back into the game. Like, they've got a secondary life in their life stealer. They can kind of take some chances now. They're not too far behind. Like, a 3k lead is noticeable, but not huge by any means.
Well, they've got small KK, but he's a lot more farmed, it seems, as he's trying to survive through it, but does go down. Meteor looking to establish their dominance once again in this game 3. Do find the mid Leshrac. And then the fear is Lunfer. He's getting to a point where he's starting to feel very, very scary. Sure, you still have the gap closing issue, apart from that last fight naturally, but there is still an issue of gap close. But now with the blink up on the Beastmaster, it may not be as big of an issue. Echoes?
Potentially.
My thing is, like, if you infest the Beastmaster and it just blinks and roars, like, I'm pretty sure literally everyone just dies. I don't think anyone on the map
like
survives that.
Yeah, that is your infest play. It's just, I don't know if you can consistently jump the sniper. Like, if you can, then that's your big play. If you don't, then one of the support cops it, you're still kind of fine there in Meteor. Like, your issue is still gap closing onto
Walrus Punch, Lunfer, he'll be targeted, but he does have the Aegis up. Doesn't seem to want to give up that first life so freely, though, so he's going to back his way out for now. Let's go reset on the neutral creeps first. Meteor, they still want to try and fight. There's your infest on killer. They're going to try for it. The sniper is kind of showing himself by taking this creep, but they don't want to just jump in blindly. They don't really have any vision around that dire jungle. Instead, poke. I think they're going to literally poke the bear and go after this top tier 2 again. Kind of force the hand of Meteor.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Here we go. Aaron already taking so much damage just from this tier 2 tower and the shrapnel. Trying to bait them forward, but they're not taking it yet. Zip in, they found the backside instead.
Oh, the
That'll
rear.
be Rubik gone. Doom is out. Who have they caught? They found the Raw does work out with the infest combination. The sniper's gone. There is buyback available, but it may not matter. Everyone else is just falling apart now on Meteor. His Echoes barely gets to the high ground. And he's gonna make it out. But maybe they keep going. Ranfu Dao, I believe he just fought back and died back. So Meteor is still trying to fight this game 3, even without their sniper.
Is under attack.
That was
It
that
does
was the
work
flank
out,
they
like
needed.
the blink infest.
Yeah. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm saying it's hard to pull it off. Like, it's also down to Meteor. Like, they've been leaving a sniper unprotected. Like, literally no one's beside him. Not even a single support to help bail him out. I think at this point you kind of have to keep your Tusk next to your sniper, just to watch for that jump in.
Zip in. They have found themselves another. That's going to be Aaron going down as Lunfer. Oh, he's going to get his TP cancelled. They have the Walrus Punch available. Lunfer has lost his first life, and chances are he is losing his second. Arrow, bit off the mark. Doesn't really matter, though. They have the Vortex. Meteor Gaming, I mean, it still feels like Meteor are the better team in this game 3. It literally is all about whether they can land that blink raw combo.
And it's just easier said than done to do that. I think if you had a shard on your Beastmaster, it becomes a little bit easier. You can just kind of lead in with the Hawk to start, or at least give you some leeway, then jump in afterwards as well. Like, all Meteor have to do to counterplay that is just have someone by. Again, you can kind of have Tiz nearby, close enough for like a blink snowball save, and that buys you enough time to collapse on top of the sniper. That could be one way. Is also just going for the Lincolns. So once the Lincolns is up, you still can. Like, you just use open wounds to break Lincolns open and roar. But that microsecond of response might be enough for you to Hurricane Pike and just kind of maybe concussive grenade your way out as well once you've got the shard on. So it's really play dependent, and it just feels easier for Meteor to kind of counteract it.
Top lane.
Echoes.
They have found the storm. Echoes. Oh, he barely zips out. He's out of mana. Small KK. I don't know if you got a glimpse of him there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Sentry. Oh, he's got a
he's
sentry.
under sentry.
He's under a sentry right now, but Echo's going to try and fight back with an arrow set up from Mar Bloom. Maybe they can pump out some damage. They needed a bit more than that, though. But they do allow the storm to get out.
Yeah. Managed to stall long enough. That was Roar committed on Echoes as well. Not the longest cooldown at this point. That does provide some breathing room for the side of Meteor. Still a oddly enough, a very even game, it feels like at this point now. Like, Meteor did have quite a decent lead earlier on, but now at the 10k lead they have, most of that's on Molasses. The cores have kind of equalized in farm beyond the Doom. So it's anyone's game. It's really just down to that execution. Like, can you consistently get that roar infest? If you can, then it becomes pretty clear cut for Poke. If not, I think it's just a lot more forgiving for Meteor, because they're not really dependent on landing a big combo. They just need to jump in, find a pick off, and keep cleaning up afterwards. Maybe get the Doom off on the Lesh or the Lifestealer, but beyond that, it's pretty much just straight up run and gun. And so for Poke, a certain series of events has to happen for Poke for them to really feel safe about this game.
Oh, Aaron. Easy kill here. No real escape for him. At the very least, it is just the position 4, position 5 going down. Bottom tier 2 tower looks like it's going to be under siege here. Meteor, still the much stronger team, of course. So, again, as long as it does not get caught, he is fine to continue pushing through the bottom wave. And there'll be no defense anyway. Instead, they're in the mid lane. Echoes actually making sure small KK cannot find any way back to the bot wave. It doesn't seem like they really want to try and fight anyway. Meteor, they will happily take it for free. Take the outpost while they're at it, but Poke will do the exact same thing.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Just trying to figure out, like, what other ways they can do this, right? Like, because it's kind of like you said, you can't really rely on just the Blink Roar. I thought maybe we'd see a Blink being built up on Lunfer, but he's not going down that route either. He's going straight into a BKB himself, so maybe just feel like he needs to just run through the team fight and find the sniper.
I don't mind that for the Lifestealer. I don't think he needs the mobility. I think it's the Beastmaster and the Leshrac that need it. Like, small KK after the Shivas, I wouldn't mind a blink on him, honestly. And like, just having instant follow-through on the backline is pretty damn big. He doesn't have protection at all, though. Like, not even a BKB on the Lesh, so it could be a bit dicey, but just have these multiple ways of jumping the sniper. And again, that simplifies the game. Instead of one perfect play, you have 2 play options. You know, more options, the better. It just means that you've got different angles to take every single time. You also are working onto this Hex for Killa. So once the Hex is up, I mean, you can just chain stun as long as you need. Heck, you can even control Echoes if he just runs in too aggressively to help, and they're going to smoke up now.
Well, Tier 1 tower is going to go down top lane, but the smoke is there. Killer looking to wrap right through the back, I believe. We'll get some Hawks out. Keep in mind, Roshan is up in a minute 10, so a lot riding on this next team fight. Oh, they might just find Echoes. He pops his BKB in time. Does he have enough HP to survive? He does. Echoes, he'll keep going. There's your Doom out. Molasses couldn't land the stun, but they got the shards off. 4 staff away. He's all right for now, but Molasses is not giving up on the chase. They've got the Assassinate. That'll fly through. Lunfer is down, and so is Ranfu Dao. Aaron, no way out of this situation, I don't think. Although apparently he can just walk out with a Glimmer Cape. But they will spot him out eventually. And to the south, they've even found small KK, who does pop his Bloodstone. So TZ may drop for the cause. Aaron does buy back. Echoes E going back in with the Vortex, and now you've got Molasses there to back you up. You should have the damage output required, though he is still alive on this left track, still surviving, fighting back. He might actually have a chance at this. He's found 2 of them. Marblue is still trying to deal with the Lesh. Who's now doing it? Oh, but they land the Split Earth. He's still going. What?
What?
What do you mean?
What? What the?
How does that happen?
Oh my god.
He actually
Meteor. They overchase, they overcommit, they don't respect the Lesh. They don't respect how durable he is with Akai Sanj and the Shivas and the Bloodstone. And I mean, you saw how far Echoes was zooming in. He barely had mana and HP. Like, they forced that so hard. And the attack speed's low, the low ground misses for the sniper in that position as well. Like, it's not a place where you really want to fight. And they got punished severely, so Poke, I mean, they stay in this game. Roshan's up as well. This could be a massive rush for them. Number 2 with a free shard. That could be the shard that goes to Killa, and he's got the Hex up now as well. So you get your dive bombing birds, you've got the Sight of Vice, along with Roar and Open Wounds. You have a lot of ways to pop these Lincolns and get that stun on. And the high ground push for these heroes, it doesn't take too long. It's a Leshrac Beastmaster. They've got a lot of options for the high ground.
No, I can't believe Poke are the ones taking Roshan. Like, Meteor, had they backed off and left the Lesh alone, like, it would have been such a different situation. But now the net worth lead is completely gone back the other way. Poke actually has the 52% chance win probability this game now. That last chase on the Lesh was just such a throw happening, and
Dire's middle tower
oh,
is under
Echoes.
attack.
The small KK won't bother. Killer's looking for another initiation with this Beastmaster.
Dire's courier has been
They're not going to find it. They will at least find a courier of Molasses, so that's his refresher orb going down the toilet. He has the rest of the components on the actual hero, but he loses that perseverance he needed. So that's gone for 3.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Man, hey, Meteor, this game is just completely open off the back of just one
Middle tower
prolonged chase. Like, that is nuts. And both of these teams really need that W here, Mike. So, it's not a good feeling. Like, it's really not. But for Poke, I mean, they're on top of the world here. You know, they're feeling great. Hey, heck, they might feel great enough that after Killa finishes up this Octarine, you know what? He's gonna feel good enough for the drums to slaw him, Mike. I have a feeling.
No, he's not. No, he's not, Jonathan.
Yes, he is. He's gonna bang those drums, Mikey. He's gonna bang those drums. No. You know the ultimate Ags combo? Centaur Ags, cart ride, a Beastmaster, and drums. It's like, it's just Mad Max, dude.
is under attack.
It's just Mad Max.
mate.
He's just dug, 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 dug.
I stopped listening a long time ago, John. I'm going to be afraid these damn drums of Slom have got you.
Dire's bottom tower.
Bottom lane.
It's beautiful, Mike.
Diabolic Edict popped. They've got plenty of push, and Killer is just casually waiting.
Are fortified.
See a nice target, blink in, raw, that'll do the job. I mean, the way this game's like turned on its head is just kind of ridiculous. Now a full Heart of Tarrasque on the way for small KK.
Oh boy.
Radiant's
He doesn't have any slots for
Oh,
it. He's trying to
man.
find what to take out. I think you've got to get rid of the boots travel. Unless you just wait out the ages.
Maybe just use your blink, swap into heart.
Dire's
Could we play?
That's what I was
is
thinking.
under attack.
Like, once you blink in, just swap it. Probably the best. Yeah, I wanted you to take a look at the graphs, Mike. Look at that little, you had huge rise up from 76% the way of Meteor to now we're at 63% for Poke. Off the back of that one ridiculous chase. That's
Yeah.
just maddening. That's insane.
It is rather insane. Like, it was lit. I just still can't believe small KK got away with that. It's actually incredible.
Meteor kicking themselves in the head. Just a little bit.
Yeah. Still, I mean, Poke are going to struggle to get high ground. That's kind of the thing. Like, you are still up against a decently farmed sniper. That is going to cause a lot of headache trying to go high ground. As long as doesn't show himself on the sniper, you're as good as safe, I think, because Killer will be waiting the whole time to see that man. Like, any one of the cores is a good raw target, but the sniper is like a guaranteed 2 lanes of barracks.
Has been killed.
His courier died again. That's a
Uh-oh.
Scotty down
That's-
again. He was a
There
micro
goes
and get
Scotty.
across the map, dude. Down to right side. That's just nuts.
They are still, again, they're going to struggle to go high ground. Like, it's a sniper.
All right,
And they've even got the
so
storm zips going
Yeah.
on. Yeah.
yeah, this is gonna take some time. So 3 minutes until the next Roche. They do have their spells ready to go on Meteor, so they will try. They've got double Doom, double BKB on Molasses as well. Oh, could be a big fight.
Could be.
Or
Midnight
not.
Shadow was popped though, and that's enough for them to actually walk out of that. Arrow? Iran Fudal's going to avoid it. So now it's like you're in that territory where it's like just go farm the whole map. Like if they're going to just sit in their base for the next 10-15 minutes just waiting, you just have to go farm. You don't really have much of a choice unless you can find maybe a lift onto the storm. That could give you the opening you're looking for. Iran Fudal, to be fair, is looking for that opening. It's just not that easy when you're just zipping back and forth.
Yeah, it's a hard target to lock into. I think the next timing now for Meteor is the Ags on Echoes. Just having the AoE Vortex could open up these fights a lot more. Honestly, the Ags as well in the last. Like, you get that AoE Vortex plus AoE Doom. That's where the game probably simplifies a lot more for Meteor and becomes a little bit less convoluted. So you just need to kind of try to hit that point. However, Poke has just climbed back. They've got the 2K lead now, Mike. You know, they've taken over the map. They've got complete control. Again, this graph is ridiculous. Like the bounce back is quite steep. And
It is.
and Poke, I mean, they just recover. You know, it's like I'm still trying to comprehend what happened in that triangle. But I think I'd have a better memory if there was some drums going on in the background, you know? Not stopping, Mike. Can't stop.
No, you're not. You
drums.
certainly are not, John. Oh, 41 minutes in. 2K advantage now the way of the Radiant. Meteor are still just sitting high ground, as is expected. Yeah, your sniper now does have enough gold to pick up the full Daedalus. Just needed the Demon Edge. To be fair, though, he's still waiting for his courier to be able to get his Eye of Skadi as well. Ag's now built up on Echo, so he's got that huge team fight potential now with the AoE Vortex. And Poke, it seems like they're going to try and smoke. Give them a false sense of safety here. Like I say smoke, they're just running towards the top lane. There's a smoke, but from Meteor.
You want to reveal that Ags and Echoes, but I feel like if they were just more patient, they'd have Molasses
Yeah.
Ags too.
Aaron, he's going to give up his life to give the vision. Killer going to move in, not finding the roar though, got stunned up, and now Echoes, he can just keep going with the BKB. This may not be the team fight Poke was looking for. They got the Doom off onto the Life Stealer. Oh, he cannot survive through it. Buybacks are incoming, but Poke, they've got to be so cautious not to throw the game back the other way. Is this Leshrak somehow still alive? Somehow, but no, he is gone. Still, they have jumped the sniper. M's in trouble. He's going to TP out of there. They've got no way to catch him. This is going to be fine. He is all right. And he could probably just run back to the fight if it drags on long enough. But it may not, as they have found a couple here on the side of Poke. Can they actually go high ground? Because there are buybacks.
They can.
Dire's structures are
There's no double Doom. That's the big kicker here. No Doom available on Molasses for another 40. That's a big opening, and they can just melt these towers.
Oh, jump in. Small KK's trying. The sniper will get right to work. The Doom in trouble now. Lundford trying to move forward. Infest will at least save the Leshrak. Aaron instead will be the target as they found the
Echoes?
storm. The Hex is out. They've got Echoes. He's down. And somehow Aaron's actually survived throughout all of this. There is buyback on Echoes.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Nah, gets a good read. Understands that they'll take the racks and probably play safe because they bought back. So it's a fight over the next Roche, which is up early. You don't have your Storm for a full minute here. That's a massive opening for the side of Poke to continue to hammer in this game for themselves. The side of Meteor can't afford to give that one away, but they can't really jump in without the Storm. Molasses can commit to buy the Ags now as well. So you'd connect with your Storm with the AoE Vortex, AoE Doom. And they're going to have to run up.
They're going to have to try, but Roshan's already gone. Lundford picks up the Aegis. Refresher Shard available on Killer. So even Roshan doesn't agree with your drums of Slom here, John. Not allowing Killer to have that for free. Double Roar, though. Double Hex.
Sadness.
It's pretty massive on this Beastmaster.
Yeah, but drums. It's also massive. It's a massive beat, Mike. It's a massive
It's not
beat.
happening. It's not happening, Jen. I'm sorry.
Well, what
Maybe
needs to happen right now for Meteor is that connection. They need the Ags. I think Molasses Ags is big. Like, if you can save your refresh Doom for basically just a second fight instead of, just dooming 2 targets because it's single target, then this game changes for Meteor. It just becomes about get your AoE Vortex, get your AoE Doom, kill everyone. There's also a bit of an issue for like, he does not have a shard. I have not seen a sniper without a shard at this time in the game ever. Like, you always pick it up. You just have that extra big get out jail card, and we've seen that kind of be an issue for like, without that, just solely relying on Hurricane Pike, it's just not enough sometimes. So I'm a bit surprised he doesn't actually just buy out the shard.
Not yet. Poke looking for the next opportunity at the high ground. And this high ground defense just became so much more challenging now that you've got the double roar up, double hex up. But without the buybacks, it's kind of risky to try and go for it. I think both teams are kind of in the same boat here. The thing is, the Storm does have buybacks. So if you end up like killing him off once, Echoes with the buyback can always just zip in with a huge vortex. We've seen it countless times. So they've got to be kind of concerned about the buyback being available here on Echoes. But it can just be all about farming again. Like, it's a 10k net worth advantage now, and you still control most of the map as Poke. In fact, all of the map, quite frankly. You can just keep escalating that net worth lead and just get to the point where you're just so beyond farm that it's just not even funny anymore.
Yeah, it's still classic sniper gaming, though. Even with all the farm in the world, and this little short dude with a gun, it's more than enough to keep you off. This is the way it is. Refresh up now as well, Killa. So, yet another double roar available. Double hex. We've got a lot of punish. Did Molasses? Yeah, Molasses has his Ags with buyback. So this is the play now. Vortex, AoE Doom. Just needs to happen. It's a lot harder to pull off. I think Poke has been really disciplined in staying far apart. And as long as they don't push high ground, your opportunities to see them clumped up, very, very few and far between.
Well, Poke still taking their sweet time here. Even the tomb being brought up on Killer, looking for that level 25 mark. I wonder if he wants to go for the minus cooldown on Primal Roar, because, well, that makes it 9.6 seconds of cooldown on Primal Roar. If he does go for that level 25 talent, that's a little bit silly. 9.6 seconds.
Yep.
He hasn't screwed anything up yet, though. He'll go for the axes instead.
Yeah. I mean, at 39.6 is already ridiculous enough. And I think I don't even know his actual cooldown without the reduction on Octarine and Spell Prism. I'm pretty sure these two reduce after the minus 30. So it's not as drastic of a cooldown in comparison to just, the 2-second axes. This is basically like old Beastmaster Ags. So you've got the old meme on hand. It's a lot of damage, and you just you shove a creep wave forever with no punishment. So you just keep this game in this state of equilibrium. How long do you think we're going to be in prison, Mike? This feels like jail. It's because I keep talking about the drums for being punished.
Yeah, you're right.
Please take a guess. Take a guess. How long is this?
I don't think it'd be that much longer, honestly.
Oh, really? You really don't think? You really don't think that?
Well, they've got the infest
Brave
killer
words,
up right
Mikey.
now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, they might just wait for Roshan. It's just such a long time away to go after that Roshan, though.
You know what we need? We need Ballista back. This would fix the game.
They might go right now. They're going.
Oh.
Hex is out. They found the Marana. Not the biggest kill, but it's something. Molasses, though, he's made the jump in.
Oh!
The AoE Doom is out onto the Leshrac. They've got a secondary as well. Killer is down. And Lundfo needs to get the hell out. They never even committed the second Doom, in fact. He was mid-animation, but just cancels, realizing he didn't need it. So he still holds on to it for the next fight.
No. You were saying, Mike, not too long?
Oh.
This is the eternal hold, Mike. All we need is an
Aaron?
Arc Warden somewhere.
Round 2 down, gonna break a Lincoln.
Oh,
Zip
oh.
is there, Vortex is out. He's caught 2 targets. The problem is the Leshrac. No, they get the Doom off. The Lesh can't do too much here. He'll just keep running towards it with the Pulse Nova going. And it is gonna wear off. The Doom is gone. As round 2 down, nice zip in, has found the sniper. Abyssal Blade up, but the Snowball is gonna buy some time. Can he get out? Hurricane Pike is there. Is still running. Vortex to try and help out. It won't matter. They've lost the sniper, but they have the buyback. Meanwhile, Molasses was holding down Killer. Killer is going to be able to get out. Something again. Run through Dell. He found the sniper a second time. BKB is there, though. This time around, the sniper's okay. At least for now. But look at this Leshrac. He is so huge.
Good God.
He's taking no damage. 0 damage being taken. He's got 5.3k HP. Ancient exposed. And like I said, this game should be over rather soon, John. Echoes is zipping around trying to save the day. But this Leshrac, small KK, is just massive. Ancient is still dropping, and it is gone. The game's over.
Oh
Poke have done
my
it.
God.
And it goes back to that one team fight in the Radiant Triangle that handed Roshan to Poke.
All over a dive on the Leshrac, Mike. That is a devastating feeling for me to.
It really is.
Hats off to Poke. That did not look like a game they had any business coming back in, but they rallied through. They bait them so hard. And Meteor, man, that's a toughie. They had that game in the bag. But even at the end, like the way Poke were playing, it was just they cleaned up. You know, like Ron Fu with a stolen zip, like just zipping onto the sniper and getting left back, man. Breaking the Lincolns by himself with a fade bolt. Like that was big. That opened up that fight for Poke, just stealing the zip. And sure, the double doom is great for Molasses. We didn't even see like a full double doom because he refreshed and used them separately. The AoE Vortex was just, it was a decent attempt from Echoes, but it's not the big control, and they didn't have follow through. Like maybe if you got AoE Vortex into a tight spot with AoE Doom plus a shard, upgraded shard from your Tusk, right? And there were also a couple of holds there for Meteor. Like some of these fights, you could have bailed out on if he had his shard. Like he never bought his concussive grenade, which I still find just so strange. Because every other core buys that thing up when they can, because it's such a great save for yourself. But this entire game, just no concussive grenade. Every time he's jumped, he's just gone.
That is certainly the case, and I truly can't believe Poke actually pulled off this victory. It's kind of, this was the team fight as well, that handed them the free Roshan. And I mean, they're going to be kicking themselves here, Meteor Gaming. One little chase onto small KK cost them so much. The whole series going down the drain. And, I mean, again, props to Poke. They put off a real performance here, a real comeback. You've got to feel almost bad for Meteor, though. It's one mistake, and it's all it takes.
Yeah, it's just that was just really difficult to comprehend. Like, just that pit fight was just so awkward. Like that high ground triangle fight, because your sniper was low ground. Like I'm pretty sure half the shots were missing, so you couldn't burst down that Lesh. And then they just start to play really well with their infest bombs. There was no protection on a lot as well. Like the sniper was exposed in the back line with no one to save him for a good 2-3 jumps. And that also just helped Poke come back into this game. Yeah, it was this fight. Like, look at the position. is on the staircase. He's missing shots.
Yeah.
He Hurricane Pikes down and goes back to hit. And he's still missing. It's like, it's just not the position you want to be in.
I think they underestimated how much armor this Leshrac had. Like, Small KK, just with his Shivers Guard alone, he was just tanking so much damage for his team. And it just made it impossible. And well, as you can see, eventually the dive's in. Props to Ranfu Dao with the zip. Like, how many times? 2 in a row he caught the sniper. That allowed them to put a lid on this game. And again, very sad for Meteor considering the start they had to this game. It just felt like it was impossible for them to lose at some points. But they made it happen. At least Poke did. Meteor, again, not going to be too happy with the way this game ended, but it was a great series overall. You know, at least Game 3 was a pretty close affair between these two.
Yeah, I think the first game was pretty heavily in Poke's favor. Game 2 was pretty heavily in Meteor's favor. And then Game 3 was just this bloodbath where it looked like Poke, you know, they weren't able to play together. It took them a long time to figure out how to get the angle on that Blink Infest, but once it came together, and once they danced around Meteor, like, it just kicked into gear. And for Meteor, like, yeah, they could hold high ground forever, but there's only so much you can do there. Like, you have to commit your big plays, just all these big ults. You weren't in a position where TZ could have gunned for, say, an Ags on his Tusk. And maybe if you had the Ags on Tusk, that could have helped your cause. The kickback opens up more potential to isolate these heroes, get the cleanup. But it's just difficult at that point. And, you know, Small KK played spectacularly well. It was his... I don't know if it was even a play. I don't know if I can call that a play where he was just standing high ground and not dying. But that gave them the game. That certainly gave that game over.
Well, it's a very fun game nonetheless. Three-game series here between these two teams. Of course, Poke taking the 2-1 victory. It's always been like this between these two. Like, they're always back and forth when it comes to series wins. And, well, this time Poke had it over Meteor. I'm sure the next time we see these two guys, it'll be Meteor pulling off the victory. Always a close affair when it comes to these two, but I'm just glad to see we got to see a Game 3 that was a nice and close matchup. And that does leave us with both series done for tonight for the Chinese Div 2 scene. Of course, Cactus was it that took the win over your anime boys, I believe it was. And now Poke taking a 2-1 victory over Meteor. Yep. I don't remember the losers, Jonathan. All right, my boys Cactus won. That's all I care about. That's all I care about. What's that stupid anime you were talking about?
It's not stupid. What's wrong with you, dude? You have these hot takes that will bite you in the bum. Bocce the Rock. Probably one of the best animes of the year, apparently. It's pretty damn good. Okay. And I still have to watch it. It is currently rated 8.9 on my anime list, ranked number 23 of all time. Probably one of the highest of the season. Pretty good anime. You know, Mike, you like Horus Recoil, pretty good anime as well, which I have been watching, and it has been surprising. A1 is so damn good. I have no idea how they rallied, but A1 is so damn good. A1 productions are so good. Like, they are.
And so are these results, Jonathan. So are these results. 2-1 victory for Cactus. Of course, Poke Gaming finding a 2-1 victory over Meteor. So a 6-game kind of day. I don't know if we have a schedule we can bring up as well to show what's going on tomorrow for the Chinese Div 2 scene, but there is plenty of games going on as well for China for tomorrow.
I think it's in the next few days. I'm not sure if there's anything tomorrow specifically.
Oh,
yeah, there is some tomorrow. So there you are.
It is the 9th. Yeah.
We do have some more. Oh, we get to see Lonely Rock and Roll back up against Poke. That should be an interesting one, Mikey.
Yeah. I mean, it should be. But I'm pretty sure Poke got that one, Jonathan. I mean, like, just judging by the series today, it feels like Poke might just be the strong. Who the hell knows? I mean, we're back into the Chinese Div 2 scene in Tour 2, and I'm acting like I know everything. Like, we have no idea. We just started. It's the first damn week, Jonathan. Who the hell knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, today was a surprising day. I didn't expect these series to go so back and forth, but it was really competitive between the teams, and, you know, I can't wait to watch some more, Mike.
Well, with that, Jonathan, we are going to head off. That is it for today for the Chinese Div 2 scene. So if you do want some more, come back tomorrow. But till then, it is MLP Dota at Tronic Spire, and we'll catch you all again next time.